Hello, everyone, and welcome to Brand Innovators Livecast series. My name is Vito Maranzano, and I am the Vice President of Content and Community here at Brand Innovators. And I'm joined today with Brand Innovators colleague, Ritesh Shah. We welcome you to today's livecast on the evolution of retail and commerce. Today is really special. We are thrilled to kick off this event, and it'll be one of many in a series. We've got a phenomenal event today, so I am sure you guys are going to have so much content to pull out of here with an amazing and awesome lineup of marketers coming to us virtually from companies like Wayfair, Pearl Vision, Johnson & Johnson, Party City, Bayer, LVMH, VF Corp, Joseph A. Bank, Aaron, Reckitt, Tourneau, and MMI Agency. We are jam-packed with world-class marketers today, and I am so excited for us to kick off the program, which I'm going to turn it over to Ritesh. Ritesh, take it away.
Thank you, Vito. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you all had a great long weekend. I know it was a snowy one where I am in Toronto. So as Vito mentioned, my name is Ritesh Shah, and I'm the VP of Member Services here at Brand Innovators. And thrilled to be here this morning, opening this amazing event. So before we get started, I'd love to thank all of the marketers for taking the time to speak with and present here today. As well, we'd like to give a big shout out to all of the sponsors for making this event possible. And of course, you, the audience, without which this is not really a conversation. It's more of a one-sided thing, but we're so happy you're here with us today. A quick reminder to all of you that we are live, and therefore the Q&A widget that you see at the bottom of your screen can be used to ask us questions. We'll get to them at the end of each of the sessions, and the chat widget is there as well. So if there's something that you'd like to say to the audience, an aha moment, something popped up for you, please do use the chat. It's really just for our audience and listeners at home. And really, I'd love to welcome to the stage our first group of speakers. So if you guys are ready, let's get that started. The very first topic for the day is going to be a fireside chat. And it'll require a little bit of imagination from those of you at home. If you have the Fire, the actual Fire channel on your television, you can put that on and create an environment. But I'm thrilled to be, introducing our next set of speakers. So today we are very, very thrilled and excited to be joined by Doug Zarkin, who is the CMO of Pearl Vision, a gentleman who is very much in demand in terms of all of the speaking engagements and the very unique, perspective that he brings to all of the various, opportunities that I've had a chance to interact with him. So, Doug, very nice to see you again. Hope all is well.
Yeah, how you doing? Do we need to start a GoFundMe page to get you a picture for your backdrop? I'm worried that you may be stuck in like the airport security line. What's going on there?
No. Yes, it's a very good point. I'm actually not in the airport security line. I'm in more friendlier confines of my parents' home. And so
okay.
I actually do not have an ability to do something better today. But yes, thank you. Thank you for looking out, though. I appreciate it.
No worries, my friend. No worries.
We're also going to be joined by Jordan Uzdin, who's the Senior Director of Client Development at Brandon Entertainment Network. So Jordan, Doug, very nice to have you here. Please take it away.
You got it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Doug, how are you?
Good. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well. Really excited that this is the first panel of the day. I always love kicking things off. As Ritesh mentioned, I'm Jordan, and I have the pleasure and privilege of speaking today with Doug Zarkin, CMO of Pearl Vision, part of Luxottica. So Doug, I know we got to chat last week, which is really great, and I got to do a little bit more homework over the weekend to really learn and understand Pearl Vision's history and where it all started. So if you're okay with this, would love to hear a little bit more from you about the optical retail space and really about Dr. Stanley Pearl's vision was and where it is now. Not to steal too much away from you, but I know that Pearl Vision just celebrated their 60th anniversary with over 600 eye care centers throughout the US, Canada, and Puerto Rico, which is phenomenal. So before we really jump into the evolution of e-commerce, we'd love to hear a little bit more about that, if that's cool with you.
Sure. So first of all, hope everybody watching is staying healthy and sane, most importantly. Exciting year for Pearl Vision. We're just coming up on our 61st year. Hard to imagine that this brand was started by Dr. Stanley Pearl in Savannah, Georgia in 1961. And his vision at the time was really revolutionary. He wanted to bring a best-in-class doctor with an unmatched commitment to care from the exam room to the retail floor, and then combined the finest assortment of frames and lenses to really do one thing, which was to earn the trust of his neighbors, to become that neighborhood destination that people trust with their eye care and their eyewear. And 61 years later, we're near 600 eye care centers across US, Canada, and Puerto Rico. And most exciting is we were recently named within the top 10% of Entrepreneur Magazine's top 500 franchise brands, and one of the most profitable franchise brands in the marketplace. So the power of Pearl Vision has never been stronger. And it is an absolute pleasure to be representing the brand today. Optical is one of the most terrifying, exciting categories that I've ever had the pleasure of working in. Because if you think about it, it's the combination of both fashion and function. Eyewear is at its core a medical device. Yet for many, it's the medical device that you're wearing on your face every single day. So trying to find that right blend of, I want a functional pair that's going to allow me to unlock the possibilities for myself and my family by seeing clearly, but also I want something that's going to represent who I am as a person. And so at Pearl, getting to really know the people behind the eyes is truly the secret into finding that perfect pair.
That's pretty remarkable. And as I think about how I purchase optical and lenses, it really does become part of your identity, right? It's the thing that you wear every single day. It's part of you. So that definitely resonates with me and hopefully everyone in the audience. So really taking a look at specifically this past year, the U.S. Department of Commerce, continues to report that the growth has never really been bigger, right? So it really showed that 1 in every $6 is now coming through online channels. So really kicking this off with the evolution of retail and e-commerce, really starting big picture here. What is it about, brick and mortar and online efforts in combination, almost that blended shopping experience that's contributing to all of this growth?
So I'm glad you said that it's the combination, because I think many, especially in the last 10 years, have started to plant the flag for the demise of brick and mortar retail and really pointing at places like Amazon as the root cause. And let's be really clear. Amazon has not, will not, and cannot kill brick and mortar retail. What it's done is it's eliminated shitty brick and mortar retail. It's forced marketers and brands that have a four-walled presence to really step up their game and deliver an amazing experience, because the value equation of a brand at brick and mortar is really about experience over price. If you deliver an amazing experience, whether that experience is online or offline, you can charge a premium price. And for us at Pearl Vision, we really think of omnichannel as the way to really engage that patient and motivate them to take the action that we want, which is to schedule that annual eye exam for themselves and their family. And so one of the exciting initiatives that we launched a few years ago that really served us beautifully during the meat and potatoes of the pandemic was our multi-patient scheduler. So if you go to pearlvision.com, find your neighborhood eye care center, it actually prompts you and allows you to schedule multiple exams for people in your family. So, for us, the notion of winning the family is at the core of our strategy. And so we want that chief health officer who's making the health and wellness decisions to be prompted and reminded online in particular that, it's not just about them, it's about the rest of their family, nuclear and otherwise. And so we stimulate that multi-patient growth. And it's really helped us to really drive, record-setting levels of patient acquisition over the last 5 years in particular.
That's pretty remarkable, because it's really not only holding yourself accountable to do this routinely check, right? You're also held accountable or responsible for also making sure your loved ones, families, and friends also have that option to also go ahead and get their eyes checked out annually, which, of course, everyone should do. So that's pretty remarkable strategy. Thinking about that and the way that things have shifted both online and in retail, there's been a huge shift in the way that everyone is working over the past 2 years, right? So we're in this hybrid working world where work from home, remote settings are more prevalent. So really, I know you and I chatted last week about you've really never seen so many different types of advertisements or solicitations, over the past 2 years. So I think it would be also pretty important to talk about getting in front of audiences right now. So what is some advice you can give to the listeners today about maybe some of the best, some of the worst, or just overall advice on how to reach these audiences that, you know, used to come in brick and mortar, but now you're finding new audiences online? Any advice or, you know,
Yeah,
hints
this,
on
this one's
that?
gonna get me. This one's gonna get me in a little bit of trouble, but it's early in the morning, and we'll give some snackable bits of content for everybody to think about. So if you are in sales and business development, and look, I spent a good part of my agency life in biz dev. It's a difficult position. There's two pieces of advice that I'll give you. The first is sort of a Captain Obvious point, but I'm going to state it anyway, which is spell the name of my brand correctly. I'm the world's worst speller, but if you're looking to get my attention in a positive way, spelling the name of my brand incorrectly is not one way to do it. The second thing is recognize that it is not necessarily my job while you're looking to get time with me or a member of the team to educate you about my business. So, hey, can we set up 15 minutes for you can tell us about your business? No, that's not my job. My job is to ensure that I'm staying open and curious for people that have spent the time to do research on our business and believe that they have value to provide to the brand, either in the products or services that they have. So I would just encourage you to invest the time. If our business is important enough for you to want to do business with us, which, you know, humbly, I hope it is, then please do the time, do the research. You know, the beautiful thing about our brand and our business is there's so much written about it, and most everybody can experience it for themselves by getting their annual eye exam. So I would encourage you to have that attention to detail. I would encourage you to recognize that we don't have the time to educate every single person about our business. And I think, you know, most importantly, you know, come in humble. You know, you're not going to tell me that you've cracked the algorithm for Google. And I don't care how many X-P&G people work for your company. It's about the difference that you can make for Pearl, and realize that we're doing well. So it's not a state of where you're coming in to try to fix us. It's about adding value. Having that humility is very attractive, not only as a potential partner, but also as a potential leader of growth for our brand.
I like that. And shifting then to the other side of the coin about, you know, I guess I would say marketers reaching consumers, you know, everyone being at home, right? We have everything from our iPads and all of our devices. Any advice there for how to reach these consumers, being that we've all never received so many different types of ads and solicitations at home as well?
So, you know, the good news is even as we stand today dealing with Omicron, people are fighting through it. And, you know, they're taking the precautions they need, but there is a real hunger to get out of their house, quite frankly, and experience life. And that includes shopping at brick and mortar. And, you know, if you look at the last 12 months, the trajectory of brick and mortar retail, brick and mortar had a pretty good year in 2021. And we certainly did. And so for us, we're not taking you're sitting behind your computer all day approach to marketing. It's really a layer cake. And, you know, at the bottom of that layer cake has to be performance marketing, which is a very strong digital footprint. But as you move up the layers, you know, to the top, you really have to think about not just what you're buying, but most importantly, what you're saying. We spend more time thinking about the how we're going to communicate than probably ever before. The choice of messaging, the choice of points that we want to connect with people on. You know, consumers make emotional decisions before they make rational choices. And so we really have to appreciate what is going on in the movie in everybody's mind in order to figure out how we can put our brand on their brain, and most importantly, motivate them to take the action that we want them to take when we want them to take it. So it's not a one size fits all, but we really ground ourselves in appreciating the dynamics that are going through people, not necessarily just where they're spending their time, if that makes sense.
Sure. And to elaborate on that, you know, whether it's for the optical eyewear category or just for retail in general, what would you say is the ideal shopping experience for customers now, considering there is such an array of different options and they're getting targeted in so many different ways?
So there is no ideal. It's very subjective. And it really depends on the product category or service that you're offering. You know, at Pearl Vision, the perfect pair, it really comes down to really understanding the person behind the eyes. And if you think about finding the right pair of prescription glasses, that's only step one. what goes into that, and most importantly, the measurements. In our category, a millimeter of fit is the difference between seeing clearly and having a massive headache. And that's not something that you can confidently do through a webcam like we're talking to today. So for us, it's ensuring that our associates, which are our most important tool in the toolbox of connecting our brand with our consumers, have all the tools available to them. We've recently launched digital fit technology, which allows us to get as precise as humanly possible with the creation of that lens. We really spent a lot of time in the shopping journey to talk and find out about you as a human being, not just what your corrective eyewear needs are. Because you may be somebody who is now migrating to a progressive lens and is now wearing glasses 24/7. And so if you're somebody who lives an active lifestyle, for example, we may suggest a titanium frame or a memory alloy that allows you to take it off and put it on and not have to worry about bending it or cracking it. It's just one example, probably not a good one, but it really comes down to taking the time, really caring about that person behind the eyes. That's what is allowing us and has allowed us to break through the competitive clutter and post record performance for this brand year over year.
Definitely, that definitely makes total sense. So speaking of all of the legwork and the time that it really leads up to then selecting a piece of eyewear, I know when we chatted last, I think I mentioned that I recently purchased a new pair of lenses, and knock on wood for me, I typically like to praise myself for not losing things. And I look at when I purchase eyewear, it's a long-term purchase, right? I'm not just going to buy a pair of glasses and then in 3 weeks from now, I'll go get a new pair. But with this whole shift of fast fashion, specifically with this younger generation, consumers want things up to date, whether it's every season or every time a new trend comes out. How has this impacted the optical eyewear space, or just really retail in general? And like, what should brands be thinking about specifically in this category with this trend?
So, I think first and foremost, you have to ground yourself into the fact that this is a medical device. And so when you're shopping for a medical device, are you shopping for the cheapest or are you shopping for the most effective? Especially as you age and your prescription becomes more significant, the preciseness of your lens manufacturing, of your frame fit, nobody has a perfectly symmetrical face. And the way that a pair of glasses is fitted is a very manual process. It's heated up, it's bent, to sit directly on your temples. Depending on your ear height, things may need to be adjusted. And that's not something you're going to get, in the mail. And so, what I would encourage everybody to think about is really the old notion of you get what you pay for. If your idea of, I'll use menswear, is a fine suit is spending $79, there are places that you can go and you can buy a $79 suit and you probably wear it once and you'd send it to the dry cleaner and it comes back and you're using it to, dry the water off your car the next month because it's not holding up. The same thing is really true in eyewear, especially in lenses. You do get what you pay for. And so I would encourage you that if you're going to make an investment in your health, which is really what corrective eyewear is, that's the place where you really invest the time and the money. Do your research. But most importantly, sit across from somebody who's a licensed optician, go to a licensed optometrist, ask questions, come in prepared, but most importantly, recognize that as much as this is a fashion element at its core, it is a medical device, it's a functional element. And I don't know about you, but when it comes to my health, I want to make sure that I have the finest things available.
Certainly, I couldn't agree more with that. And so it seems like there's definitely a lot of education, whether it's someone that's a first-time optical lens purchaser, or even maybe with the younger audience or generation. I would assume there's a lot of education that has to go into really stressing the importance of thinking about this as a medical, device versus just fashion and retail, correct?
Well, it's not that there's a lot. I think just unfortunately, eye care has not reached the same plateau as dental, for example, or your annual physical. More and more consumers are starting to realize, especially, as they're getting older, that an annual eye exam should be part of your normal health and wellness regimen. And for children starting as age 5, if you can believe it, you really should take them for a comprehensive eye exam. And the reason why is very simple. 25% of all kids under the age of 14 and 40% of Hispanic children have an undiagnosed vision issue. And so vision acuity is one of the core things that helps to unlock a child's potential. And that's why one of the initiatives that we have at Pearl Vision is a program called ABC, where we've partnered with our friends at OneSight, and we try to bring corrective eyewear and eye care services to children in need, because there is such a reliance on vision to help unlock the child's potential. And most children that have an undiagnosed vision issue, they tend to get misdiagnosed with a learning disability. Because if you think about it, a 7-year-old may have absolutely no idea what seeing clearly is. And because we're still dealing with, in some cases, hybrid learning environment, the teacher who would normally see that child squint or have the textbook right up at their face doesn't necessarily have that degree of interaction, and didn't have it during the pandemic. So, we are encouraging parents, and we spend a fair amount of our time doing so, educating them about the importance of proactive eye care. If for nothing more, you can check it off the list that your children are seeing clearly. But in the worst case scenario, or maybe the best case scenario, you've caught something and you've now provided them the tools they need to unlock their potential.
Definitely. And I really, really love to hear more about this OneSight. So when, I guess, pandemic happened, and of course, as you mentioned, the real experience here, right, is in person. You have to meet with a doctor, an optician, and really get that full exam. What was that? Was there an innovative or quick switch that happened to make sure that this program was continuing throughout the past 2 years?
So specifically about ABC, which is our
Correct.
program that's powered by OneSight and Pearl Vision. We actually had to move away from doing, our vision van clinics and live in person. And we went to really helping to raise funds. And we did that through developing a screening tool. Now, a screening is absolutely not the same thing as a comprehensive exam. But for somebody who may have been a little bit nervous about going out to brick and mortar retail early on in the pandemic, we partnered with OneSight and created the ABC screening tool, which happens to be available on our website. And it's a quick test that may give a parent a sense of whether or not their child may be suffering from a significant vision issue. Irregardless of the results, we're always going to encourage you to get in to see one of our optometrists. But this tool allows somebody from the privacy and the comforts of their own computer to take a screening and get a sense of whether or not a vision acuity issue exists. And if it does, obviously you can schedule an exam right away. But as we move into 2022, we're trying to figure out ways to get back in front of kids and really bring that tangible feeling of eye care back into the communities that need it so badly. More to come on that.
Definitely. So it seems like there's still now another shift that's going to happen as we slowly, hopefully, go back to normalcy and getting more people into those brick and mortar stores.
I think we're navigating through yet another new normal. I have been on a plane a few times and don't even think twice about wearing a mask. And look, they've been doing that in Asia for decades. I think brands have to be resilient. If there's one word to summarize 2022, it's not unprecedented, it's resiliency. And I think brands are having to figure out ways, whether it's staggering appointments, whether it's limiting occupancy, whether it's working with local and state guidelines on PPE. We're trying to be as transparent as we can with our neighbors about availability. And that's why online patient scheduling is such an important thing, because we have exams available for you to schedule online that allows you to come into one of our eye care centers and know you're going to be seen at that time by a doctor of optometry. You're not going to wait 30 minutes. You're not going to wait 45 minutes. You're probably going to wait 5 minutes, fill out your paperwork, and go right in to see the eye care expert, and then come out, hopefully sit on the retail floor and find your perfect pair. So more intentionality in the process is something we're counting on. And again, that's why we have this incredibly strong digital-based platform for patient acquisition to get you into our eye care centers to experience genuine eye care at its finest at Pearl Vision.
Definitely. So it seems like at Pearl Vision right now, there's both this thought of like short-term planning and changing for like what's right now. And then also as we really evolve, hopefully into this new normalcy, maybe in a couple months or in a year from now, there's also that long-term approach that you're thinking about as well. Is that how you've thought about it over the past 2 years, like this short and long-term plan, or is it really looking at it fully long-term?
So if optical retail wasn't difficult enough. We are a franchise-based business. 80% of our locations are owned by what we call licensed owners, and over half of them are actual doctors. And so our operations team, both our corporate as well as our franchise, are truly best in class. And we have been working hand in hand throughout the pandemic and helping to provide guidance and leadership for how to maintain a strong business trajectory while conforming to state and local guidelines. It comes down to trust. At the end of the day, brands that were able to weather the heart of the pandemic and that have now come out the other end perhaps stronger really invested pre-pandemic in earning trust. And we did that really for the last 9 years, I think, through focusing on small moments of care and connection. You won't find enormous discounts at Pearle Vision. Quite frankly, we shouldn't have to, because we're delivering a best-in-class experience from the exam room to the retail floor. And as long as that experience is truly best in class, then there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to generate a healthy profit on the sale of our products, because again, you are getting what you pay for. And when you have the finest assortment of frames and lenses, that's being presented to the consumer as an opportunity to unlock their potential by seeing clearly. So discounting is not the way through this pandemic. For us, it's focusing on care, connection, and quality of service. And I think operationally, we're doing everything we can to work with our owners to ensure that we're delivering an amazing patient experience at every eye care center.
That's remarkable. That's great. And so I guess to follow up on that question, besides the optical eyewear industry or specifically for Pearle Vision, have you seen, or what other industries besides your own have really been doing the best job of embracing this blending shopping experience, both online and in store? And based on your answer, are there any advice or tips you can provide to other industries, or things you're even proud of that you've done at Pearle Vision over the past 2 years during this time?
Yeah, I mean, I have to give the folks at Target snaps, because I think what they've done with their curbside delivery is really quite remarkable. I mean, Target is a mega store. And to be able to pre-purchase your items, to pull up to a parking space right in front and have that put in your trunk is pretty amazing. And I think that is likely here to stay, perhaps not to the scale that it is now, or that it hasn't been, but I think they've done a wonderful job. I think some of the service industries, especially in hospitality, obviously it's very few and far between that you actually walk up to a hotel and make a reservation. But I think the online booking process, the customer service process has improved. I applaud what Delta is trying to do, with their flexibility, not only in maintaining status on the airline, but also the ability to change your flight at no change fee. That is really about thinking about people. That's about thinking human. And I think brands that are taking a human approach to marketing and customer service are the ones that are really excelling through this and will continue to excel long after this is a distant memory.
Definitely. I definitely can relate to that. It's definitely all about making sure the focus is on that consumer. So as far as predictions go, with the rest of this year into next year, any predictions on how retail will evolve? Do you think there will be even a bigger shift with e-commerce and retail versus brick and mortar? Or do you think it's going to go back to a heavy focus on brick and mortar throughout this year?
So, it's interesting. There's a bit of a tsunami that is coming. And in my opinion, you have people that are hungry for, face-to-face interactions, whether that's going to your favorite boutique and finding that sales associate that you trust to help you find that perfect outfit, or going to your favorite restaurant and enjoying a dinner out. There is such a hunger for that degree of personal interaction. But the tsunami is forced by what we're now calling the Great Resignation culture. And it is becoming increasingly difficult for brick and mortar based establishments to deliver a consistent standard of care, because they're having trouble getting staff, and the staff that they are getting is often new. So it's unfortunate that I think consumer behavior is leading more towards, I want to get out of my house, I want to enjoy life, I want to get back to doing what I used to do and having a healthy brick and mortar shopping experience. And brands have to struggle with not only getting staff, training staff, but retaining staff. That intersection, I think, is going to hit together. And it's going to be very interesting to see how all brands react to it. Some brands will do better than others, that's for sure.
Definitely. And then I guess flipping the coin on that one as well, any advice or thoughts on really everyone on this call, right, listening in, marketers, salespeople, everyone, we're obviously all consumers, right? We're all consuming things every single day. Any things that make you cringe, or any advice or anything that you'd love to stress to say, hey, as we're all, receiving these ads and going back into stores and purchasing, online shopping is at an all-time high. Any advice or asks or anything you'd like to message to everyone that's just consuming?
So first of all, take a deep breath. It's going to be okay. Even Belichick doesn't have a third down and global pandemic in his playbook. My advice really to my colleagues and friends in the industries is to go narrow and deep. Said simply, sell more chicken, don't sell pizza. So if you're a company that has made its bank on selling chicken, sell more chicken. Sell chicken tenders, sell chicken fingers, sell chicken wings. Don't all of a sudden introduce pizza as a way to grow market share, as a great way to grow your business. Protect what you do really well and go deeper in figuring out how to make that an even more amazing experience. Where I struggle is where brands try to kind of throw darts at a board because they have this fear that if they don't do it, somebody else will. And look, I have said this for a while, FOMO is not a marketing strategy, and it certainly isn't a way to build your brand. You know at your heart what you're best at. You know at your heart what you're going to win at. Double down. Look at your experience and figure out where you can do an even stronger job, and sell more chicken. That's really what it comes down to. Don't sell pizza. And that's figuratively, not literally. So I don't want to get tweets from Buffalo Wild Wings and Domino's. Okay, it's an analogy. I think you guys know what I mean.
Certainly, yeah. And I think one question that I also kind of forgot to ask was going back to the shift of like these new audiences, kind of to spice things up here a little bit. I know that we discussed this briefly on our call, but as the Gen Z audience matures into a more formatable consumer base, how do you think marketing and advertising needs to adapt in relation to gender identity? So for example, products have traditionally been developed for men and women, and with such a nuance around gender and identity, how has your brand shifted, or any advice that you can give to the marketers out here? I know specifically for optical and eyewear, I would say from my experience, there's definitely that eyewear really could be for any gender, but just wanted to hear your thoughts on that before we go into Q&A.
Yeah, for us, and I think, if you look at like the watch business, for example, just because a watch may be sized for a man doesn't mean that those who identify as female aren't wearing it. In eyewear, it's the same thing. The journey of finding your perfect pair actually starts with the person behind the eyes. So it starts with who you are on the inside, not necessarily what you look like on the outside or identify with on the outside. It starts with understanding what your needs are emotionally, but practically. Going back to my analogy before, if you're somebody who is maybe moving into a progressive lens and you're going to be wearing your glasses 24/7, you may want something that either provides a stronger fashion statement or that's more durable, depending on who you are. But the real fundamentals is about face shape, face shape and face size. And so if you're somebody who has a larger or a wider face, there are certain frames that are going to fit you and there are others that aren't. And so for us, we're fortunate that our approach really speaks to the person behind the eyes and how they present versus what they physically look like. My advice is for marketers in this area in particular is to lead through listening. Be open and curious. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to take feedback. Don't be afraid to make judgments, and don't be afraid to make a misstep. I think cancel culture has paralyzed a lot of marketers these days. And I think if you go into the process by being humble, by ensuring that you're staying on the ground, I mean, for those of us that have brick and mortar establishments, the most important people are our frontline associates. Talk to them, find out what's going on, find out what they're seeing, make adjustments. It doesn't have to be going from A to Z. It could be going from A to B. Take those baby steps. The consumer will appreciate you. The consumer will forgive you. So as long as you've demonstrated a strong ability to be empathetic and, again, to lead through listening.
Love that. So really thinking about that consumer first, understanding, as you mentioned in the beginning as well, this pair of eyewear really becomes part of your identity, right? So it's really understanding the needs of that consumer and seeing really what makes sense for them, right? It's not a one size fits all. So it really could just be understanding what they need and then matching them to that need to make sure they're comfortable and confident.
It's taking the time to get to know the person behind the eyes. And that's why, again, in our category, what we encourage is this isn't a transactional business, it's a relationship-based business. If you're coming to us every year for your annual eye exam and for your new perfect pair, you're going to want to establish trust. You're going to want to know that that person on the other side of the dispensing desk really is thinking about you as a human first, and trying to help you find what's best for you.
Love that. And so before we get into, I think there's some Q&A popping up.
Right.
Anything else that you can share? So I know we spoke a little bit about One Site, which is really awesome just to
Sure.
learn and hear more about that initiative, but anything else you can share or want to touch on as you go into 2022, anything for us to expect or be excited about, whether it's about Pearle Vision in general or just the retail space that you'd love to share?
So I think the best laid plans for 2022 are the ones that allow you the greatest degree of flexibility. I think the first quarter of this year is going to be challenging. I think eventually things will stabilize. But most businesses in a retail establishment were comping over 2 years last year. They were looking at 19 versus 21 because 2020 was quote unquote unprecedented. 2022, most businesses are going back to a 1-year comp. And so 2021 was anything but predictable. I think for 2022, marketers have to have a well thought out plan. But again, this perhaps isn't the year to go wide. It's the year to go narrow and deep. Pick and choose your innovation wisely. The first 2 letters of the word innovation are in, and that stands for insight. So base your moves, your chess moves, the things that you want to move forward with that are different, truly rooted in insight. And that should be a no-lose scenario for brands to continue to bring newness into the portfolio.
Wow. Love that. That's great.
Great.
Awesome. Well, I think I'm just trying to pull up the thing here to see if there's any, I don't know why I can't see it on my end, but that was really great. And I think really just hearing about the journey from the history of Dr. Stanley Pearle's vision to where it is now with over 600 plus locations and growing is pretty phenomenal. And that the whole shift of, retail and e-commerce is really fascinating, specifically over the past 2 years, and understanding how to adapt and shift and be innovative with this new normal, I should say, has been really great to chat with you about.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jordan. Thank you so much, Doug. By the way, I just checked Twitter and I think sell more chickens is trending. So that could be completely attributable to you.
Great. I of all the things that come out of this, that's the quote. I did my job well.
Yeah, there you go. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Doug. And I think you brought us some really good points, right? Which is like, as much as online and e-com is going to stay with us, and in fact is going to grow, that sort of in-person experience, especially for something like what you guys do, I don't think it ever goes away. By the way, I did try to buy a pair of frames online, and I tried to do all of the wonderful stuff. It's just not the same, Doug. It's just not the same when you have someone that is trained and that's all they do all day long, to be able to look at you and go, actually, what are you trying to do? What is your use case? Like, what does your lifestyle look like? These are the frames. This is what looks good. I mean, all of those things, virtually impossible to try and do that virtually. So I think you make a great point.
Look, this category is broad enough that it's not a one size fits all. There are consumers that will value that experience, and there are options for them. But at Pearle, we're really focusing on a consumer that is prioritizing health and wellness, and who really is looking for that commitment to care from the exam room to the retail floor. And that's one of the things that has allowed us to excel. And that's really where our future is continuing to deliver an amazing experience by caring about the people behind the eyes.
100%. That's a great thought to leave us with. Thank you so much, Doug. Hope to see you in person very soon. And thanks so much. Yeah, and thank you, Jordan, for doing a great job with the moderation as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
So, moving with our amazing program moving forward. Thank you all. Again, just a quick reminder, please use the chat function, and certainly pop us the Q&A, into that section as well. And so, we can continue the conversation. So would love to introduce our next set of speakers. We're going from optical, a healthcare focused conversation to more of a lifestyle furniture focused conversation, for our next chat. So I'm very, very happy to invite Lindsay Horrigan, who is the CMO of Birchlane at Wayfair, to our virtual stage. And she'll going to be joined by Justin Sparks, who's the head of vertical strategy North America for InMobi. So welcome, Lindsay and Justin.
Hi, Ritesh. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Lindsay, good to see you again. And I know you've just started, this brand new role, moving on, from a very different industry. So that's a really cool jump that you made. And so I'm excited to hear about this conversation. And good luck, Justin. Take it away. Thank you. And we'll see you guys soon.
Awesome.
Great.
Thanks, Ritesh. Hi, Lindsay. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Justin. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Well, maybe why don't we set the stage just for everyone who's joined this morning. My name is Justin Sparks. I lead vertical strategy here at InMobi. So really what we lead is our go-to-market across our key verticals, retail certainly being one, and driving enterprise relationships with our clients. And Lindsay, do you want to introduce yourself and your role at Birchlane?
Yeah, Lindsay Horrigan. Good to chat with you guys today. I am the Chief Marketing Officer of Birchlane, which is actually a specialty brand that's owned and operated by Wayfair. I'm only a month into the job, so I started in December of last year. And previously I had been at Bloomberg Media Group, where I was the global head of consumer marketing for all of our consumer media products, and the general manager of the Bloomberg consumer subscriptions business. So on one hand, sounds wildly different, but on the other hand, all the mechanics are exactly the same. So still digital, still e-com, still consumer marketing. And so it's been really fun to start to get to know the retail industry and think about what similarities there are, that kind of comes from the media world or any of my previous experiences, and start to chart the next, phase of growth for the brand.
And maybe that's the right place to start. Is a simple question is, why Birchlane and moving into retail? Just as you mentioned, you were at Bloomberg before, driving their subscription business, and previously you had stops in other industries with Amex and insurance. So why retail? Why now? Why Birchlane?
Yeah, I am. Maybe I'm on a mission to try every industry over the course of my career. Thankfully, marketing has been the consistent thread across all of it. So, I think that's kind of the fun, or at least the fun that I've had with marketing, is that, the fundamentals are usually unbelievably transferable. The mechanics are all the same. And so, if you're sort of a curious person like I am, learning new industries is part of the fun of the job, and figuring out how to go deep and what's going on there and what are the dynamics at play. It takes a little while to school up, obviously. But before you know it, there's just, I think, a lot of similarities that you can kind of pull over. But to your question, why Birchlane, why Wayfair? So, I'm not sure how much everyone knows about Wayfair in general, but obviously the company's had an unbelievable growth run over the course of the last 15 years. They've only been public actually since 2014. And so it was such an incredible opportunity to be a part of the Wayfair platform. We have two co-founders, Neeraj Shah and Steve Conine, who are intimately involved and still running the company. And I think that's brought just a real engagement across the company. And so for me, it was a huge opportunity, I think, to be a part of that culture, but even still, the scale that the company has. We have 29 million customers across the Wayfair portfolio of brands. And one of the things that's obviously so fun to be a part of as a marketer is just we have best in class technology and sort of data operations. So, those things I think presented such an incredible opportunity for me to be a part of after a great run at Bloomberg. Birch in particular, and across all the specialty brands. So essentially we have Wayfair, which is obviously more of our mass market play that many of you probably have purchased something from at some point, just given the scale and size that we have. But they also own Birchlane, Joss & Main, All Modern, and Paragold. And so those brands are even newer, and they're more in the specialty space. And so they have a much more curated design profile. They have a much more specific customer subset. And these brands have been incredibly successful over the course of the last few years in terms of growth. But there's such an opportunity, I think, to scale it even further and really to double down on the brand. What's the long-term vision for these brands, and how do we think about growing them, beyond sort of riding the backs of the success of Wayfair?
Yeah, and that brings up, we had a chance to connect just before this morning last week, and so it's interesting, right? You come into a new space with retail on the back of, all the upending trends that have happened in the last 2 years, and Doug from Pearl Vision mentioned comps have been very high.
Yeah.
I imagine it's the same in the home and furniture category for Wayfair. But what's interesting, I think, for you, I imagine, is you're a consumer brand within a platform company and trying to really kind of build truly a world-class consumer brand. So how do you kind of think about that and working across, your fellow marketing leads across Paragold and Joss & Main and All Modern as you operate within this larger platform parent company and going to market?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is like, it's such an advantage, right? Like we have the platform advantage, and we have, the 29 million customers that we already have sort of visibility to. And so all of those things, start to put the formula in place. But the company is really, starting to really think about how to double down and to your point, build out some of these brands more robustly. And so, it presents like a really fun opportunity, because I think we have all of the pieces in place. It's just a matter of like how we put the puzzle pieces together. And so, the brand, as I was saying, has been successful to date in terms of its growth strategy. Just how do we sort of like further amplify that going into the next phase? And so I think it really becomes more about fine tuning the brand, like looking for all those bits and pieces that to be, that your customers love you for, and how do you sort of pick out some of those nuggets that don't change, and start to figure out what, things you sort of can add on to that to open the aperture or make, the brand even more crisp, I think, to the people who love it, or even open up the door to new customers that maybe haven't heard of our brand. And I think that's some of the biggest opportunity probably with Birch in particular, is that we have a customer subset that knows and loves us. But there's also a lot of people who have not been exposed to the Birchlane brand. And so I think as a marketer, everyone sort of probably has that experience where like, ooh, like think about all the opportunity. If only, you had XYZ awareness, or if only, you had the opportunity to sort of work on some of those KPIs that will help grow the brand. This is one of them. And so that's such a fun opportunity to walk into. We've got to think about how to balance our extreme strength and performance marketing, given that Wayfair is a platform. That's where the company has really been wildly successful and will continue to be, but we need to figure out how to balance that with a larger narrative about Birchlane, about our product assortment, about who our customer is, and then how do we deliver on that. And so, it really becomes more about how we grow our broader awareness and affinity so that we can continue to drive loyalty. And as I was saying, all of the foundation is there of the things to be able to do that. And so I think it presents a really fun opportunity for the marketers involved as part of that strategy.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? You walked into an embarrassment of riches in terms of the data that you sit on, right? And the amount of users that you can see, and a robust and mature performance marketing engine, like you said. So, as you start to look at kind of coming in a handful of weeks into the job, what do you prioritize? Because, as a marketing lead for the brand, I imagine there's a number of routes that you can go. And I'll piggyback off of what Doug said in the last call is, how do you focus, right? And kind of go deep.
Yeah.
And how are you guys thinking about those strategic initiatives as you look to build a brand? And like you said, open up the aperture. You have a core user base and a core consumer base, but you're very much on an acquisition focus in terms of bringing in new customers to the funnel.
Yeah. For anyone in any of their jobs, like prioritization, I think often is the hardest thing for people to tackle. I mean, particularly for marketers, right? Everyone's sort of fielding from any one of their cross-functional partners. Like, why are we doing this? Couldn't we be doing this? What if we just did this? And so there's like no shortage of things that you can do as a marketer. And so, the ability to prioritize, I think, comes down to a framework of sort of what you value and what you're trying to achieve. I think the great thing about Wayfair and about Birchlane is that we're incredibly long-term focused. And so that's another gift, I think, is to be a part of a brand that is really thinking about not, what happened, certainly what we need to know what happens in the next 6 months, but in terms of the vision that we have for the company and for the brand, we're thinking a year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years out. And so, how do you make prioritization decisions that help you keep the focus on the long term, and balance that with kind of some quick wins? And so I think that's a big part of any new job, is trying to figure out where you might be able to get a few quick wins, and then make sure that you're really making space and time for what you're trying to build for the long term. And I think in particular with Birchlane, for me, there's so much going right. And so it's less about disrupting, the near term of things that are the litany of things that are already ongoing, and really more focused on, okay, great. So like, what does actually this long-term vision look like for the brand? And what are the things that we back up from that we need to achieve and start to work on? And so I think, really, as I was saying, like making sure we fine tune the brand as much as possible, and making sure that permeates sort of the whole product offering. And so that's broader than marketing. That's sort of soup to nuts, making sure that we can deliver on what our aspiration is for a brand, whether it's, as Doug was mentioning in Pearl Vision, whether that's customer service, whether that's the product quality, assortment is obviously a big thing, that we're focused on, and making sure that we have the products that someone's looking for that delivers on sort of that brand promise. But it's the experience all the way through. And so, those things start to become much more long-term builds that you think about how you're going to build out. At the same time, I think the broader, piece that I'm sort of focused on from a prioritization standpoint, is how we also, just bring a new lens to how we think about the brand, and who this brand is for. And if that's the case, are we in all the right places to market that brand? Right. And so sometimes that might be outside of typical performance channels. And so, that I think is going to be a big part of how we start to think about growing the brand in the future.
And so for those on the call who don't know who your brand is targeting today, maybe that's a good place to start. And then I'll touch on the long-term piece as well. Yeah.
So Birchlane is for, a traditional decor consumer. We know a lot about our consumer, as Justin was saying. Like, this is someone who's looking for confidence in their shopping experience. This is someone who really appreciates and values, traditions and family gatherings. And so, you can start to paint a picture of someone and all their sort of home decor needs, I think, based on this idea that they're really bringing family together, and friends, and sort of celebrating all of life's milestones. And so, what home for them is really this place that they kind of come together to be able to do that. And so I think, that's one of our like real guiding insights about the brand, which becomes really fun because you can kind of use that, not just in look and feel, but in how all of it comes together. Do we have the right decor items that someone can use sort of in that moment of gathering family together? Do we present that in the brand and how it kind of takes shape? And so, that'll be, I think, a big part of our ongoing journey over the course of the next few months in how we do that. But the core sort of doesn't change in that, people know Birch, the customer, our core customer base knows us for high quality furniture, traditional furniture, things that we call sort of iconic Birchlane, whether that's couches or certain tables, things that they know exactly what they're getting with the brand. And so we'll want to continue to deliver on that while we sort of evolve some of these more fun and joyful moments, I think, that the brand can start to represent.
Yeah, and it's as you kind of walk through the brand, I remember I'm like many during COVID, I moved and had to get new furniture, and you're kind of looking for something that you can keep. And living in New York, there are a lot of things that you can't keep long term.
Yes.
But as you move between apartments, so I definitely can relate to that just individually. But as you start to think, one of the things that was surprising to me and kind of prep for this is how long Birchlane has been around. So it was launched in 2014. It's not necessarily an old brand, but it's certainly been around for just shy of a decade. But as you guys expand, going back to your comment before, going from kind of really having this performance marketing engine, how are you guys thinking about new channels and omni-channel? I know, your CEO has come out in the last year and said you guys are going to experiment with in-store formats and look at different ways to reach consumers outside of just a marketplace and an online presence.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the fun part of this next phase. So we are launching physical retail. And I think, again, that'll be a big part of a broader channel, omni-channel strategy. But I think at its core, it's sort of delivering on what the customer is actually looking for. And so we, as I'm sure will be talked about in numerous points, throughout the course of the agenda today, brick and mortar is still a really important part of the overall commerce experience. And so the fun part about launching it after decades of success as an e-com business is that you get to really think about starting from scratch. How do you want that experience to fit into an overall customer experience and journey versus we have retail in store and we have a website. And that's, I think, as we all know now, that's not actually how most customers experience brands and how they shop in general. And so you might flow between, various channels at any point in time. And I think retail is probably one of the best examples of omni-channel, even beyond some of the other industries that I worked in before. Because oftentimes the purchase that you're making might require a few different moments where you're evaluating the product and you're kind of thinking about it. And so I think it's a much more non-linear journey to purchase. And so physical retail, for us, I think is going to be a big part of continuing to enhance that experience for customers. One of the things I love about sort of the mantra and mission of Wayfair is that, the mission across sort of our owning home is actually giving customers the confidence to buy. And so physical retail is one of those ways that we can give customers the confidence to buy. I think we've all sort of learned to buy a couch off the internet, but it's really nice if you can go in and double check what that couch actually looks like, touch it, feel it, get some inspiration, on how you might accessorize and bring that to life. And that's just, certainly there are digital ways that we're doing that, of course, with AI, other content marketing experiences. But I think physical retail is just another great way for us to open up a place to talk to customers. It's a great way for us to express the brands. If you kind of think about what I was mentioning with sort of the next phase of growth for these brands is really, in the affinity, in the awareness space, physical retail also, checks the marketing box, right? Like you have a presence, someone drives by a store, they're able to see it. Someone can walk in and actually touch and feel and see what that brand's really about. And so I'm really excited, I think, to, for the future on that with Birchlane. We just announced last fall that we're at the end of last year that we're opening up Jocelyn, Maine, and all modern stores this year, which is really exciting. And so we'll be building out stores for all of our specialty retail brands. And so Birch obviously will be a part of that. And so it's really fun to think about, I think as a marketer, it's one thing, to kind of pull your brand together and think about how that's going to express digitally. It's another really fun creative expression to think about how that's going to, play out physically and in person. So very excited about that. I mean, back to kind of omni-channel in general, I think, to your point, like we've been really strong in all the performance channels, obviously commerce, advertising that's happening on search, that's happening on some of the social channels, affiliates, et cetera. We have a really strong infrastructure that's built out to do those things. I think what we what the next phase of that though is like, there are new channels that we're not in. The Birchlane brand right now is not in video. It's not on connected TV. We're not in SMS. And so there's a lot of channel opportunities, specifically for Birchlane. If I think about who this customer is and I think about, the needs that they might have and the need for confidence and how we can kind of guide them through a shopping experience and help show them what their home, could look like and how to sort of think about design and quality pieces and how that comes to life. There's a lot of other channels where we can start to do that. And so there's an opportunity, I think, for us to open up into those channels. The key for us and for all, performance-oriented marketers is how do we evaluate what those channels are doing for us? And so, there's no wrong or right way to do that yet, I think. And, some of the last 5 to 10 years, I think, of the marketing industry is sort of, we've convinced ourselves that like, every metric is truth, and that when we do X, we get Y, and we know that, 10 times over. And to an extent that is true, but there's also the reality, that I think a lot of the performance stuff, that's happening right now is really predicated on, like some of the changes that are going to be happening on the privacy landscape sort of impact that, but B, it's what you set up. And so I think it'll be interesting to watch and think about how to navigate, branding, performance branding in sort of this next era when you need to do some of these more awareness, affinity, loyalty oriented things. And so how do you think about measuring them on these new channels? And so I think that'll be a big part of the fun challenge, with this brand and for many others.
There's a lot that I would love to unpack from that, Lindsay. So, I think maybe let's just start with that last piece, right? Is the things that came to mind as you were just chatting through that is, obviously measurement changes for you as you start to explore different brands and what's that mix look like. But we're also coming into this, from my perspective, we're coming into this kind of new age of how do you use content with social and influencer content, increasing. One of the things that we've talked about extensively at Amobi since I've joined the company is, 4.5 hours on average is the average time spent for an American on their mobile device every day. And so as you start to think about like where the attention, and if you really just simplify marketing and advertising, like where are the eyeballs going? Like they're increasingly going to screens and smaller screens as people are in their homes and staying at home. So how do you think about, just as you guys are starting to open up these new channels and trying to build affinity and a branding message, what type of content would you lean into, I would say, over the next year or two that maybe, 2-3 years ago you wouldn't have thought of in your prior role?
Yeah, for sure. I think for us, it is about content in general, right? We're coming from a place where I think on some of these, brands, specifically on Birchlane, I think Wayfair is a little bit further along, certainly. So I'll speak more on Birchlane, but we don't have the content piece yet, right? We have an amazing sofa, we have an amazing chair. And so, we've got some of the pieces, like where does it fit in? We've got it, for example, we have some great like 101 guides to sort of buying upholstery and how to stylize it. And so the team, I think, is working really hard to start to build out some of this more content driven stuff that can surround the actual product. And, but then when you think about building that out, where do you deliver that and how do you deliver that? And so, to your point, like people are on screens, like you really have to think very thoughtfully about like the place that you're actually marketing and then what you want to deliver. Because I have many times over in all of my marketing, roles, you'll come up with this great marketing idea and then you get to the like finish line and it's like, oh, but it's only going to go in this one little spot, or it's going to only go over here. And like, I don't know why that still happens for everybody. I think, you kind of just go off, put your head down and try and make something great. And then unfortunately you wait too long to sort of reconcile those things. So, I think for every marketer, you have to really think like along the whole journey about exactly where something's going to show up. And so that's kind of I think the balance against some of this content stuff, which like you need more time, you need more space to sort of deliver on some of these experiences, whether it's something more mid-funnel content oriented, like an upholstery buying guide or a styling coastal setting in your kitchen. Or even if it's more just brand narrative stuff, like what is Birchlane and what do they stand for and what are they about? You need time and space and format to be able to do that. And to your point, it becomes more and more challenging to find those locations to be able to do that. I mean, that being said, I think everyone knows there's obviously a lot of advancements with the social platforms and the connected TV platforms to be able to like provide experiences like that. And so we're going to continue to explore how we can double click into those environments and deliver, that sort of experience there, whether that's through our brand or whether that's leveraging other influencers or someone else to help us do that, but really trying to be immersive into the experiences that we're in. And sometimes that seems obvious, but you can create content that you think is just going to run on social, and then you all of a sudden get to uploading it on Instagram and you're like, oh, this is still not sized right. Like this would have worked on Facebook, but not on Instagram. And so you have to be really specific, I think, which is hard for some brands because that's resources, staffing, et cetera, to be very specific for every platform about what you're doing. But it's going to be really hard to be, I think, wildly authentic and effective if you're not doing some of that. And I think, that was coming from my media background, obviously, even publishers, obviously, who have, staffed up all sorts of people to work on delivering content and news because that's the actual business and the product. Even publishers struggle to make sure that they're customizing it for all these places. And so a brand who's not in the business of making content necessarily is definitely going to struggle. And so then it becomes down to kind of your earlier point about prioritizing, you can't really be all places and do it well. And so, I think that's the big challenge, for all brands and certainly for us at Birchlane, is we're just thinking about like, sure, it'd be nice if we could be everywhere, but practically speaking, that's not possible for us to deliver the experience that we want to. So how do we prioritize which places that we're in and then try and go deep and make sure that we're, being really contextual about our experiences that we're delivering there. So I think certainly some of the social channels will do that. I think, we look to sort of expand, I think, into the connected TV space as well, where we can do that. We can also be much more performance oriented in an experience like that, which is, I think, brings some of our core, philosophy into, and think about how to build that out.
Yeah, and it's something that we're hearing a lot from our advertisers as well. To your point around just the operational side of being able to have a curated message according to the channel or the platform that you're marketing on. It's resource intensive. Maybe influencers and kind of the growing presence that they have within marketing budgets does help take some of that off, because you're not producing as many versions of an ad or imagery and playing within character limits that cross different platforms. And all the things that you have to worry about as a marketer and just kind of the execution side. I want to go back just quickly to your comments on building the experience in store and translating that online to offline, because obviously that's going to influence the type of content that you guys build and really probably the brand narrative over the next couple of years. How do you do that? I mean, how do you guys start to think about what is the in-store experience that you want to drive with your brand, knowing you're a digitally native brand, you have a good presence online, you have an app that's functional and used by your core customers. What's that step? Because it's interesting for me because we talk a lot at Amobi with brick and mortar retailers who are moving online, and so it's a different direction and set of priorities that they need to do. But curious how you kind of look at building out that experience and like, what do you want to maintain in the real world touch and feel tactical experience that you'll have in store that translates from your online brand?
Yeah. So I think again, just to my earlier comment about like making sure they're integrated and it really is like an omni-channel experience. I think what you'll see us do is bring all of the things that we do really well digitally and that people know us for, kind of our core value proposition, we'll bring that into the physical space. So, you know, one of the things I think about all the brands that we have is about, like, you know, you could get a product in 2 days. Like it's that fast, right? We own a lot of our logistics and shipping operation. And so for many, I think, retail stores, like you're going and you're seeing something and then they're like going and looking up in a system and a book and being like, maybe 12 weeks, 10 weeks. And how disappointing is that? Right?
Right.
Like you're
It's
there,
very
you want
frustrating.
it. It's so frustrating. And so I think, you know, that'll be one of the big things that we can bring to bear, I think, in the physical experience is just sort of merging some of that real-time information, you know, what items are in stock, what items aren't. You know, we also have quite a bit of technology around sort of visualizing items in your space. And so I think, I don't know if you ever use that tool on ours, but it's pretty cool. You can sort of be checking out a lamp 1 minute and then holding your phone up to some, you know, place that you are sort of at home. And so I think some of that technology can, you know, while you won't be at home holding the camera up to the place that you'd like the lamp, you know, I think some of that same sort of philosophy around making sure the item sort of fits for your space can kind of translate as well. You know, and just being able to like also know who the full customer is, right? Like there's all sorts of just fun and I think innovative and digital things that are already core to what our product is online that we can bring into the physical space as well. And figuring out, and I think the challenge, the fun challenge, and we have some amazing experts at the company that are working on this right now. The fun challenge is thinking about how to make sure we can bring that value prop into the physical space and make sure the experience feels integrated and merged. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with and how that's going to play out.
Yeah, it's an exciting role to be in, I'm sure, as a marketer, to be able to really kind of build that from scratch and take a brand that has an identity and then a presence and try to put that into a new environment. You know, the other side of that, and as you think about going into stores and the omni-channel approach, how are you guys thinking about connecting those experiences, right? So someone who does go and look in store or they looked at their product. So if you haven't downloaded the Birchlane app, they have this very cool function where you can pick a lamp and you can scan your room and it'll show you kind of where you want to place it in the room. And so how are you guys thinking about both, I think, connecting the experience, which you just walked us through a little bit there, but also then on the back end, just understanding your customer more, right? And how they're using your different channels. And then obviously going back to what we talked about before, designing content and kind of our approach to messaging those customers and those different cohorts, depending on how they engage with you as a brand.
Yeah. I mean, I think like the sort of the customer centricity remains at the forefront of how we think about any of these new things that we're sort of forging into, right? And so, you know, we're just, you know, we're sharing data across all those channels and we have a centralized place that we're doing that. And so it all kind of comes back to like who the customer is, what sort of actions are they taking? How do we sort of personalize that experience for them as best that we can and use that to sort of, you know, trigger and waterfall out whatever other experiences that we may or may not give you. And so, you know, if I take that into the digital world, like if you're shopping for X, Y, and Z, or for example, if you're shopping for a couch, we're going to retarget you in some of the communications that you're getting with couches that we think you're actually going to like and buy. And so, you know, the company's got pretty advanced sort of, technology and data science that's powering a lot of that stuff. You can start to think about how that might translate into the physical space as well, but it's going to come down to needing to, you know, to having that customer data point information. How we actually execute on that, I think, is still, you know, in formulation as part of sort of our strategy and build out of the physical operation overall.
Great. And I think we're coming close to time here, Lindsay. So why don't we do this? I will let's have one closing question, and then I think there's one or two Q&As, and that should wrap us up. But from a trends perspective, what are you watching or anticipating going into this year that you believe isn't getting enough attention?
It's probably certainly the privacy landscape is getting plenty of attention, but I think the piece for me that I'm watching, and obviously it's quite relevant for my current role, is just the reality that I think, people are making a lot of adjustments based on the privacy landscape, like new ways of measuring, or then we'll do this, but it sort of all feels like same, and just adjusting on it overall. And I don't know that I'm seeing enough places make seismic shifts to the way they just think about marketing a product, period. And so I'm watching to see how brands sort of like go back to square one, and sort of what we were touching on before is just like, who's my customer? Where are they? Where should I be reaching them? And that's not to say to like throw out all of the like, deeply data rigorous things that have occurred over the course of the last few years. But I sense, and maybe some of this is too just coming off of working at a publisher technically beforehand, but there's just a lot of, I think there's just a lot of, most people are really just trying to figure out how to fix something in the short term and aren't necessarily thinking about the broader landscape of just, maybe doubling down on, do people know about our brand? Do they have affinity for our brand? Are they loyal to our brand? And what are the ways in which I'm going to do that, which is very different from buy this thing, click on this thing. And you need the latter also. But I'll be really curious to see how things sort of shake up for brands and whether they kind of go back to square one at all and how they're thinking about this.
I think that's a great answer. And we've definitely seen it within our business at Amobi is not only the approach to privacy, with IDFA and the changes in the app space, but also things like data capture and how do brands go out and get their own data in advance of trying to future-proof their business and their performance marketing business. So, I think the good news for you at Wayfair is you guys are probably
have the data
of other industries where you have it. It's more about the deployment, but we certainly are having the discussions on both the capture side and the deployment side. So totally agree. And Emily, I saw you came on. Do we have time to take one or two Q&As, or are we?
I think we're close to time. But I wanted to thank you guys both so much. I know we have a rotating group of MCs from Brand Innovators, so I'm with the Brand Innovators team. Didn't want you guys to think I was a random person popping on, but really appreciate you both joining us so much for this program. It was such a great panel, and hope to have you both back again soon.
Awesome.
Sounds
Thanks,
great.
Lindsay, for the time this morning.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Justin. See Emily.
Have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Great. Well, wanted to introduce myself to everyone who's tuning in. I'm Emily Agate, one of the program directors here at Brand Innovators. And I'll be helping serve as an MC for today's program on the evolution of retail and commerce. So really excited to introduce our next panel. We're thrilled to hear from Jordan Whitmer, the paid media and performance marketing manager at Johnson & Johnson, alongside Rafa Almeida, the head of retail media activation at Bayer. And moderating this panel will be Brian Spencer, the director of product marketing at Kroger Precision Marketing. So let's welcome this great group to the stage. They're hopping on right now, but really glad to have everyone tuning in today for our retail summit. Hi, how are you?
Hey, good morning.
Morning. Hi, Brian. How's it going?
Good. Hi, Emily.
Hi. Awesome. Well, really glad to have you guys
on the way in
for this panel. Really excited about it. And I know our audience is as well. So I'll hand it over to Brian to kind of take it off from here.
Thank you so much, Emily. Jordan, Rafa, great to see you guys.
Great to see you too.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. Hey, just by way of introduction to everyone tuning in, my name is Brian Spencer. As Emily said, I'm the product marketing director for Kroger Precision Marketing. And Kroger Precision Marketing is the retail media business of Kroger. We're designed to help brands close that loop between media exposure and in-store and online sales. And we have a full suite of media products that brands can engage with, both on Kroger properties and through our offsite media ecosystem with partners like Roku, Pinterest, Facebook, and our new private marketplace. But I am excited to be joined today by Jordan and Rafa, and I'm going to have these guys introduce themselves in just a minute, but I want to just give you a little bit of a flavor of what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about this new kind of burgeoning area of retail media that has, in some ways, it's been around for years and years. I came into this industry through like the shopper marketing path on the agency side. So, you know, my retail media background goes back to like floor graphics and freezer clings and that kind of thing. But in another sense, retail media is rather new and has become a real talking point for a lot of brands and a lot of retailers in the last couple of years. And for good reasons that we're going to get into and talk about, because of what first-party data has enabled brands to be able to do in this space. There's just a lot of new capabilities coming out. So if you are a retailer, I think you're going to have some really good insights from Jordan and Rafa about what brands think about as they are engaging with retail media. And if you're a brand, I think you're going to hear some really good tips, tricks, and strategies from these guys and what they've been learning over the years about how to best engage with retail media. So, guys, I'd love for you to just tell us a little bit more about what you do. Jordan Whitmer, you are the paid media and performance marketing manager with J&J. That's a little bit of a mouthful. Tell us a little bit about your role. And Jordan, maybe you could just tell us a little bit about your career path and how you got into that role.
Yeah, we'll start with like how we got here and then what we do at J&J. My background is mostly in e-commerce. So I'm trained e-commerce, sales, marketing, think economics, how to make a P&L work in the e-commerce world. I come from Stanley Black & Decker. My first job in e-commerce was how can you make money shipping power tool accessories? They're small, they're heavy, and they're sharp. Nobody wants anything to do with it. So I have a really strong background in this. Are we actually making money in e-commerce? From there, I've moved to the Hershey company for about 4 years. Initially came in, was doing a lot of site merchandising, content work, while leading e-commerce sales for a couple of different accounts. And then during that time, I got really interested and personally invested in retail media when Walmart, Target really stood up their capabilities. Amazon was really starting to hockey stick in a big way. Kind of saw the writing on the wall and made a pitch to my national media team at the time to create a new role. So at Hershey, I led all things retail media and retail search from the national media side. So the best way to think of that role is as a consultant for shopper marketers, brand marketers. How do you get the most out of this channel? How do you make it work? I got a really exciting opportunity to jump to J&J, where we're building a new team here. We've got a group that's only about 6 months old that we call digital experience, that spans everything from content to media optimization, activation, to we're starting to touch a bit of, especially in my role now, strategy. How do we bring shopper marketing and brand groups together? How do we write test plans, things like that? So I used the explanation earlier, but I'm still in a similar space of I operate as a consultant for all of our brands and all of our shopper marketers as to how do you operate in this space? Kind of rules, pillars of operations to make sure you're getting the most out of what you're doing in retail media.
Fantastic. You have a lot on your plate, Jordan, and we appreciate you being here with your arch rival, Rafa Almeida from Bayer. Rafa, you are the head of retail media activation. I'm joking because these guys know each other and are buddies.
Yeah. I prefer the word colleagues, right?
There we go. There we go. Rafa, would you mind telling us a little bit about your background, how you got into your role, and what you're up to now?
Yeah, it's funny because I have a very outlier background. I'd say I came from engineering, and I started my career in ed tech in Yahoo 2010. So imagine a completely different landscape at the time. I was responsible for running interactive ads page based rich media. If you remember, you have
Rafa, I think we have a little bit of a bad connection with you today.
And can you still hear me?
Yeah, you've got a little bit of a bad connection. If you're able to triple check that.
Yeah.
But go ahead. We've got you now.
Now?
There you are.
So.
All right.
Now you're with us, Rafa.
Cool. Yeah, I switched my my network, but let's see. So I started my career in 2010. I was working for Yahoo, completely different role, engineering, and I was able to execute some crazy ideas from agency and brands at Yahoo's front page, mostly with interactive ads, and all sorts of like branding that we at the time was very cool. Like you clicked on something and page turn around and play a video, and a lot of those types of execution where the main measurement at the time was like how people are engaging with this ad, right? And then later on we figure out that this is one of the most annoying things for the user, and then people are starting to not executing that anymore. But then I transitioned from that role where I was helping not only from like the technical piece on how to run those types of campaigns, but also understanding how to deal with like brand objectives and helping them technically how to do something. That was my core role. Then I moved to Credo as an engineer, and then I was responsible for helping and I helped more than 200 clients, mostly e-commerce business, to install the Credo technology and making sure they're monetizing correctly. And I was basically the person who was making sure everything on the campaign looked right from a technical and accounting standpoint. So it was really easy to troubleshoot campaigns and making sure like we're optimizing in the right way. I spent 6 years at Credo, and I had a lot of different roles from engineering to product marketing. And then finally, when I landed my last role at Credo, I was a senior technical account manager. So I was helping some of the Credo, largest clients such as Walmart and Home Depot, and this type of e-commerce to operate their campaigns, which gave me a lot of e-commerce expertise, and being able to communicate with those guys was truly amazing for me. Then in 2020, I got contacted by Bayer, which were building an in-house media team, and that was I spoke to everyone on the team at the time. It was really early, and an amazing opportunity to come to the retail media activation appeared, and I was able to get the job for all this previous experience that I had in crazy different roles. But since then, Bayer started to in-house our media team in 2019, I believe. Now we are around 50 people across social media, programmatic, e-commerce, and retail media. So I'm leading the retail media team specifically, and what that means is really similar to Jordan and what his role is, but it's basically being like a consultant for brands and internal teams on how to execute retail media in the most effective way, I would say. And retail media is a very early channel, I would say. We were talking about that, like retail media being like social media in 2010, and it's kind of like that. So we're still figuring out how this channel operates, but I think a lot of my role comes down to like testing new things and see what's possible to do in the channel and make realistic KPIs and things that it can get out of that, and knowing what the ultimate goal that we want to achieve from a consumer level landscape. That's what I do with Bear.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rafa. I love Rafa that you're bringing this all this ad tech background to this conversation, and Jordan, your pathway through CPGs just gives you guys like this complementary kind of perspective on the industry. So really excited about this. Yeah, Rafa, you talked about we're still in early days, right? Like so much is brand new in the commerce space, in the retail media space. A lot of that's being driven by just the disruption happening in shopping behavior. So I want to start there. Just before we talk about retail media strategies, just let's pause for a second and talk about some of those disruptions with consumers, shoppers. Jordan, I'd like to start with you. What are you seeing in terms of just changing shopper behaviors in the last year or two?
Yeah, shopper behavior is the operative term, right? We're seeing a major shift in trips. Trips are up, but they're not up 100% incrementally, right? So what we're seeing is a shift from somebody that's walking into a physical store to somebody that's now doing their shopping in a digital space. The opportunity for brand CPGs is to follow that consumer as you move from, you might think traditionally your best ROI investments are my field sales team, any additional points of distribution I can get in store, any hang tags, like floor graphics you mentioned in the opener. Those were how you hit that last decision point traditionally. That last decision point is now occurring somewhere else, and we've got to buy it a different way. There's different ways to think about it. But for me, the growth and the reason why this channel means so much is the shopper is there. So if your consumer is there, that's an opportunity for you to go and influence a decision right at the purchase point, which can be really, really impactful for brands.
Yeah. And if I can add to that, Jordan, I think one thing that we're starting to see as well is that shoppers are now more than ever starting their journey on the online experience. So what I mean by that is like, reading about the products that they want, reading the reviews, and kind of like comparing those products instead of like in front of a shelf space. They're now looking at online, looking at Amazon, different marketplaces, and coming to what they want to buy, doing that online. So I think there's a bigger question for everybody in this space is like how we think about this digital shelf space in a more strategic way, because that's not only the place that people are going to buy directly, but that's the place they're going to start their shopper journey. And sometimes, some of the really interesting articles that I read, a few months ago was about like people when they go to the store and they want to make sure they optimize this visit. They're already looking at the app, for example, some of the store apps and making sure they can locate the product throughout the app. So they walk to the store ready to just pick up what they want if they need it right away and leave. So that changes the whole perspective on how we think about, what the consumer is doing to help themselves and find the products that they want in a different environment. So I think that's a really interesting shift that we saw from the last coming years.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Rafa, because you talk about how digital impacts not just like my digital shopping cart, but it actually can shape and impact my in-store experience. That brings us to, when we think about retail media, it used to be kind of clearly defined as to what retail media is or isn't. Now there's a lot of blurred lines, right? A lot of gray kind of areas. Do you guys have like a specific definition that you use just internally with your teams in terms of here's how we define retail media?
The way how I like to describe retail media is the channel that connects retailers and brands. But the more technical way, I would say it's an online advertising channel that where you can buy media at retailers' websites and apps. and basically reach shoppers at their point of purchase. I think that's the most important thing. You're reading shoppers in a place they're ready to buy, differently from like social media, for example, or just display where they're doing something else and then you just pop an ad. But in retail media specifically, you were talking about they're ready to buy, and then you're just you can have the opportunity to reach them right there.
Yeah, I think you can hear Rafa's technical background coming through of this is very specifically what it is. And that's what I love about anytime I get to talk with Rafa is like, I learn very, very specifically how he's looking at things, where I tend to paint broader strokes. The way that I think about retail media as a channel is I break it up into kind of two different pathways. One is a lot of what Rafa talked about. It's net new inventory that didn't exist before. So that's on app, on retail.com inventory at the point of sale, highly effective. It's usually very expensive. And there's a host of other complications that come with buying in that channel. That's the brand new stuff. And then there's the other piece, which is still probably about half, maybe more, depending on the brand you're talking about, of it's a new way to buy all the stuff you were buying before. It's a new way to think about how you build your audiences or how you optimize your media in flight. Different ways to reach consumers in the same channels, your Facebook's, open web addressable, things like that, where your strategies really don't change a ton. It's just a different way in.
Yeah, a different way in, different way to leverage different data set as well. When you are engaging with retailers, you're tapping into their first party data, whether it's on-site or off-site. Have there been any kind of new insights that you've been able to unlock for your brands, Jordan? When you just are looking at some of these new capabilities or looking at a new kind of data set, have there been any kind of big unlocks in the last year?
Yeah, I think you can learn a lot about whether your beliefs about your channel, your category are true with retail data, which is super interesting. One of the first things a lot of marketers go to in these channels are, I'm gonna go back and activate my lapsed purchasers. I'm not going to spend on people that bought my product in the last 30 days. And that seems like a really simple way to do things. You can dig into this data and find out that depending on your category, you really don't have loyal customers. You might be I come from candy. It's a high switch category, right? High frequency of purchase. Like that person could leave you don't have brand loyal buyers for the most part. If they are, they're very small and they're not really going to impact your business. You can learn some really interesting things about the truths of whether or not what's actually happening is what you thought. And you could also learn some really consumer behavior focused insights, right? I think about Walmart, and as they start rolling out more the stock up unit in their search. One of the things, if you come from like fast moving CPG or front of store in checkout as your core business, can that experience be replicated in digital? Maybe not. There are a couple retailers who have found really inventive ways to do it. And you can learn that consumers like mindsets, the way they behave, I think traditionally we think when they go to e-commerce, impulse is dead because it's high research. They're still the same people. They're still the same consumers. They love Coke. They love Hershey. They love Reese. Like it's the same people. You've just got to think through a way. If you can present them the right opportunity in the right space, they actually will behave very, very similarly. So I think you can find different pockets of whether it's behavior or just audience level insights. You can do a lot of things with these data sets.
Yeah, that's really interesting because I was thinking something that's related to that, but from a different point of view. You're talking about like retail media at like a whole, but when we started to look at the data sets from each individual retailer, some of my learnings is that different retailers have different shopper profiles. So if you look at the consumer that goes to Target
versus the consumer that goes to Walmart or Dollar General, because of like a big variety of reasons, such being like, income, or just like the demographics, or just the profile of people that are, going on those different places. They will like different products or different SKUs of the same products. We have like, some brands that specific sub-brands or specific, types of SKUs perform better. And I think that's really interesting because it tells a lot about, what's the consumer story that you're trying, and how do you resonate, make your, advertising resonate with that consumer in a very specific way. So I think that brings a lot of opportunity on how we speak to the consumer in the end of the day. Because, at Bear, we have a very, strong mission. That's one of the reasons that I joined the company, which is like health for all and hunger for none. And there's one really interesting aspect of my job, and especially when I'm, walking through different categories across the portfolio, that is like bring this, how can I say, like self-care, up to like people's lives, like reduce the stress on the healthcare system, especially when you're in this period of COVID and a pandemic. How can we make like some of our products to stand out and make their lives better? And when you have the chance to speak to a very niche consumer in different ways, I think that's the way to go, because we can make our mission resonates more with them from their aspect of view, not from ours. So it's kind of, retail media brings the chance to put like the consumer at the center of the equation, if that makes sense.
I think it's really sharp, and I'm picking up on what Rafa's explaining is a really interesting, like why he and I exist, right? Retail media, like this group, this channel creates so many layers of different ways you can ask questions. The depth of data is unbelievable. So you really have to find some like Rafa, who can help kind of hold hands and consult marketers on how do you see the forest? How do you avoid like trying to do all of the things that this channel can do and keep it simple? And really, Rafa mentioned achieving a brand objective. Like there's a goal, there's likely a really simple path to do this. We're still not doing rocket science, right? I mean, we're still selling product at Walmart or Target or Instagram. It's fairly simple stuff. And the more you bring in people that have been in the channel for a while, the easier it becomes for marketers. Like you just heard Rafa distill a really difficult idea into something fairly simple.
Yeah, I think that brings another thing too, which is the more data you have, I think the more difficult can be some decisions to be made. It's not as much like some other things that you have in the market, where you have like million of different KPIs and optimization modules and a lot of AI stuff that you can apply on both what you're doing as a marketer. I think retail media provides like still like some of the most important KPIs, but still very simple, and which can facilitates that to a marketer to look at the things that you care more than just like trying to immerse yourself into a giant data set and trying to find things. I think, to Jordan's point, I think you're not there yet in terms of like, teams are still small at companies like, even at companies like, JJ or Bear. This is a relatively new channel, so we're still learning, and I think it's really important to stick to the what the channel can do and how it can execute. Most important, to deliver the goal that you're striving for.
Yeah, I love that idea of thinking about the media channels differently and making sure that you have the right kind of goals in mind for those different channels. I'd love to just double click a little bit on that idea of measurement and KPIs. Obviously, measurement is one of the real benefits and one of the real opportunity areas of retail media. You have a whole different layer, a whole different opportunity to dig down deeper into metrics. Jordan, can you talk a little bit about how does retail media kind of change that equation for media measurement and how you think about just media performance?
Yeah, it's super important, right? As you think about historically, even today, most marketers CPG are married to their MMM or their MTA. That is the source of truth. They get every 3 to 6 months at best, and that's when they can make their decisions about what's working and what's not working. Retail and what you'll hear called closed loop measurement presents some really interesting opportunities to get way faster. Along with that speed, I really try to communicate this a lot. Along with that speed comes a decrease in I'll call it the completeness of measurement. You think about your MMMs and your MTAs that we're used to using, it can account for everything that you're putting in market, TV, streaming, YouTube, social, whatever else there is. They're looking across retailers, which is why it takes a long time. It takes a long time to get the measurement really, really precise. What retail offers an opportunity to go a lot faster. You could, when you see big gaps in campaign, you can make big swings in who you're advertising to, where you're placing. But you've got to use it with caution. And that's what I try to communicate to almost anybody I speak to about measurement is it's a kind of continuum of the longer this measurement takes, the more complete, the more accurate, the more maybe you should use to allocate investment. The fast stuff, the in-flight exposed return, like saw ad, bought product stuff, really useful. It can amp up the effectiveness of your spend. But I like to coach that's best used once you've launched a flight to decide how you're optimizing inside of a campaign.
Yeah, I think retail media has a little bit of a fire under the rest of maybe the digital media industry, just because there is that opportunity to go deeper and to have those kinds of really meaningful sales metrics. Like you said, there's still a need for all different kinds of measurement as you think about your total organization. Rafa, what about you? What do you think about in terms of media accountability, and what does media accountability mean to you and your organization?
Yeah, I think the points that Jordan was talking about, I think if I could, bring that up to me as a bridge, I would divide into what do you think about short-term goals versus long-term goals. And I think the measurement in the fact that we have, closed loop measurement is great, right? You can see, how many people that saw this ad, purchased this product, especially when we're talking about search, which is a very, very low funnel channel, and people are already, looking for a product for a symptom or for something related. But on the other hand, if we just stick to, whatever will provide us the best results in the short term, that means that we'll be reaching people that are more and more familiar with the brands that we have, not expanding too much to the other, to the other households, or for new people or younger people on some cases. And I think that's where the question poses, right? We have all these metrics, which is great, but I think that's related to what Jordan's saying, because, I think Bear and JJ, I believe, are both companies that you cannot go to jjn.com and buy a product. It's same for Bear, right? So we rely on those relationships with the retailers to be able to sell directly to not directly, but to sell to the consumer. And I think there's a lot of that you have to take into consideration is you have to build some sort of identity for your brand throughout those channels, right? So for me, the balance between short-term and long-term is what we're going to define, and that will depend on what the brand needs today from what they're trying to achieve in the long term and what they want to be, and that will be different from every single brand in the portfolio. And I think it's important to talk to brand stakeholders, identifying gaps, and then identifying what's the overall mission that they're trying to achieve, what's the new personas that they want to pursue. Actually, we're talking about medicine, right? There's a lot of younger people out there that didn't really need some of our products as a consumer health company, how we transition them, not about like the product itself, but like how to develop their self-care and how they are able to take better care of their health. That's a lot to do with like the job being close to retail media in my vision for a company like Bear and other CPGs.
Yeah, I think it's so important to be thinking about the strategic approach you're taking to retail media and how those different objectives line up to those KPIs. I know we're out of time here. I'd love to just take a quick 30 seconds. If you guys could speak to, just what's that one piece of advice for a brand, maybe a mid-sized brand that's just getting started in the retail media space? Like, what would be your quick take on a first step for them? Rafa, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I will use something I did to my end-to-end, like get to know your brand really, really well, what the brand's trying to pursue, the consumer journey, and then figure out what's possible to do in the channel, right? You talk to the retailers and you list everything that's possible, and then you compare it to things that have executed in other channels and see what's successful there, and then you have a starting point. Then you can just like, kind of like iterate from starting points that it's already kind of proving successful in other places. That would be my 1 minute advice.
Yeah, and for me, it's simplicity. I probably said the word simple probably 15 times today, but there's a couple of rules, right? Of know which piece of that ecosystem you're buying and what rules come along with it. I definitely err on the side of maximize the unique stuff that's from this channel. It's what's new. It's what you need to figure out first before you think about refining the other things that you've been buying for a while. Having a plan for measurement ahead of time, so you can't get a retail rep coming to you and saying, yeah, but the exposed was, I know this wasn't great, but no, we should do this again. You should know that ahead of time, what you're going to do. And then honestly, the biggest thing is treat this like a media buy. These are, for the most part, really young media networks that have just hired the majority of their sales staff. They need pushed and coached and really clear communication from CPG of, here's what I actually care about. Don't work on this. This is what I care about. The more clear you can make those lines of communication, the better.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. The whole team at Kroger appreciates your partnership. We have a lot of the same passion areas that you guys have. So really enjoyed just hearing your expertise today. It's been really valuable. Thank you guys so much. And we'll pass it back over to the team at Brand Innovators.
Thank you for the opportunity. That was great.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Terrific. Great job. We got 2 for the price of 1 on that one. Excellent moderating by Brian of Kroger Precision Marketing. We appreciated the input from Jordan Whitmer of Johnson & Johnson and Rafael Maida of Bear. And the things that I heard from that were iterate and KISS. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Anyway, coming up now, we have, we're going from healthcare marketing to party marketing. We have coming up, she has been in automotive and retail marketing. She calls herself a fearless fusion of part geek, part creative, part strategist, and part therapist. And now Julie Rame is the CMO of the place that helps us all celebrate, Party City. And she's joined by Davina Kent, SVP of Client Partnerships from my alma mater, the very connected Ampersand. Hello, nice to see you both. And Julie, you're living up to your joyfulness with that background of make joy easy. I love it.
What we do.
Thank you. Hi, Davina.
Hello.
I'm going to toss
Yes.
it over to you. I know everybody's in great hands today. And just a reminder that if you have a question, please add it to the Q&A. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. Feel free to hashtag us with BI Livestream on EB Moss. We'll be back soon.
Great. Thank you. Hi, Julie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You ready to party now? Let's mix it up. Going from
Always,
data
all the
talk to
time.
parties.
All the time.
Very cool. Well, you know, I know EB kind of introduced you and talked a little bit about your diverse background, but I really do think that it's super important, especially when we start to get into all the great things that you're doing at Party City, to just hear a little bit about, you know, your background, particularly in the automotive industry, and then what brought you to Party City. Do you mind kind of starting there?
Yeah, no, I would love to.
Right.
Yes, mine is the path less traveled, I think is what they would say for sure. So yes, not where I ended up is not at all, was never in the plan, which I think is probably true for many of us. When I, started, I was in college, I was in environmental engineering, which I was well ahead of my time because this was in the late 80s, early 90s. So now I've completely dated myself, but that was, it was kind of new and it was cool. And I thought maybe that's what I'll do. And then I had some work experience co-oping and I was like, I like it, but I'm kind of bored by this, but I kind of like the business aspect. So I'll go to business school. So I went to Chicago and I thought, I'll be a finance major because I'm an engineer. I'm good with numbers. This will be great. Hated that. Ended up in, strategy and negotiations and marketing and left there and went to Ford Motor Company. I did a stint at American Airlines briefly, but was at then Ford Motor Company for 7 years in all kinds of different positions. I launched the Ford Focus for the first time in 1999, again, dating myself, and the United States, and, lots of other kind of fun ways to sort of grow my marketing chops, and loved all things progressive. So I was always sort of kind of pushing the edge. We spent in 99 when we launched the Focus, 10% of our budget in digital, and the first online ad didn't come out until 95. So, I mean, we were 4 years after. This was very early days, but that was the audience we were trying to reach. I went then on to Chrysler, was in the Daimler Chrysler years, for those who keep up in the auto industry and the ever-changing ownership of Chrysler over the years. So I was there during the Daimler years and was there 5 years, launched the Dodge brand, the Grab Life by the Horns and the Hemi engine. That thing got a Hemi. And then I was promoted to basically the CMO-like position for all three. There was no title like that then, but for all three brands, Chrysler, Jeep, and Dodge. And left there and went to Walmart briefly for a year. And then I had my own company for 5 years, consulting for every industry you could think of, B2B, B2C. And then the CEO of SAP called me and said, hey, would you come out and be my chief storyteller? And I barely knew what ERP stood for, but I was like, okay, so let's do that. So I moved out east and was SAP's chief storyteller and SVP of strategic relationships for 5 years. And then my very best friend who was with me in the auto years at both Ford and Chrysler actually had left 2 years before and had been CEO of a company, and I was on her board. It was a private equity held company. We'd sold that company and she was scooped up, of course, by another private equity firm and was asked to be their CEO. And she called and said, hey, would you consider leaving SAP and coming and being the chief marketing experience officer over here at Abra Auto Body and Glass? And I was like, for sure. Cause like, why? Of course it's the next step. The logical step is to leave this beautiful highlight. I'm going to go be CMO of auto body shops. Sure. Yeah. But it was actually, I felt like it was a Harvard business case. It was an industry that the entire digital revolution seemed to have completely passed by without any, I think that the experience in a body shop. So I'm not talking about like Pep Boys and places you get your oil changes. I'm talking like body shops. Yeah. If you imagine what happened 20 years ago when you got in an accident, you called your insurance company, they referred you to a series of body shops, you chose one, you drove there with your car or had it towed, depending on how bad the accident was. They looked at it, gave you an estimate. You then had to go figure out a rental car. Then you had to call the body shop, hoping they could give you an update on what they're doing with your car, because it's like sending it to a black hole. And it literally, it's exactly the same. So in a world where I can know when they're putting pepperoni on my pizza and how many minutes are left in the oven and watch it as it's driving to me, I can know nothing like that in a digital realm about the status of probably the second most expensive possession I own. So that for me smelled like a massive opportunity to put some customer experience mapping to find out friction points and then build a digital solution for scheduling your appointment, connecting the rental to it so that it's all done at one time, watching or understanding what's happening with your car as it's getting repaired, digitally connecting with your service provider at the body shop to get updates or test questions. Again, none of this is rocket science or was invented here. It was simply just bringing it forward. And we did that really successfully. And it are basically converting an opportunity to a repair order is where the money is made. And we improved conversion by about 10 points, which was all money that went to the bottom line to EBITDA. And as a result, we sold the company 18 months later to our biggest competitor. And I took the buyout and I was like, great, let's take a few months off. This is fun. We went to dinner with the board and everybody to celebrate the sale. And one of our board members there, who was an independent board member, pulled me aside and asked if I would consider going back to a public company. And I was like, I don't know, this private thing is pretty great. And he's like, well, I'm chairman of several companies, including Party City. Would you consider it? So that's how I got here. It wasn't, they were doing a big shift. He told me that they were looking for a new CEO, and I was going to, I obviously wouldn't take a job until the new CEO was on, because that's who you work for. So, Brad showed up in August of 19. I think we had dinner 10 days later, hit it off, talked about what chief experience officers did, kind of talked through what was the opportunity at Party City. I heard his vision for what he wanted to do with the company, which is very relevant to this conversation. Basically two things, which is basically truly vertically integrating the company. We manufacture about 80% of what we sell, and we wholesale product as well. So 40 to 50% of what you buy in other party aisles at other retailers is probably made by us. And then of course we have all of our retail stores. So most people don't know that, but the vertical integration of that to unlock the potential is a massive opportunity. And the second was to move us off of just being the seller of party goods to the provider of the entire party experience. And that's a very different thing. And so we have been in the midst of a transformation ever since. And I started in December of 19, and then the pandemic hit less than 3 months later. Party and pandemic, not terribly synonymous, but we charged forward. The entire executive leadership team is pretty much 100% brand new. And we were committed to this vision, and we charged ahead despite the pandemic. And 2 years, I just hit 2-year anniversary, and it seems like some days it seems like yesterday, and some days it feels like 10 years ago. But
well, congratulations. I mean, that's a huge journey to get there, and then during a really significant time. I know we've known each other since you were at Ford, and you've always been doing stuff, thinking outside the box to, and so I think it seems like that's obviously allowed you to kind of transition across different industries. But retail, really at the core, you never really left that, if you think about maybe for the SAP stint, but, retail and consumers experience seems to be at the heart of what you're really focused on. I love the idea of like vertically organizing, but how are you, think about, I know when you and Brad first talked about you joining, one of the first steps was about, corporate transformation. Like, how do you transform the corporation? And can you talk about that also in terms of in the retail space that, and in the auto space, there's the franchisees and corporate. So can you talk a little bit first about that, and then we can dive into the digital opportunities that you've been more focused on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So transformations are, they're hard and they're unwieldy, and they're not as fast as anybody wants them to be. That's, you sort of have to go in knowing that, and you have to come with some built-in patience, and yet not be so patient that you're not continuously pushing. So I think that's the balance we tried to find. I think the other is that you've got to have a really like-minded group of teammates. And so the executive leadership team that he's put together it's really, I mean, I clearly I've been with a lot of companies. It is a really special group. We are all so committed to this vision, and we are really committed to collaborating with one another. It's one of the most seamless, beautiful cultures. And that I look, I say it every day: culture eats strategy for lunch. The job itself, there's many jobs that we could all do. Where we're going to be happiest and be most successful is really the variable is culture. And so that was an important part to me. And Brad has put together an amazing group of people. And what I mean by that is we're all in it to win it, but we're all in it to help one another, not to try to build fiefdoms, not to try to one up one another. We're all at the top of our games. Nobody's trying to knock Brad off his so you don't have any of that weird, corporate dynamic going on. It's a really positive working, just culture. And that's important because when you're doing a transformation, I can talk about the digital component, which I've got a lot of responsibility for, but all of the transformation that we're doing requires a hand-holding across the board. So some examples: you look at our store operations, there's nothing that happens, certainly in my world. So whether it's e-commerce or marketing or media or branding, call center, like you pick it, that doesn't touch in some way operations. We set up delivery. That happens through the store operations. Then there's the technology that flows through. The only way to be able to create a seamless delivery experience is to be able to have a good digital thread that connects the customer with us, the seller. So it could be the e-commerce platform, with the store who's fulfilling, with the driver who's delivering. And that seamless loop, as we all know how challenging it can be for those of us who are customers of anything with delivery, that is a very nuanced experience. And in a world where we deliver balloons, it's really complicated because it's not like putting a pizza in a car. Balloons are big and they take a lot of space. So that's a unique nuance in and of itself. But partnering with a store and store ops is one. Partnering with IT is another. That's a big one. And, opportunities for us to do more, all of that's delivered through some sort of technology, and it has to be integrated. It has to lock in with supply chain. So for us to do our job, we have to be hand-holding with supply chain, which we know those poor people have had the worst 12 months of their lives, trying to manage through the chaos that has come upon us. Then there's the partnering with finance, and how do we create modeling for these prices and these new services that we're creating, and on and on and on. So again, I can elaborate, but the transformation at the root of it really stems from what is it? How do we prioritize what we're going to put forth in terms of our growth initiatives and our transformation? So a lot of it is fixing infrastructure, a lot of that, but we also have to layer on top growth initiatives. What are those big bets? So, last year was delivery, and it was BOPAC. It was a lot of the digital that we can talk about in a second. But those are the ways that supply chain, really helping to fix supply chain. Those are the things that we start to prioritize. And we as an ELT, the whole group, hold hands and say, this is what's important, because we need partnership and help from every one of them. And if everybody's not in agreement that this is what we're going to do to win, it just becomes siloed effort, and you bang your head against the wall and nothing gets done well. So that is from what we're experiencing, that is how we are delivering upon our transformation promises right now.
Interesting. Yeah. At our company, our CEO calls them OKRs, right? So having the executive leadership team all be on the same page with the same OKRs, so that we're all focused and can be disciplined about hitting those. So now talking about, since today is really, moving into, I think commerce is hot in retail. So, especially to survive in these days with everything going on with the pandemic, you need to have a strong commerce platform. How was Party City's commerce platform before you joined? And what did you do? I know it's not just about commerce, right? That digital.
No. It wasn't, when I took over e-commerce, the strategy was, this is what happens. It's easy to look back and be like, oh, it's terrible. It wasn't terrible. It was built for a different purpose. This is, it's a different vision. We've come in now with a solution, a full experience mindset, where before it was really about just sell all the SKUs, just sell as many party SKUs so that we are the one-stop shop, because we've got everything, and let people go on and just sort of the way that you would rummage through a store and the the super high, racks of party goods that it's like a cacophony of stuff. The site was sort of the same way. Like you can go, it was organized, but it's kind of set up like a catalog. By the way, exactly the same as most retailers set up their sites. I mean, so there's nothing wrong with it. It was perfectly fine. The issue is that if you're trying to build a solution mindset and experience mindset, that doesn't lend itself well to it. Because unless you were born with a brain like Martha Stewart, which I wasn't, I don't think most people are, it's hard to envision an entire party. It's much easier, I'll pick apparel. It's much easier to, and even some people have struggled with this, but envision yourself in this necklace or this sweater or something like you can like, okay, that's one thing. Now I'm saying, have a backyard party. I'm just going to say that. I promised you your vision of what that backyard party looks like. You're envisioning your backyard and all the things that's possible in your backyard. I'm envisioning mine. Everybody watching, I'm sure, is envisioning theirs. All the things that go into it. I'm sure if I asked you to create a laundry list, it would take you a while. And then you'd come back a few minutes later and be like, oh, wait, I forgot this. Oh, maybe we could have that. And then I could offer things. You'd be like, oh my God, that would be great. That's what I mean about the Martha Stewart mind. And I just use Martha because I just think about her as like, she seems so gifted in just being able to create, these creations, these rooms, these celebrations. But this is what we're trying to make easy so that you don't have to create your own laundry list and then shop SKU by SKU by SKU by SKU, and then hope that when it all gets delivered to you, that you put it out and it works. So we're creating visualization tools, digital tools that allow you to see it in multiple settings, add to it, do it by theme, by number of people, be able to switch out items and see it happen. So now you basically got sort of like an interior designer tool, the way that you could see a room. It's the sort of same thing, but for celebration. And we're doing that with balloons. Like you want to create a balloon bouquet. You come in now and you look at the wall of balloons and you try to pick, and all of these, you don't know what they're going to look like until they're blown up and you've paid for it and it's done. What we're doing now is allowing you to see it and add to it and switch things out. So you can fully visualize it and see it and shop. And better than that, you do it. And it's almost gaming. It's a gamified experience almost. You put it together and you click it once after you're done sort of adding what you like or deleting or adding 3 of those, where you're visualizing. You click it once and it all goes in your cart versus having to go one by one and then go back to your cart and be like, did I already get those? Did I not get those? Oh, this is what we mean by solution. And so the site that we had not built, in fact, I struggled to find any sites out there that did this kind of thing. Because believe me, can I partner with that person and find out what they've done? I would love that, because again, our goal is to make joy easy. There really wasn't. So we went out and we built something ourselves, and we've been in build with it for most of this past year, and it will be coming out in early Q2. And these digital tools that we have, we put one out for New Year's, the balloon builder for New Year's. It'll come again for Valentine's Day. See my heart. So this is perfect. Yes. For Valentine's Day, you have balloon builder. It's a great opportunity for us to let people play with it there. And this will be a permanent tool on our site when we launch our new website. It'll also be something we'll introduce in our stores. Our stores are now being shifted to a next gen. So the sight lines have come down. There's a balloon counter in the center of it. That's a circle. So it's much more shoppable. The adjacencies are there. So the experience end to end is really that solution mindset. And so from a commerce perspective, we had to innovate to create an experience. It's not easy to create digitally so that people could have a solution experience and create a solution themselves. And then creating tools and continuously innovating by hearing what isn't easy in the process and doing our best to make everything as easy as possible. We got a long way to go, but we're moving down the road now.
I love it. It sounds like the solution mindset is about making it easier for the consumer. And then I'm sure the money then follows in terms of size of basket and things like that. Can you talk a little bit? Because I go to Party City all the time. I have a 13-year-old and she loves Party City. And we'll plan a birthday party or what have you, and make the list that you're talking about. But but a lot of times not everything is at Party City. So talk a little bit about partnerships and how you're solving for that for the consumer.
So true. Yes. So we want to be the one-stop shop to make it as easy as possible for people to do what we just talked about, right? But if you think about what we just talked about, you would say to me, okay, that all makes sense, except for there's a couple of really important things, Julie, that you guys don't sell that are kind of make or break for my party. Food, drink, probably alcohol. If it's, at least if you were coming to a party at my house, or maybe if it's maybe I need a tent or a caterer, music, or if it's a kid's party, maybe I need a bouncy castle. All those kinds of things. We don't do baking a cake. We don't do that. We're never going to do that. That's not who we are, but we understand that that's part of the celebration experience, and that the celebration experience can take on a lot of definitions for a lot of people. I mean, you're seeing stuff. I think you and I had chatted once about being able to rent a picnic on a beach, and they come and they set up a whole sort of picnic thing and heat lamps and like all that kind of stuff is everywhere. That's a celebration. It's an everyday celebration, which is really what we're all about. And it can take on as many different forms as the mind will allow. So the best way we can serve that to the customer to be one-stop shop is to A, have partnerships, and B, build a marketplace. So partnerships, we've been in work with Pinterest for a long time. So when people first get inspired, a lot of times it's, you're inspired by what you see every day. If you go to Pinterest, you see people who've put up images, maybe you've pinned them. Well, a lot of people would be like, wow, I see a party backyard setup there that I would love, or I see a balloon bouquet that my kid would love or my friend would love. And I want that, but I want that. And so what they do is they say, okay, I want that. And then they try to come over and recreate it. Well, wouldn't it be great if you could just click that and it takes you to the site and it's like, there it is all in your cart, that one. That's the kind of thing that we're trying to do from a partnership perspective. Then there's other partnerships like with Shutterfly, who we've been in conversations with, and we're talking about what can we do together, because they do great work of printing invitations and they print on anything, basically, is what I've learned. And so that's another great element to add. And then there's a building of a marketplace. So we're all familiar with marketplaces. Etsy is a great example of a marketplace. Amazon, as everybody understands, is sort of like the quintessential marketplace. But both of those are great examples of places that you can go, well, Amazon to get anything, but Etsy to get really kind of artistic, curated, homegrown, localized product. But it's a marketplace. Etsy's not building or creating that stuff. They're creating a marketplace for individuals to come and show their goods and to sell their goods. In the same way, we see this as a massive opportunity to create a similar type of marketplace, but around the celebrations industry, where anybody can come, especially on a localized level, where we can support local businesses, be of the community, and be able to give local flavor and flares to people who want to have a party that expresses that in some way. So, let's say we go to Vegas, and in Vegas, there's big convention like parties or corporate like parties. There's also a lot of, just regular people that live there who want to have a regular individual family party. And so being able to invite different vendors and providers of goods to come in, even in things that we do, by the way. So even in like balloons, we offer balloons. We do basic decorating of balloons. Like we'll do an arch, we'll do a garland, but there are balloon artists out there who do amazing, like they're really artists. They do amazing balloon sculptures and balloon installations. We want them to come on and be able to sell what they do and be able to have people add that. So that's the notion of where we're going. Again, we're not there today, but that's part of our roadmap that we're down the road on and have embarked on this year already.
Love it. I love it. I mean, it's so cool to think about, with where all the options that you have at your fingertips with Party City, with at the foundation of these ideas. So talk a little bit about social. You talked about Pinterest and stuff, but and influencers and the importance of influencers and how you're embracing social media to extend your retail experience or drive more sales.
Yeah, I can't begin to overstate, how important the value of influencers and social is to this business. So again, you and I have been doing this a long time, right? So, and I've been doing this a long time, and social, social it wasn't there it wasn't there in the beginning when I started, but it certainly has always been a part of the companies that I've worked for. Never more important than it is here. Influencers, again, always had some sort of role, never more important than here, because when you think about celebration, it is very pop culture oriented. What you do, it's so whether you're a mom of kids and you're thinking more juvenile types of things, you think it is a keeping up. It's like, how could I give my Susie a party that's any less spectacular than Johnny's mom down the road gave to him for his, there's that component. And so there's a little bit of a social moray and a kind of a pop culture, what's the coolest thing to do. Then of course there's, the idea of, oh, well, I've got to, I really need to have a party that exemplifies who I am personally. So, but I want to emulate the coolest, I want to emulate this cool TikTok person, because if I'm seen doing something like this, I'm sort of, people will see me as, future and trend setting. And that's what I want to be. And look, I mean, look, you have kids, I've got kids in their 20s. Like there's a constant watching TikTok and, oh my God, that influencer, they set the trend. And so if we can work with them to be able to say, how would you express a celebration? What does your celebration look like? And we can help them put it together. It helps other people create that vision for themselves. So it is a really important form of our marketing. It's also a great insight for our research and our development of the products, because again, we make a lot of our products for the products that we create. So a really, really, really key part. And social is how anybody with anything that's social, which is celebration by definition is, create the enthusiasm and the afterglow from.
Yeah, very cool. Well, now, so as you're, just given where the view I'm coming from, ampersand, and us being focused in the media space, and particularly having a lot of access to data and insights from the largest TV data set. Yeah. As you're talking about all this stuff, I'm thinking about all the great data that comes from a lot of this digital infrastructure that you're putting together. Can you talk a little bit about how you organize the data, your CRM? A lot of brands, and just so you know, a lot of brands that we talk to are struggling with this, right? Because you first got to get your CRM in place before you can even do anything with it. And I know you've gone through this process. So if you could talk a little bit about that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Did I mention we're going through a transformation? So that's all things infrastructure, right? And CRM is a big part of it. We were not set up with the proper CRM infrastructure from a technology and a data lake perspective. So none of that was really where it needs to be to get us where we want to be from a CRM perspective. Because again, there's two parts I would say lay out for that. So one is we need to be the celebrations expert. It's a much smaller pond than lots of other retailers. We just saw the gentleman from J&J. That's a much bigger pond. The celebrations industry is a smaller pond. It's still a good sized pond, but it's a smaller pond. And so we need to be the data experts with the insights that we glean from how people shop and what they want and what's on trend, all those things that we just discussed, right? But we have to have a place where we can store and mine it and continuously grow it and extrapolate from it, and then provide it to our B2B side of our house. So when we work with our wholesalers, when we're actually working with a lot of businesses as well. So I'll share that in a second, where we're kind of combining the retail and the wholesale concept. But all of those insights allow us to make everybody's, whether they're a B2B, whether they're a business, or whether our consumers, better. Well, it just improves the product. It improves the experience the whole way. But you have to have that CRM layer to be able to mine from and to develop it, to create a loyalty program from, to do anything, to layer any of those kinds of concepts without that proper infrastructure is just a recipe for disaster. So that is a big piece of, we've been also revamping our entire CRM infrastructure and have a couple more months left where we're still installing. It's been a long burn. None of these big software installations take a long time, as you know.
Yeah.
But the other is that, we are really focused this year, and thank God we started it early last year, on the first party data, right? So we know we've all entered into what's about to be a full on cookieless world. And so first party data has never been more important. And that's important to us, clearly. So what we're trying to do with the CRM platform is also to set it up to allow us to generate that proper first party data. Again, so one, we aren't dependent, because we're not going to have that luxury or leverage anymore on third party data. but also it's just the right thing to do for business because we're in the celebrations industry. It is very personal. It isn't generic. Your 9-year-old's birthday and what they like, and then knowing that if your 9-year-old had a birthday on this day last year, they're going to have a birthday this day next year, and kind of knowing what themes they had and trying to offer solutions and suggestions. It's all very personalized, and so without first-party data, that becomes more of a shot in the dark. So that is really our approach right now to data, and then how we use it, how it informs our product development, how it informs our research, how it informs our CPG business, and certainly how it informs our retail business.
Well, I find it fascinating too, because the direction you're going with your retail business is, with the data set, is more around leveraging it for partnerships versus a lot of the retailers, especially, we just heard Kroger talking with Bayer and J&J, and Kroger being a retailer, they're using their data to partner with their CPG partners. And when I asked you that, you said, well, I am my own CPG, right? 85% of your materials are manufactured by Party City. So I guess talk a little bit about, how you think about the data and using that through your partnerships and to partner in a better way. You touched on it a little bit, but just.
It's like, so you can pick, there's a couple of great, so you pick either the two I gave you, Pinterest or Shutterfly. With Pinterest, they don't sell anything, but they'd like to be able to get some credit for creating a lot of awareness for other people's products, which they should. So there's a great cross pollination there of what they know about the customer that comes to, or the visitor that comes to, the enthusiast that comes to Pinterest, and what they do and what they like. And when we can narrow it down to the celebrations categories, which, are varied, that insight that they have is really helpful for us. And just the same as what we have, which is, here's how people are shopping. Here's the kinds of things that they're doing. Here's the kinds of celebrations they're putting together. We can cross-pollinate to them, but it also creates a value for their customer, because now their customer gets something more than just getting inspired by a visual. They can actually bring that visual to life. And so that for me is the most obvious way. I think you look at any of these others, whether we're, in our conversations with Shutterfly that we're talking about, again, we're not in competition with each other. We've got no interest in going into their business, and I don't think they have an interest in going into ours. So we're circling a similar kind of experience. It's celebrations. Even if it's just sending out a holiday card, that's a celebration of sorts. What are we learning from that? How can you plus that up? How can we leverage that with one another? So certainly creating your ecosystem is essential, especially coming into this first party data world.
Awesome. Well, thank you. It looks like EB has joined us, but it was so nice to reconnect with you, Julie, and learn about all the great things you're doing to make the shopping experience easier for consumers and bring more value to Party City in the process. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing all your wonderful insight to bear too. So congratulations to you as well. Oh, Evie, you're talking.
I know, it's technology and me. Is it noon yet? I guess. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much. I thought that was really terrific, and we got a lot of tangible specifics out of that. I'm a big fan of that. So Julie Rame from Party City and Davina Kent from Ampersand, thank you. Just really informative. And one of the themes that I heard was starting back with Doug Zarkin, and I encourage everybody to go back and listen to the full suite of conversations that we're having here. But Doug and Julie both sort of said, double down on your expertise and really own that and make it your thing. So as Julie said, between partnerships and influencers and things like that, they've got it going on. So we celebrate you and thank you so much for joining us.
On to the next party.
That's right. That's right. Way to put it. Yeah, that's right.
Valentine's Day. Yeah.
Yes. And speaking of love, there's a brand coming up that I love. I'm happy to now introduce Angela Gruska. She is the SVP of Digital Marketing and E-commerce at Erin, which is the global luxury lifestyle brand that I personally aspire to. And it was inspired by Aaron Lauder. And Angela will be joined by our moderator, the very talented Valerie Davis, the North America president of Assembly, which is an award-winning global marketing services company. Hello, thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for introducing me. As everyone, I'm really excited to be here today, and it was really fun listening to Julie at Party City. I am Valerie Davis, as I was just mentioned, and I am the president of North America for Assembly. My roots go way back in retail. I started at Bloomingdale's, where I worked the greater part of 8 years before I went onto the agency side. So retail and the evolution of retail and e-commerce is incredibly a passion for me. So I'm really excited to be here today. Just to give you a little bit about who Assembly is, we're an end-to-end omni-channel media and more agency. We have deep roots in retail. We have several luxe brands and general brand retailers. We work with clients like Chanel, Vince, Ace Hardware. So this topic is near and dear to my heart. I am joined by Angela, as was just mentioned as well. I would love for her to introduce herself, give a little bit about her background and the Erin brand as well. So welcome, Angela, and thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm Angela Gruska. I'm SVP of Digital Marketing and E-commerce at Erin. Erin is Erin Lauder's luxury lifestyle brand. We are built around the premise that living beautifully should be effortless. Our catalog encompasses everything from fashion, home, beauties, and accessories. And my role at Erin is really focused on digital growth and transformation. I have almost 20 years of experience working at the intersection of physical and digital retail across various luxury brands, from home to fashion to fine jewelry, and started my career at Anne Klein in PR. And I sort of like to say that my career has sort of followed the evolution of the customer experience, starting with PR, moving into e-commerce over many years.
Awesome, thank you. So why we're here today, a great topic of evolution, retail and e-commerce. We've been talking to lots of great brands, and there's going to be continued great brands on the roster today. And as you mentioned, you were brought in, you talk a lot about digital transformation. What I'm interested in is this concept of omni-channel. We've been talking about omni-channel. It started as omni-channel retail, and then it's omni-channel media. And for years and years, we've been talking about like the convergence of retail and e-commerce and what it really means. But in the past, and I think even a lot now, we're working with clients and they're just starting to integrate a bit more. But in the past, as you know, there were generally 3 teams in a brand. It was a brand team, and they were KPI'd separately. And then there was a retail team, and they were KPI'd differently. And then, of course, there was the digital and e-commerce team, and they had different goals as well. And sometimes they never met or integrated or aligned to those goals, because there's a focus on growing the e-commerce store or driving store traffic or ensuring that the retailers that are carrying your brand are, you're being shelved or represented appropriately, or particularly with a brand like yours. So I noticed, particularly in the last few years, that acceleration of transformation, led by the pandemic in the home category. And I think it's really great that we're talking to you today about that, because I think I've seen with our home clients, we've seen a huge increase in what that means in digital transformation. So can you talk to me, let's kick this off about, you talk a little bit about why you were brought into Erin. When we were talking about this when we were prepping for the session, because I think it's kind of important, and it lines quite nicely to why I wanted this topic to be the true need to be bringing retail and commerce and brand all together. Because as we know, consumers don't differentiate a brand whether they're shopping in retail or online. They really want that brand experience, particularly with a luxury brand, to be very high end or a very nice experience. And as we know, consumers are loyal to experiences. And if a brand delivers that, then they will also be loyal to your brand. So can you talk a little bit about the pandemic, the need for transformation, and how you kind of entered the scene, if you will?
Absolutely. So I actually joined Aaron as a result of the growth that we saw organically from an e-commerce perspective. So the brand launched about 10 years ago through wholesale distribution at Neiman's, Bloomingdale's, Saks, all the major doors, as well as 3 retail locations. And so the focus really was not as much on e-commerce. We have a very, very luxury, affluent customer. And the initial thought was that this customer was more experienced shopping through physical channels. And so even though we did have an e-commerce channel, the focus and emphasis really wasn't on that area of the brand. And then the pandemic happened and the business saw a huge shift. We saw around 30 to 50% growth year over year from the pandemic. And that's why the brand decided that they needed a leader to come into the organization to really focus on building out the digital business. And as Valerie said, home has seen a huge shift since the pandemic. Consumers are focusing more on improving their home, their surroundings. There's been many more investments in that area, and consumers have not been shy to transact digitally. And I think that really, opened the eyes of our founder and saw that this is something that is here to stay, that our customers are comfortable transacting for very high ticket items through our digital channel. So since I've joined the brand, my focus has been building an online experience that is reflective of the store experience. And I think what's so important about, is bridging that gap between the physical and the digital experience. And we were a brick and mortar focused business. And what makes our brand so unique in those stores is really the experience that we offer the customers. So it's a high level of attention. It's the trunk shows and the unique events, the appearances by Aaron. So that is something that I've been really focusing on with my team, is like, how can I elevate that digital experience? How can I serve the customers the way that we serve them in store? And in terms of the organization as a whole, as Valerie said, it was a bit of a siloed organization. So I've been working very hard on building that cross-functional collaboration and looking at the business holistically and not from a single channel point of view, because it really is, customers don't view a brand in terms of the channel. They view it in terms of the brand and the brand experience and consistency across all channels. So that's something that we have been really focusing on. And it's been very interesting to see, the growth of the home category online and our lighting category. And we're actually, we've taken that data and that demand from the customer, and we're actually opening up a new brick and mortar experience the next few weeks in Miami that's going to be focused more on home. And as we move forward, we're really going to look at, what can we do online to, replicate that experience in store.
And how, so talk to me, because you're working with retail and you're working with your D2C stores, and then you're working with obviously e-commerce. So is there a general sense, has the company changed in their way of getting the teams to work better together? Are they KPI differently, or is it just a natural evolution of the world we're in? I'm just curious about, because I know that has been somewhat of a challenge with some of our clients where, we have a client stakeholder who's really truly focused on, I just want store traffic, just get me the traffic in the door. And then we have a client who's like, no, I just need to lift my sales on e-commerce, make sure you're, driving repeat sales and increasing your AOV. So I guess the question for me is, how are you working together to ensure that the experience is good and integrated? Because I think that's a really hard thing to do when there are differing priorities. And is it a matter of KPIing the team as one, or just, is there any insight you can provide there?
So I think the way that we're structuring the way we work together as teams is more focused on either a product launch, a trunk show, It's really focused on the initiative opposed to like the channel specifically. So whether it be a fragrance launch, we speak about it in terms of we're launching this fragrance. How are we going to communicate it in store? What is that experience going to be like in store? What is that experience going to be online? Our focus is really on selling the Erin Lauder lifestyle, not the product per se. So, you know, for instance, we are launching a new fragrance in a few weeks. And the idea is like, you know, it's not just the product. So we're going to launch a, you know, an edit, an experience online that, you know, that brings you into the world of, you know, Erin Lauder and then what inspired the fragrance. And so we come together as teams to talk about like, how can we support that initiative or that launch to ensure that the customer has the best possible experience with the brand and consistency across all touch points. I think in terms of data, that's something that I'm working on right now, is just surfacing up more of the customer data to show that there is value in looking at this, you know, holistically opposed to, you know, channel by channel. We're not competing against each other. We should be working together as a team towards, you know, one single goal. So that's something that we've been really working on. I think that from a technology standpoint, we're still working on building that foundation and building that systems architecture to support that single view of the customer. That's something that's on our roadmap. You know, I think we're very light sort of on the tech stack at the moment, but that is what we want to work towards. But I've been even working with the retail team where we need to work on a point of sale refresh that'll integrate into our, you know, our e-commerce experience. We don't have that right now. We have two, you know, single sources of data. But I am working on something right now that we're rolling out this week that'll enable our sales associates to enter data directly into our CRM, even though we do not have a direct connection. So, and they're very excited about that. And I think that will just reveal more about how our customers are transacting against, you know, across channels. And, you know, from an e-commerce and a marketing perspective, you know, one of our big goals this year is cross-channel orchestration. Again, you know, really connecting the dots between how the customer is, you know, browsing and interacting with our brand across all the channels.
Gotta love the work from home lifestyle. My phone was ringing in the background, which is why I got up for a second to turn it off. And the mute button is still a pain point. So it's interesting that you say that, and it's funny how you talk about your tech stack and it not being where you need it to be. And I think you're so passionate of getting there. And I think about when you talk about your story and Erin's story and the fact that you've been part of this organization for not that long and you're building it. And I have to say, I'm working with brands like, you know, I've worked with some brands for years and years, long-term clients where they still don't have it right. And there's always challenges. So I would say that that's an awesome step because I think about, you know, point of sale and being able to link it back and having that one view of a customer is so important. I think it's important for them too, because in maintaining the Erin brand ethos, you know, we were talking about it internally about how particularly luxury brands, it's an opportunity, but it's also a huge challenge to have that experience. I think about, and I believe LVMH is here talking as well, right? And I think about what they would say about how their sales had gone through the roof, or like, and the big key thing was to make sure that they're maintaining that unboxing that is just like the luxe feel. So the one area of this integration that you don't speak a lot about, but I know it's particularly where Erin has gotten its visibility and introduction into the homes of so many are like we're talking about the owned retail and we're talking about the e-commerce. Is there a way, and I know it's a little bit harder because obviously like the Lord and Taylors of the world, the Bloomingdales of the world where I come from, they own their own customer data. So it would never be easy to do it in that way, but have you thought about ways of ensuring a customer experience where you're able to integrate the third party retailer, if you will?
I think one thing that we're talking about this year is how, you know, we can invest further into marketing with our retail partners, because the way that I look at it, it's brand awareness. It's increasing our brand recognition. And I think it's very important that our products and our brand does not get lost. And so we invest a lot into our creative that brings you into the world of Erin. So that's something that we're talking about this year, is how we can, bring that experience to each of our doors to ensure that that the customers really understand it's their introduction to, the world of Erin. And then the hope is that that will drive, our customers back to our store. And, just speaking with our customer service team, that's something that we do see. We do have customers that actually come from Neiman's and Saks, and they're looking to, continue their journey into the world of Erin. So I feel like it's a good brand introduction for customers that do not know us. So it's important to put our best foot forward at every single customer touch point. So, that's something we work very closely on with our wholesale team.
No, definitely. It's a great customer acquisition too, because then often they'll buy the product in the store, and then they will come back to Erin because then there's that passion that builds in it. The panel right before us, they talked a lot about, I want to call it, they didn't really classify it this way, but they were ending the panel in terms of social commerce and experience in that regard. I mean, talking about like the entertainers and the Etsy aspect of it. And you talk a lot about trunk shows. And if I think about how, like, we're talking a bit about how you're integrating the brand experience in terms of functionally and with the tech stack and making sure that the teams are integrated. But from a marketing perspective overall, when you talk about the trunk shows, what are some of the bets or some of the channels that you're looking at that you think are going to be key to driving this evolution of an integrated retail and e-commerce experience?
Absolutely. I mean, I think going back to the idea of like elevating the e-commerce experience and trying to replicate like that real world experience, something that we're really excited about is live stream shopping. I definitely think that for our brand in particular, it makes a lot of sense to enable the customer to interact and experience, our products as Erin walks them through the line and introduces the different items that we're selling and tells the story behind the product, what makes it special, why she loves it. It's really coming from her voice. And I think it's incredible how that technology has evolved, and it just enables customers to seamlessly transact while a host is introducing the product to them. So that's something I'm extremely excited about. I mean, I think there's a lot of experts that say that, there's a lot of hype around it, but I think if it makes sense for your brand, recently I read a stat that said that live stream shopping is going to reach 11 billion this year and 25 billion by 2023. So those are huge numbers. Like I said, I think it's really about how you leverage it to your advantage. I think it's, like I said, having a strong host. I think it's how you promote it across channels, having the right technology to offer that seamless integration, and even, potentially, incentivizing the sign up to attend. And I think those are all, I think really important ways to interact with it and leverage it to your advantage.
I love that. And I think it's also bringing that Erin experience, that luck experience into people's homes, which I think is very cool. And I know that we have some clients who are also looking at that. Looking ahead, I know I do want to offer, if anyone has questions, you can certainly start throwing them into the Q&A or chat and we will get to them. But I do want to talk to you a little bit about the future forward. Talk to me about, like, not big bets, but like if you were thinking really like where the world is going in technology. And again, we've seen any clients who are moving towards digital transformation, they certainly have accelerated it in the last couple of years with the pandemic. But in terms of like the true future looking innovation. I feel like innovation is so overused. So I was looking for a different word, but like, where are you looking at next? You talk about live stream, which is, I think that would be considered innovation in a way. Like it's being done, but it's not being done, to your point, in all of the right ways because it's being newly introduced. But where is that next big thing that you think's happening in digital? And I'm curious about your take on that.
I'm afraid to say the word, the M word, the metaverse.
Yeah.
So I think I'll define it as Web 3.0, which I think is very interesting. It's sort of infinite connectivity. Like if we think about the evolution where Web 1.0 was more about the internet, Web 2.0 was more about social, and Web 3.0 is really about how it connects, people, our surrounding places, things, social. It's like all of it coming together. I definitely do not think that we're there yet. I would say it's, probably 5 years down the line. People are talking about this being the year of the metaverse. I think that is not true. I don't think we're going to be there. I think there's a lot of hype around it. I think that Facebook, in its transition to Meta, has created a lot of hype. So it's more about the PR. I think it's interesting how brands are experimenting in that area. And I think that everybody should be aware of it, should learn about it, but I just don't think we're there yet. I think the future is really going to be about that integration of our digital and physical worlds. I can't imagine, any of our customers, living in this, this virtual space. And again, the metaverse isn't a thing. It's many places. It's many, many things. So I really think it's going to be about how, that the digital world meets us where we are in the physical. And, it was interesting because I just read something recently that, Disney had filed a patent for a virtual world simulator, which is essentially, AR without headsets. And when you think about the metaverse, and as we talk about it today, it's about putting on these clunky devices. And it's, there's so many different components of it, whether it be, the hardware, the software, the infrastructure. And again, when you start to think about all of that, none of it really makes sense yet. So I think when it's more seamless, it's more integrated, we will be there. And I think as brands, we need to be aware of it, and we need to start to think about how we can integrate into those experiences seamlessly. But again, and I think that's really exciting, but I just think we're not there yet.
No, I would agree with you, but I do think it is it's so cool, and it's really going to be interesting to watch how it evolves. And I do think not just brands, but agencies, we all have to be right on top of that. So I'm super passionate about it. I mean, Nike, I was talking to you earlier, Nike had just made that acquisition to really support their future in the metaverse. But I love that what you said about how, they're calling it the year of the metaverse. You don't really think it is. It just harkened back to the time when Google, it was the year of mobile, but it really took, I think it was 5 years. We kept hearing it's the year of mobile, it's the year of mobile. And then 5 years later, it actually was the year of mobile. And I think it was very funny because when mobile was definitely here, people were still talking about it because it became so muscle memory of it being the year of mobile that they were talking about how, oh, it's the year of mobile. I'm like, no, mobile's happened already. Where have you been? And now it's like you don't even talk, think about evolution of e-commerce and retail. Mobile is like you lead with mobile, right? And if you think about how it's either we're really old or I just don't, it's very funny. It's because now everything we do is focused on mobile as a mobile first experience. That just cracks me up, and we'll see how long this year of metaverse happens.
I think what's interesting is like, if the metaverse was mainstream today, there isn't the infrastructure to support us for all of us to be in the metaverse, because it requires so much support from like a 5G perspective, and the towers don't even exist to enable like true 5G to power it. So it's impossible to be mainstream. And I think that people don't really go that deep to realize that.
Yeah, it's more about like the trendsetters, right? You're gonna get a small fraction of those people getting onto it, and it'll slowly evolve, and then eventually it'll be the hot topic here. We'll probably be here in 5 years and it'll be the hottest topic, or it might be the next level of the metaverse, you know.
Yes.
I believe, I'm just trying to keep time. Is there any questions? I have to look. I don't see any questions. Should we continue? I guess we can continue. Hi, EB, how are you?
You definitely can continue because I'm on the edge of my seat. This was fantastic. And, you know, you talked about the value of a strong host. So keep on hosting. You're doing great. Any projections, prognostications?
Actually, that is a great recommendation in terms of a follow-up question, Angela, is like we talk about looking ahead. And then you also talked about how you're focused on live stream. Why don't we talk a little bit, why don't we even take a bit of a back step in what you're doing from a marketing perspective in an owned, earned, it doesn't even have to be paid, but in an owned, earned, shared ecosystem to help deliver on the Erin brand experience?
Absolutely. I mean, I think right now we're really focusing on, evolving our user experience. We're really building Erin as a destination for gifting. So again, when you think about coming to the Erin store online, it's about how you can find that perfect gift. We've seen a huge opportunity in gifting. So we're working on improving our packaging, working at improving the checkout experience, bringing gifting all the way down to the PDP. We're focusing on loyalty and retention, which I think a lot of brands have focused on over the past few years. We recently launched a private client program. So when you talk about omnichannel, that is something that this is sort of a proof of concept and MVP that we're working on, and we'll further invest into the technology just once we can validate the return on it. But that's something we're really working on in terms of, really building out an elevated experience for our best customers. And I think just offering that, frictionless, seamless customer experience is something we're looking at on a daily basis, looking at the data, looking at time spent on site, and ways to really offer a premium experience, so that, when we do drive new customers to our brand, they'll keep coming back. I think something that, we didn't speak about that deeply was really social, and the evolution of social. And I think that we're very lucky to have Erin, who is a borderline influencer behind the brand. So she is really the one that's providing credibility to all of our products. And I think that the influencer marketing space is really evolving, and we're trying to figure out how to best work with influencers. And I think this is really going to be the year of micro and nano influencers, which they're more cost effective to develop partnerships with. And I think it enables, brands to develop relationships with, people that can promote them from at a more human level.
My head of social is saying right now that's music to her ears, because she has long spoken about how the micro and nano influencers are actually more important in a lot of ways than the macro or the celebrity type influencers, because it is more authentic and organic to them, because they typically they have the love of the brand more than anything, and there's this passion for it. So we as an agency, when we're talking to our clients and our brands, we're constantly pushing the concept of ensuring that you have this organic and authentic experience with your consumers by using people who are using your brand day in and day out, and not leveraging so much the Kardashians, or no offense, Kardashians, but you know what I mean? It really is more about them seeing themselves almost, and then seeing this love for the brand. I think that's a lot of why those TikTok products are taken off too, which is another, I would say, a big bet for a lot of our clients. We're seeing a lot of trial based on the experience, or just the TikTok influencers, and most of them or all of them are micro and nano influencers. I love that. And I will say, if anyone has not been to Erin.com, they should go there and they should check it out and shop. I think now is the time. The last couple of years, we've all been outfitting our homes. I have the background on now, but we've all been outfitting our homes so that we can actually stop looking at the same things. And it's been a lot of fun, designing, redecorating our home. So definitely check out Erin.com. It is beautiful. And it definitely will live up to everything we've talked about today. So thank you so much, Angela.
Thank you, Valerie.
There was one question, it's a little bit generic, but I think both of you are experts and can maybe touch on this. Sarah Pollock asked, what's the biggest piece of advice you have for brands going through an active transformation? And how do you bring teams together to drive towards a common goal?
Yeah, well, I'll take it from the agency perspective because we see it all the time. And there is one client in particular that I will not name a name to, but that what we struggle is their internal challenges. And I think it's more, I always like to say all boats rise with the tide, right? So that everybody should be very focused on the end game. And whether an organization or a brand like an Erin or a Chanel or whoever, KPIs their entire organization as one, you have to kind of benefit for integrating. I sometimes feel like when we're talking to some clients, they don't want to inconvenience the CRM team, even though we know, particularly and we didn't touch on this today, but we probably should have, the privacy aspects, right? I think now more than ever, it's hugely important to bring all the stakeholders across a company, a brand, or a retailer, because you're going to need your customer data. You're going to have to, first party data is hugely important to anybody's business in today's day and age. So if we have a client who is uncomfortable, or there's the separation of church and state as it relates to technology or CRM or retail, then we're just not going to be successful as an agency. So we can lead a horse to water. We cannot make them drink. We need the organization that we're working with to, and we're happy to support it in any way, whether it be summit or client boards, which is some of the things that we're trying now. But what I would say is it's very important to get the internal teams working together to see the greater good of what the overall impact can be for the business. And I think if we focus on business outcomes, holistic business outcomes for a brand, and that there's not this, and we let go of being precious about our one area, I think that will be very important. Do you, Angela, have a build on that from a brand perspective?
I would agree. I mean, I think it's really important to establish a steering committee of, leaders from each of the respective areas of the business, and define what are those common goals and how are we going to get there together, and what is required to get there, and ask how are we going to get there, because I agree it's very easy to state, transformation can happen through all of these different technologies, or, and people are very resistant to change and how it impacts their respective areas. But ultimately, I think if everybody's working towards these common goals, it does help us build a roadmap together. And to do it over time, where it wouldn't have as much of a drastic impact, on resources from different teams. So I think it's really about defining those goals and having a steering committee that meets on a regular basis to help drive that change.
And then I think the last build would be, it comes from the top. I think about when you talk about Erin Lauder being the top influencer, and her seeing the need and the opportunity and bringing you in. I think that's key. So if it comes from the top on what we're trying to do for a brand and driving that brand ethos, then I think that we're going to be there's going to be a lot more success in the business outcomes of a brand or retailer. All right. Thank you for that question, Sarah.
Good one. We got a lot of mileage out of that one. I love it.
Yeah. Clearly, I was
Valerie,
passionate about it.
Yeah. That's good. I love the agency and brand perspective. That's what Brand Innovators is all about. Beautiful. If you don't have any more questions, I have a softball question.
Sure.
Okay. Do you buy into the color of the year? I think that for 2022, it's this sort of periwinkle tone. So I'm just wondering if Erin buys into that and leverages that color of the year.
Unfortunately, we do not.
I don't know that that's unfortunate. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think, we look at, customer data, customer demand over time, and in our products are, they're already created and they've already went into production by the time that color of the year was established. But we really focus on creating products that Erin loves, that is, focused on what our customer wants. So we're not as much driven by trends. We're really focused on quality and classics, and really building that lifestyle.
I think that was like the perfect answer. You're not lemmings. You're based on what the customer tells you they want. That's beautiful. It's perfect. So I'm going to thank you both very much. That was fantastic. As we said, the power of, both following the customer journey and being everywhere that they want to be and that they're going, the value of a strong brand and host and influencers, et cetera, came through in your conversation. So with that, I will thank Valerie Davis for masterful moderating from a city, and Angela, the America head for all Americas, I guess, digital marketing for Erin. Terrific. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Angela.
We are moving along in the luxury realm. Up next, we have Jennifer Casper. She is SVP of Media for LVMH, and she was also named one of Brand Innovators Women to Watch of 2021. And you're going to see why she is so eminently watchable. And our moderator is Anthony DiMuccio, and he's the U.S. Head of Enterprise Commerce, Retail and Travel for Snap. And, I do have to say that Brand Innovators really likes to make things feel like a community. So I have to ask, can I call you Mooch, even though we haven't met before?
You know what? I think we're there. Yes,
really?
Please. I would have felt.
I'm feeling the community.
Yeah, I would encourage you to please refer to me as Mooch, as most people don't even know my real name is Anthony. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, terrific. Well, with that, I think that I've warmed up the room a little bit. So I'll leave it to you and the incredibly capable Jennifer Casper.
Great. Thank you very much. Hello, Jen.
Hi, it's nice to see you.
Great to see you again. I hope you're staying healthy and more importantly, warm during these brutally cold days on the East Coast. Super excited to chat today. We obviously had a fun little pre-chat end of last week that left me extremely inspired and super encouraged of the world ahead. So I'm super looking forward to this discussion. I'm not going to lie. Normally, whenever I have a chat by a fire, it's typically accompanied by a glass of wine. But in these days, I'm actually resorting to tea. So if you see me take a few sips, I'm having some tea.
All right.
Well, let's dive in. I think the folks tuning in today are going to be excited about our chat and discussion and learn a lot. So first and foremost, I did some homework over the weekend, even more so than prior to our pre-chat. And your background is nothing shy of impressive. So I would love for you to share with the folks today a little bit about your career pathing in this retail world. You've done it all from your days at Macy's to even on the vendor side at Facebook to now at LVMH. So explain to us a little bit more how that journey has gone and what you're up to these days in your current role at LVMH.
Sure. So I had the privilege of joining Macy's at the time that the business was very different than it is now, in that it was, and as many department stores were at the time, regional nameplates that really knew their local customer and had a deep relationship with local customers. Over the time I was at Macy's, we went through an organizational change, a transformation where Macy's became a national nameplate. And with that, the growth of Macy's.com was a huge driver of the success that we had. Now, there were some ebbs and flows. It was a bit of a roller coaster, as it was for so many in retail. as we learned about how the customer wanted to shop with us, what her expectations were of us. And I got to have a front row seat for a lot of the change and digitally led transformation that happened at Macy's. I went from working in the private brand organization for a number of years, where we had our hands in everything from developing the packaging, the brand identities, the advertising and media investments that were made by the brand, all the way through the in-store environments that were created in Macy's stores and the growth of our e-commerce through Macys.com. Then I moved over into role leading digital strategy within the marketing organization at Macy's. And that's where I got to establish what our presence was in social media and in a lot of other places where the brand was starting to have a presence that complemented what we were doing in e-commerce. And then my last role at Macy's was leading customer acquisition and retention. So I had responsibility for our loyalty program, for credit marketing, and worked very closely with all of our customer data. And as I was in that role, I found myself at Macy's for almost 15 years, which was longer than I would have ever expected. And as the company had changed so much, the time passed really quickly. But I was ready to consider doing something else. And I had really fallen in love with media as a function. So I had a relatively brief, kind of my professional semester abroad was with MediaLink, where I did quite a bit of consulting on kind of the intersection between media and retail with a number of MediaLink's partners, and then went to Facebook for a couple of years. And in order to immerse myself in the platform, I'd never been in a platform role. I'd never really been in a sales role. And boy, do those great people in sales make selling look so much easier than it actually is. It's even when you're selling something that is super compelling, it's still such a huge challenge. Gave me a great appreciation for sitting at the same table in a different seat. But I knew that I was someone who really wanted to be back on the brand side and within, kind of and informing brand decision making. And this opportunity at LVMH came along as kind of a combination of what it's like to be in an influencing capacity, kind of an internal advising capacity on the topic of media, really having a full appreciation for the role of branding and the role of performance and driving e-commerce outcomes, driving omni-channel outcomes, really understanding what the value is of first-party data, and thinking about the key partnerships that we have across the media landscape, increasingly in the digital space. So with Google, Facebook, Snap, for sure. And what that means now for me, what's been a great learning experience is applying the luxury lens to how we think about the role that our maisons play among the various brands that our customers can choose from, and what makes luxury different, and why we make some of the decisions that we make at LVMH, which is arguably the largest and best resourced luxury goods company in the world.
That's great. So on that topic, you mentioned what makes luxury different. How is LVMH unique in that regard? And also, can you tell us a little bit about some of the brands under the LVMH umbrella?
Sure. So the portfolio is incredibly diverse. We range on one end of the spectrum from all the brands that Moet Hennessy owns, including Veuve Clicquot and Dom Perignon. Hennessy, Cognac is obviously a big anchor, Belvedere vodka. We own some smaller spirits brands. And we really dominate the champagne and wine marketplace. Then on the other end of the spectrum, complete other end of the spectrum, is Sephora, which in terms of multi-vendor retail are they're kind of the OGs and really understanding what e-commerce and loyalty look like in an omni-channel experience. And then in the middle are all the brands that we have in the fashion, leather goods, watches, and jewelry space and beauty space, where they have a balance of incredible owned retail experiences, a little bit of wholesale, and then building their own e-commerce. So Louis Vuitton, Christian Dior, Fendi, Celine, Tag Heuer, Bulgari, most recently Tiffany, and then a number of beauty brands like Fresh and Fenty, Guerlain, Parfums, Christian Dior, huge businesses. And so it gives, for someone like me who gets to work across the entire family of brands and different types of retail, different types of commerce, basically. It's kind of like being a kid in a candy store.
So with such an extensive portfolio of luxury brands, how do they continue to approach the marketplace such that they are differentiating themselves within the luxury marketplace, but also staying true to the overall LVMH brand and culture?
So we're a company that's grown by acquisition, and so many of the brands that are now part of the family are brands that have been well established over, in some cases, hundreds of years, and grounded in the principles of luxury. So there has been a deep commitment at all of the Maisons to the craftsmanship, the quality of what it is that we make. There's a comfort level with scarcity. There are only so many cognac grapes that can be grown. There are only so many handbags that can be made in a way that it really adheres to our standards. There's generally a creative visionary. Often that's a designer who is seen as part of, who's putting a runway collection out into the world, or some other kind of creative visionary or anchor to the heritage of the brand, or a connection to what makes the brand unique and have a place of defining what the category is about, as opposed to allowing others to define it. And then the last piece is around the experience that we provide. So really thinking through at every touch point, what is the way that a consumer is engaging with these brands, and how much of that would we like to be able to control ourselves and really make incredibly special and unique ourselves, ultimately, often in our stores.
So it's no secret that the retail commerce world, as well as consumerism, continue to shift. Actually, these past few years, you would argue it's been accelerated as a result of the pandemic. How has LVMH evolved as a portfolio of brands within the retail space? And how has this marketing strategy evolved as well as this shift continues moving forward?
Big question. So, I think there are a few things that have gone on. I think over the last few years, we came into holiday 2019, early 2020 with the wind at our back. Many of our businesses were doing exceptionally well. Many of them delivering results that were kind of the best that we had ever seen. There was, for all of us, the phenomenon of not understanding or knowing entirely what to anticipate in the spring of 2020, when the world turned upside down. When we had to shift for a couple of months here in the US to e-commerce as our only storefront, I think there was a whole level of appreciation for what e-commerce could contribute to our business. Outside of Sephora, I would say many of the Maisons had not fully understood the impact that e-commerce could have as a complement to the business that we would do. And so as stores opened back up in kind of late spring, early summer of 2020, I think we entered back into the world with a few things that have worked to our advantage. First of all, we have incredible brands that have always had desire around them, a built-in level of demand that we don't take for granted at all in our need to build brand affinity, brand awareness out in the market. But we really do have a privileged position in terms of our brands being generally beloved. Then we have the ability to create an experience as people come into our stores or onto our sites that feels very special. And when people were still in a mode of lockdown, or in, their activity was very constrained, and a lot of us were looking for an escape, luxury brands, and ours in particular, were able to offer a bit of an escape at a time where a lot of consumers in the US had extra disposable income. And so we saw our business recover even more quickly than we were expecting. The other piece that worked to our advantage in a diversified portfolio is that Americans drank a heck of a lot as we were all in lockdown. And so to have wine and spirits as part of our portfolio on top of everything else, as people were indulging in a new handbag, even though they weren't going anywhere, or believe it or not, even in lipstick and fragrance, the fragrance business has been on fire since the shutdown. So we were set up because we understand what our business is about and how to do it well. We were set up exceptionally well, given decades of strong investments in branding and in preparation for e-commerce. And then we're able to capitalize on it by continuing to provide an incredible experience and thinking really intelligently about our media investments as a way to stay relevant to consumers that we knew and introduce ourselves to consumers who might be considering luxury purchases for the first time.
That's great. So as mobile continues to boom, and obviously the screen in our back pockets being our primary means of entertainment and communication, there are so many different ways today to engage with the consumer. And as innovation continues to intensify, how has social media specifically grown as part of your strategies in the importance of engaging with your user base or the consumers you intend on targeting most? And how are you embracing that level of innovation and experimentation moving forward?
So I mean, there are a few different pieces here. First of all, so much about social media, and especially where we play most dominantly, is in the space where it's about being inspired and discovering new ideas and being part of a world that sometimes goes, certainly over the last couple of years, goes beyond our home offices or our the homes that we've been stuck in. And so this idea of being inspired by the outside world, or being inspired to think about indulgences we might want, whether it's trips we'd like to take or meals we'd like to eat or people whose lives we'd like to be a part of. That inspiration piece in terms of social media is something we take very seriously. We also have a privilege in that many of our maisons are followed like celebrities. And so as much content as we're putting out into the world organically, there are people who are looking for it actively and who want to be part of the world that we've created. So there's that part of it. Then we've been able to think about social media as a place for relationship building. If being social is about connecting with other people, whether it's about using influencers in a way that reinforces what our brands are about, having consumers talk about us very favorably, thinking about the relationships that we can build through creating content, putting it out into the world. And then lastly is the piece around experience. So especially in some of the work we're doing with Snap, where we're excited to extend and create a more intimate relationship with consumers by giving them things to play around with. So that's where AR starts to be really interesting for us, whether it's on the practical side of trying on a lipstick, getting a sense of whether a color is the right color, or potentially starting to build out things that become a little bit more exciting about, being in physical places, or, our imaginations run wild with what's possible, giving people access even to what a personal shopper might make available to them through a social shopping environment, or starting to think about live streaming and access to some of the experiences we create on a runway or in a store.
Yeah, we spoke about this on Friday, how when you think about the way consumerism is heading, there's an expectation that as a brand we set, right, to help guide consumers today, rather than telling them what to do, but more so inspiring them on what to do. And I think that's one of the things that I appreciated most listening to you speak the other day, and even today, is the atypically high quality bar that LVMH sets in the marketplace. And it holds everyone else accountable to meet those levels of standards. So it is much appreciated listening to the way that you described this. It's funny, in the last fireside chat, LVMH got a nice little shout out acknowledging how quickly you guys and how healthy you continue to grow as a business. So clearly it's no secret, LVMH is a leading luxury goods company in the world that is growing at a very healthy rate. So with so many new retail and commerce brands entering the game, many of which promise, luxury at a lower price. How do you continue to differentiate yourselves and maintain that growth by avoiding the price factor?
Well, it's funny. We don't really talk about price, nor do we fixate on price. What we try and adhere to are all of the things we value that justify ultimately the price that we will charge. So it really comes back around to the quality and craftsmanship of what we make, and not compromising on what that is about, and the creative vision that comes so that there is a new iteration of a handbag or a new iteration of on a regular basis, even in the, that we push on the edges of technology in terms of the watches that we make. but we are using the finest possible materials, and we are making sure that if we're putting something out into the world, that it's a reflection of the brand that has been built over time. And so, I think we have remained very focused on what it is that we do well at an individual maison level. Now, you touched on this earlier. We arguably have a lot of maisons who compete with each other. We've got, in the fashion space alone, as someone was walking down 57th Street or up Madison Avenue, the number of different choices that someone has of where they could buy a really beautiful handbag, whether LVMH owns them or not. There are many, many choices. And so we also are very focused on being clear about what distinguishes each of our maisons from the other, and that there is, and depending on what an individual customer's personal style is, or what it is that that she's looking, a hole she may be looking to fit into her wardrobe, each of our maisons needs to be distinct from one another, whether it's the femininity of Dior or of the adventure and joy of travel, and seeing the world that Vuitton has as part of its DNA, the kind of French chic of Celine, or the Italian femininity of Fendi. Like, each maison needs to be very distinct one from the other.
So, full transparency, after the past 2 years that we've experienced, I actually bought my wife 2 Louis Vuitton gifts this past Christmas, a handbag, as well as boots. And I can honestly say it's probably one of the most exciting Christmases I've seen her have as a result. So how do these heritage brands like Louis Vuitton and Dior just stay coveted for so many years? Like, what is that secret sauce that just keeps them ahead of the marketplace?
I think it's so interesting, coming from Macy's, where we mined our first party data and really understood our customer. I think both Vuitton and Dior and all of our maisons, they really understand their customer in a way that is data driven, but also really in having conversations and deep, intimate relationships with customers in our stores. So we do know our customer exceptionally well. But we also have resisted the urge to chase our customer. We feel a responsibility to kind of shape what it is that our customer wants, and to have a distinct point of view, and that there's a responsibility to say, I'm going to bring something to you that you've never seen before, because that's what's expected of a designer luxury, couture brand in a lot of ways. It's not about always providing the thing that, if you only paid attention to the customer data, the customer would be telling you, I want more of this. It's about exciting them and inspiring them and compelling them to take a risk to purchase something they haven't seen before, as opposed to just repeating the thing they've seen over and over again. So it's a delicate balance, because it's tempting to maximize the opportunity that exists as someone who's growing a business, to continue going back to the well on the thing that's always done well. And we definitely do have a commitment to kind of classic styles and the things that have been part of the foundation of our business. But there is an expectation that we will always have something that is new. It's part of the commitment we make by having a runway collection that comes out every several months, because we continue to think about where the world is going in terms of a point of view at each of the maisons individually.
That's awesome. And I think about it a lot. Oftentimes, when I think about my experience in the marketplace, even prior to arriving at Snap 5.5 years ago, and when you think about the challenges that we oftentimes face as marketers, I believe it's self-inflicted, because we're not listening to the consumer, or not taking into consideration the experiences that we should be producing. And when I got to Snap, one of the things that holds true to this day that I've always appreciated most is, one, Snap was never designed to be another Me Too company, much like LVMH and the brands that you guys produce. And we build towards an expectation, right? We innovate at a rate that delivers on behalf of our consumer, our community, as well as our partners such as yourselves. So there's a great appreciation for that, and being able to deliver at such a high expectation and rate, which is great. So I continue personally to be inspired by the great work that Snapchat as well as LVMH produce together. We continue to build beautiful creative experiences for our community. And much of that building is driven by the power of augmented reality. Your team continues to be very forward thinking in this space. You continue to lean in and be at the forefront of innovation with Snap as it relates to augmented reality across many of your brands, which has been one of the things that's excited me most this past year, was just seeing how many more brands of LVMH are participating on Snapchat. What is it that excites yourself, your teams, about augmented reality, and how will it continue to play moving forward with the way that you think about creativity as well as engaging with our community and consumers alike?
I think, as I've said a couple of times, this notion of having a deeper, richer experience is something that we're very committed to. And what has been exciting as we've watched not only consumer time spent move so deeply into the digital space and interactivity on mobile, we really feel like there's an opportunity that AR provides that allows consumers to come closer to product and to get more involved with what it is that we're selling. And so I think we are also very careful and deliberate about doing what we do with best quality partners, because we also want to make sure that the experience that we put out into the world is at the quality standards that we would set for ourselves. But I think there's a level of intimacy and connectedness in the digital world that AR holds the promise of. I also think, as interested as we are in developing these sorts of experiences out in the public space, like Snap to the degree that you guys are public, we also are trying to understand how these sorts of experiences enhance what we do within our owned environments. And we're starting to think about, okay, how can we learn from best-in-class partners like Snap and bring some of these ideas back into whether it's our own site or into our store environments in a way that really enhances what a person, working in a store is able to do. So we're talking a lot about what the future of personal shopping looks like, what the future of clienteling looks like. And if consumers choose that what they would prefer to do is shop with us in a way that is not always in a physical space, how is it that we can elevate and improve the experience we're giving them digitally? And I think, so, there's the surface level play that we're doing within kind of the media space, and then we're really trying to study what this means for the fundamentals closer to our business.
That's great. And as a company, we've been quite bullish in the marketplace with our stance and our belief in the effectiveness of augmented reality, and we will continue to invest heavily with this notion of computing technology overlaying the world. And we're super excited, obviously, for yourself and your brands to be part of that level of innovation. Moving aside from augmented reality for a second, from an industry perspective, what are you most excited about when you think ahead to the upcoming year or even many years to come? What are you most excited about as the retail industry continues to evolve? And what are some of the bigger shifts that you are anticipating when you think about LVMH moving forward?
So I think, though it is incredibly daunting to think about how all of us move forward in the media space without some of the tools in our toolkit around third-party data that we've had in the past and have gotten accustomed to using, I'm actually very encouraged by the opportunity ahead for luxury brands and for LVMH in particular with regard to first-party data, because we have valued collecting customer data since we opened our stores. I think, now granted, that data was collected in a leather-bound notebook that sat underneath a register or under a counter for a very long time. And it's taking us a lot of effort to really be able to organize, synthesize, and use the first-party data that our consumers have entrusted us with for years. And then to figure out, okay, once we've done that work, that administrative work, and secured the trust and permission of customers who have built a relationship with us over time, the opportunity that's ahead to not only really understand luxury shopping behavior because of the breadth and depth of our portfolio, but also to really start to think about what an advanced, more intimate relationship looks like with customers who've entrusted us with this information about their preferences, their wardrobes in some cases. We know more about them sometimes than they know about themselves. So I'm very excited about the possibilities there. I'm also really excited about what's happening in the space where creativity and art are appreciated differently. So if you start to think about, kind of some of the experimentation, whether it's in NFTs or it's in the space that's really about things that are unique and quirky and driven by an artistic sensibility, that's where we are very strong, is around people who want to enjoy something that is distinct, it's unique in the market, it helps an individual express themselves differently. That's also an area where we can be very strong. So I think a lot of the collaborations that we're seeing that are becoming more and more artist driven, and then also in the digital space as well as in the analog space, are really interesting.
So just to piggyback on the consumer question, you mentioned that it's super important for LVMH to protect their consumer, but how do you guys go about defining them on a per brand basis to ensure that you're meeting the brand need?
Well, for now, each individual business unit globally operates independently from one another. So it's not to say that there are not consumers who have made purchases across multiple brands that we happen to own. LVMH as an entity is transparent to the consumer. We are not in the business of building LVMH as a brand. We build individual brands. So whether it's Tiffany or whether it's Bulgari or whether it's Louis Vuitton, Dior, I'm just working my way down 57th Street as I think through who's there. Each of those brands is distinct. They operate distinctively. It's their responsibility to really understand who their customer is. There are relatively few of us operating at a group level who have a vantage point of looking across the whole portfolio. And that level of independence and autonomy is a big part of what allows each consumer to be defined in a way that's really distinct.
That's great. We have 5 more minutes. I have 2 fun questions that I'd love to hear from you.
Okay.
First off, LVMH is known for being a best-in-class advertising, creative driven company. Can you tell me about some of your favorite all-time campaigns that you guys have built and deployed in the marketplace?
So there is an incredible, and it was a very fortuitously timed campaign that's been going on for a number of years with Hennessy around unfinished business and working with what were entrepreneurs in the Black community for a long time. And now we've expanded the definition of it to help entrepreneurs and small business owners in communities of color. And Hennessy has deep roots in the Black community. And we value that tremendously, also in the Asian American and Latinx community. And right around the time of the COVID shutdowns, Hennessy was announcing a really deep commitment to helping small businesses. And what better timing could there have possibly been at a time that small businesses needed it the most? So it's a campaign that has also involved some brand creative in partnership with Nas, and also has come to life in a lot of the activations we've done with the NBA. And in a deep relationship we have with the NBA. And I think what strikes me as being so powerful about this campaign is that it's really valuing the customer and all the entrepreneurs that live within the core customer population. It's providing real visibility and support for the community. It ties back, it makes all of the investments that we're making in our brand campaigns have a ethos to them, a core integrity to them that feels really good as a brand moves forward into the 21st century, at a time that a lot of us are talking about DE&I. That for us is an idea that's been years and years in the making and has come to life in a way that we feel really good about. So that's one I've loved. From a media standpoint, I've been really impressed with what the Tiffany team has done when they launched the About Love campaign last fall with Beyonce and Jay-Z. They, certainly brought it to life through a beautiful package of video. They put it out into the world in the digital space, especially, and created kind of a moment where everyone was seeing that campaign simultaneously in September of last year. And then they managed to use out of home in an incredibly powerful way. throughout the fall and holiday season, where they wouldn't just go and buy a few pieces of out of home. They would take over an entire market. My favorite execution was the one in Mexico City, where they took over the sides of buildings and had an enormous projection of these incredible pieces of video, including the iconic Tiffany blue. And then they commissioned the local symphony orchestra to play Moon River. So when you think about the heritage of Tiffany in terms of the iconic color, the Breakfast at Tiffany reference, the Tiffany diamond integrated into that creative, on top of an iconic New York couple who were the embodiment of love. And I think the fact that they pulled in so many different touch points that were uniquely available to Tiffany was really, really special and impressive.
That's great. And yes, I love that actual creative. And it's one that my wife and I enjoyed when I got her something from Tiffany's, or at least she asked for it as usual. Final question. And I think this is actually a fun one. So we started our careers, many years ago, not trying to date myself, but over the course of the past 20, 10, 15, 5 years, massive shifts in the way media is consumed.
Yeah.
What are some things or decisions today that you make where you probably, when you first started this business, you never thought were going to be the case?
Well, I mean, the fact is that midway through my career, the mobile revolution started. And I remember, as you do probably, when marketers would talk about this being the year of mobile, as if it was going to be constrained to 1 year, right? Because we'd figure it all out and we'd be done.
Hearing it for a while, yes.
That's right. And so what's fascinating to me is how much the introduction of what could have just been a device has changed every single component of how we communicate with each other as people, of how we think about ourselves as consumers, about how brands can build relationships and also drive commerce through a screen that's the size of an index card. And just the power that comes with that, and how it requires each of us to stay on our toes in terms of how it is we adapt to the world. There's no mastering a corner of marketing or media anymore and thinking, okay, that's done. Now I can go and on my merry way and continue to think about the world differently. I think the fact that now we have to relearn and iterate and improve all the time makes us all better marketers.
Last question from me, and then we'll see if we have time for a Q&A. What's one prediction you're making for the new year in 22?
Lipstick is back. I think, and we're seeing it in our business, actually. Our Dior Rouge lipstick is on fire. I think that among women, we've all done the skin. Our skin has never looked better. Exactly. Thank you, EB. Lipstick is back. That's my prediction. We are optimists who are looking forward to a day where we can take our masks off and wear, whether it's a nude lip or a red lip, it's back.
That's actually fun to hear, simply because our AR try-on, our beauty try-on products at Snap are being led and driven by makeup, lipstick, and other beauty products. So super fun to hear. Those were all we had to chat. I don't know if there are any questions in the chat box. I don't believe I see any, unless I'm misreading this.
There was one, and it's a doozy, and I'll give you the 60-second opportunity to answer a small little question like, what do you think about the metaverse and the mobile gaming space? That was from Shira Garat.
I mean, it's a space that, there will be a corner that makes sense for luxury brands, our brands in particular, to be in. And we've dabbled a little bit here and there with gaming, not so much the gaming integrations that some luxury brands have done with within a game. I think it's defining space. I'm most curious to see what ends up happening with the extension of our fashion presentations through runway shows and what that starts to look like. I think there's always this tension too between what's exclusive and what's open to all, and trying to think through what does that mean in a space where it has been about the physical world in a runway show being broadcast live through digital channels, and then what might that start to look like if it isn't always about actual models in a physical space, and what kind of creativity might be expressed there as a complement to, and at some point, who knows, maybe a replacement for, but trying to think through what that comes to be.
I know that my head was going to explode when I read that. I think it was Shaq who created a sneaker brand just for use in the metaverse. So I can't even dress myself for work from home. Now I have to dress for the metaverse. Yeah. I don't know.
But you know what? I will say this. I think for as many things as I see growing in this space that is virtual, I think things that are physical hold a different kind of value. That it won't, the idea of a real life experience doesn't go away. If anything, I think the yearning to be with real people in real spaces and creating spaces that are really special and unique and driven by a human experience, I think there's a greater opportunity there that, it is not as if we all turned into a generation of hermits who are never going to re-emerge from our homes after. The first thing people wanted to do was get out of their house and we have lines of people waiting to get into our stores. People want to be in the physical world, even when the alternatives are created for them to be in a virtual world.
Yeah, it's so well put. And that's sort of the way we think about it with AR, where we're not trying to replace the physical world, we're trying to enhance it and ultimately develop these relationships, let's call it, between consumers and brands such as yourselves, but then ultimately help them through their purchase journey in store to that physical location and experience. So that was very well put, Jen.
Well, I love that. You really handled a complex question with a lot of tangible takeaways. So thank you for that. I love trying on my virtual lipstick as well. And I love being able to smell again and utilize your fragrances in real life, Jennifer. So thank you. Yes, my COVID senses have returned. So with that, I will thank you so much for excellent moderating. Mooch, you came to the table with some really good ones. And Jennifer, as we said, you are a woman to watch for a reason. So thank you for your excellent contributions on behalf of LVMH. So
thank you.
With that said,
real pleasure.
Many thanks. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. So now we're moving on to another wearable brand. And I'm going to bring up Matt Rapicki. And Matt went from marketing Barbie at Mattel to marketing the kind of clothes that Ken might love to wear as the CMO of Joseph A. Bank. Do you like how I did that? I worked on that.
Nice segue. I like that.
And moderating this even better than I can is Kathy Taylor. She has definitely graced the brand innovator stage before. She has broad expertise as the US commissioning editor of WARC. So I will turn it over to you with a quick reminder that everyone in the audience is welcome to pose a question to them and use the Q&A feature, chat amongst yourselves, and also hashtag BI Livestream for brand innovators. I'm E.B. Moss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, E.B., and welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well. As she mentioned, I am the U.S. commissioning editor for WARC. You might ask what a commissioning editor is. Basically, my job is to get as much quality marketing knowledge content onto our platform as possible. If you're not familiar with WARC, our mission is to save the world from ineffective marketing. It sounds like we should all wear capes and go flying through the universe, making sure that no media dollar is ever wasted. But in fact, we do this through getting as much great thought leadership, content from around the marketing universe or the globe as we can. I also would just urge you, if you are not a WARC subscriber, you can check out our podcasts. Those are free. And we do a lot of US focused content, such as a recent spotlight on DEI, which has gotten a lot of traction, really helping marketers do their job better. With that, I would love to introduce Matt Rapicki, who is CMO of Joseph A. Bank. And Matt, welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And tell us a little bit about your background, how you got to Joseph A. Bank and so forth.
Sure. Yeah, no, thanks for having me. It's great to see everybody today. And yeah, like I was just introed about the potentially odd segue for my career path of working in marketing on the Barbie brand to where I'm at now with Joseph A. Bank. But, I've been so fortunate in my career thus far and had a lot of diversity, both in industry and location. I've spent a lot of my career at Mattel, the toy company, working specifically on the Barbie brand, which was a phenomenal experience. Also spent a little bit of time at Amazon in their fashion division, which was great. And have been now at Tailored Brands, which is the parent company of Joseph A. Bank, Men's Warehouse, and a couple other brands in the portfolio for about 2.5 years. And I think one of the through lines that I've found in my career is those brands that need a refresh, need to identify and get in front of a new customer, change their brand perception. As you and I talked about when we connected last week, Kathy, oftentimes that coincides with a review of the marketing mix as well, which is always fun to kind of pick apart and see what you can improve on there. And so, I joined Joseph A. Bank, like I said, about 2.5 years ago, with the remit to really look at how do we reposition this brand? How do we get in front of a younger millennial customer? We're a specialty menswear retailer, a lot of heritage, been around since 1905. Again, went and did some quick work around what is that brand position, what does the marketing mix look like, and then about 1.5 years ago also took on leadership for the marketing of our wedding business. And I think that's where there's been a lot of interesting work that I've been doing again in the repositioning of that business, a look at the marketing mix, but also, it's so specific to the pandemic and kind of just customer behaviors and where they're sitting right now that we've seen a lot of great momentum and interest in wedding. And so I think, a few things that I can touch on as we talk about that this afternoon.
Well, it's interesting to join any brand 2.5 years ago. That's about when I joined work. And I'm sure some of the priorities that you had back then remained priorities, but wow, did a lot ever happen that none of us really saw coming in quite the way they did. I mean, obviously DEI has been a huge topic for a long time, but it is very different now than it was even 2.5 years ago. So I would just first like you to walk us through kind of your DEI efforts and get to why that was important, not only from the right thing to do standpoint, but also in terms of growing your market, which has been an imperative for you.
Yeah, it's so interesting. And I would say even when I was, again, on the Barbie brand, leading brand marketing there, we had a lot of focus on representation and how important that was to the core consumer of that brand, which is, a young girl. And so I think I really found, the impact that purpose-driven brand and purpose-driven marketing can have on a consumer set. And then you fast forward, like you mentioned, to sort of the world we're living in today. And it was funny, Jennifer from LVMH also just touched on, some of the DEI efforts there, which was, again, I think, really great sort of segue to our conversation. But, one of the things that we found at Tailored Brands was that through an employee survey, and this was largely from our store associates, right, as we're talking about retail and commerce today, our store associates really were wanting more representation. They wanted to feel like they could be their true selves at work. And I think as we look at that from what does that mean through a marketing and advertising lens, there was a lot of opportunity for us to show up a little bit differently. And so, to the question of what are some of the things that we've been doing, the 6 months ago, again, through the lens of the wedding business that I'm leading marketing for, we shot a campaign where we cast all real couples. We hired a female wedding photographer. So not, a commercial photographer, but someone that shoots weddings on a regular basis. We wanted to really bring that point of view to the campaign. And one of the real couples that we cast was a same-sex couple. And I think in a lot of ways you could say, well, that's something that we could have represented, in prior years. I think, again, the brands and the company really wanted to do it, and we were able to bring it to life this year. And again, the feedback has been phenomenal. And, we get feedback from store associates who are so excited to see signs in the stores now of a same-sex couple as one small example. We also just shot our prom campaign for spring 2022 because yes, prom is back and so excited. And I'm sure all of the students are very excited to have their events again. But, again, for the prom campaign, let's look around and make sure that we're representing what the prom goers are seeing, in their everyday life. And so cast talent who are trans, non-binary, who are differently complected. And again, wanting to really make sure that it's not about, checking boxes, it's really about that true representation. And again, similarly, as we've started to roll this campaign out, and it's not really gonna fully hit until early February, but just a lot of excitement on, okay, how do we take these steps to move, again, the brands forward into the point you made. It's absolutely the right thing to do, but there's also just this like immediate response to it, which is just so fantastic to see. And so, I look at, again, some of these things that we've been doing as steps, right? It's always like the adage of progress, not perfection. And there's always going to be work to do. I don't think it's ever done, but it's making sure that you're, again, moving it into sort of what people see and what they expect from you as a, nationally recognized brand today.
Yeah, and I would imagine that you were saying that since you were saying that this kind of burbled up from your employees, that we were finally at a time in the culture where your employees would feel kind of empowered to really talk about these things. I mean, maybe this had been a wish for quite a few years, but this is the kind of time where people are speaking up and talking about representation.
Certainly, and I give a lot of credit to the organization and Tailored Brands for asking employees for their perspectives and getting that feedback, and not only going to just the exercise, but then actually taking it in and saying, now we need to act upon it, right? It's easy to go and ask someone their point of view, and then you sit on the result. And that was certainly not the case here. It was, oh, actually, this is something that is like right in front of us and we need to do something about it, which again, I was really proud to be able to kind of like carry part of that mantle forward in terms of now, how do we show up differently? And then, like I said, actually hearing the immediate response from the store employee saying, oh, wow, A, you heard me. B, I'm really excited by how I feel like I can come to work now and really be my true self.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, when you really embrace DEI, it just takes to so many different facets, and we've been looking really closely at that. So, I know it's kind of early days, but what do you feel you're seeing in terms of results from a marketing perspective, and what metrics are you using to say, okay, we're on the right track here, for instance, to depict real couples as they are and all that kind of stuff? I mean, what do you think you're seeing?
I think to your point, it's still early days. And so as we do more and more, customer research work, I think we'll start to see some of those results with more clarity. If I look back again on some of the work I was able to do on the Barbie brand, by which our sort of quarterly customer survey started to field back, and we saw the market perception shifts as folks were exposed to the work we were doing. So I have seen the proof points, I've seen the results that the work can do, and those are then trailed hopefully by sales increases and so on and so forth. And so I'm really confident that the things that we're doing now at Tailored Brands will be paying out to that degree. Again, it's just I would say the proof points today, the way that we're validating it, like I said, I'm getting emails from associates in the field saying, hey, a customer came in and was really happy to see this, or I feel better about, working here and, coming to work every day. Or again, on our social media, we're getting a lot of great feedback from folks who are saying, this is so great, so exciting, I love it. And I think those are just like those little glimpses that like directionally tell you you're doing the right thing as you thought you were. But I think over the next number of months, and certainly as we kind of, round up this year, I would say we'll hopefully get something that is a little bit more quantifiable to really show that these, again, were the right decisions and that we're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, no, that's great to see. Also with Barbie, I mean, my Barbies were, that was not a real world kind of depiction. Let's put it that way. When I was a young girl, so
been a lot of really great change on that brand too. But and I think one of the things that you started with at the top of the conversation that I really believe as well is around marketing waste, media waste, and so again, I think when we're going through and doing these efforts, right, you also have to make sure that you're understanding your target. And so that consumer research is so important, and really understanding, what people are expecting from you, because you can't be all things to everybody. And again, like in the space that we sit, we definitely have, very specific targets. And so whether it is the, DE&I efforts, or again, looking at what, marketing channels we're investing in and where we should be taking those, media waste is always on my mind. And again, making sure that we're sort of hitting and getting in front of the right folks at the right time.
Yeah. So, you were mentioning that you went through this whole media analysis, was, one of the big things that you had to do when you came. Obviously, that like intersected with the pandemic, people not going into stores as much. I mean, there was a lot to wrestle with there. So, how have you altered the media mix, both in terms of just what you were contending with, just as you joined the company, but then also as the pandemic unfolded?
Yeah, no, I definitely took a few turns here and there. And I think, again, like I mentioned earlier, reviewing the marketing mix is something that I've done now a number of times as I've stepped into new roles. And I always look at it, it's not for the sake of changing, just to change, but really like putting an eye on, okay, are these the most effective, tactics and ways to get in front of our customers? And are there things that we're potentially missing that we should try out? And I would say, the whole mentality around testing and then scaling was something I learned so acutely during my time at Amazon that I applied when I went back to the Barbie brand. And I, would say like carried that forward to today. And, when I joined Joseph A. Bank, it was primarily a TV and catalog, driven marketing mix, and had just started dipping into digital. And I think, to your point, through the pandemic, we've now swayed to be much more digitally focused. And even within that, though, it's okay. Now we have like our sort of like tried and true channels that we invest in, but it's also always about keeping an eye on where should we be testing and where do we need to show up that's new and different. And, if I look at the wedding business, when I, kind of jumped in there, we're not doing any work with Pinterest, and Pinterest has 500 million wedding pins every year. And so to me, it was like a natural place that, hey, we're talking to, folks getting married, brides, grooms, partners. We need to be in front of them on a platform like Pinterest. And now we invest, we start, we test, and then we figure out, okay, well, like how high is high? What is the level of investment? What can we do there? What is that relative to, again, the sort of multi-touch, if you will, across our marketing ecosystem? But, I think the move towards digital was one thing during the pandemic that we did, pretty quickly, kind of like a hard right to a lot of degrees. But then within that, it's been, okay, how do we just like find the new places that we should be showing up? And so, for us, we've never been on a platform like Twitch before. Our prom campaign for spring, we're going to be testing on Twitch. I'm super excited. I think it's a really, again,
it's kind of weird to be.
Sorry?
It's kind of weird to be for that demographic.
Totally. And I mean, a lot of brands have already been there for a really long time who, again, are more squarely in that demo. For us, again, it's a new place to play, but I'm excited to see what the results are. And so, I think as we've gone through the past couple of years, to your point, yes, like our stores all closed for a period of time, as I think all retail did. We've now reopened, but we want to make sure that we're offering sort of that complete omni-channel experience, and that a customer can do what they need to do or want to do with us on our website, do what they want to do or need to do in our stores. But our marketing investment needs to capture sort of the entirety of that journey.
Yeah, and it's gotten. I imagine it's gotten a lot more complex. I mean. So one thing we've been looking at a lot at work is sort of how performance and branding are just getting much closer together. For instance, if you're talking ad units, sometimes it's the same ad unit. So what are you seeing, in your, not just at Joseph A. Bank, but also in your category, in terms of really trying to make sure that branding and performance are kind of working in lockstep together in a much closer fashion than before?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually just reading something this morning from Deloitte that was their 2022 retail strategy, but it was talking about the role that brand plays, if you will, right? And I think a lot of organizations separate the two. I've been in those organizations. I think they need to work in concert. And you are building this brand experience, if you will, and that's going to manifest itself for us in a store, through TV, through our website. And again, it's like multi-touch. I always believe you have to have consistency of message anywhere a consumer might experience you. And so if you have one approach for your performance channels and one approach for your brand channels, those things are going to be incongruous to a consumer. And I think there's a lot of brand equity that's like up for grabs right now, as people are coming out of the pandemic differently and looking for, where do they want to shop? Part of that is, because we talked about at the top of this call, DEI initiatives and sort of how you like evolve and discuss your brand purpose. That's more and more and more important to consumers today. And so that has to be there alongside your, hey, have a promotion that's going to be a search campaign this week, right? And so I think what we've been doing is figuring out how those things really do live together, because you can't always split them apart. You shouldn't split them apart, because I think you're going to start to lose the plot with the customer.
Yeah, that increasingly seems to be the case. So in terms of as you've mixed up the media, and obviously you talked about, doing more in digital. I mean, what's exciting you right now? I mean, are things like connected TV on your radar screen? Like what sort of, specific media channels and platforms are you a bit more excited about, focused on, and so forth?
Yeah. Connected TV, like I said, looking at places like Twitch, I think sort of all of it is up for grabs. And I think one of the things that is easy to do as marketers and decision makers around marketing investment is to say, hey, this channel feels outdated or old fashioned, and so we're going to like push it to the side. And so as an example, I mentioned when I joined Joseph A. Bank, there was a heavy investment on direct mail, catalog. We scaled that back significantly, but it certainly hasn't gone away. And so it's like, that's not, as it goes, throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think that there is, use, and again, super targeted. We have to make sure that we know what we're doing. We're testing into it, looking for the incrementality, so on and so forth. But, I always want to keep looking at, hey, are there things that we should bring back to the fore? Like, we have been doing a lot of audio campaigns, and a lot of that's through satellite radio, but what is the terrestrial version of it that, again, if I want to be hyper targeted in a market and get the people for, in Dallas to go to our 6 Joseph A. Bank stores, like maybe that's the right place to be, instead of like a nationally funded campaign. And so I think what is getting me excited is when we're able to turn on things and like, scale into TikTok, which is, I think, super fun right now for a lot of what we're doing. Like I said, Twitch, connected TV, I think is a great place to look at, because again, we can be targeted, struggle with some of the results on, the reporting side, but it's great that we, again, know who we're getting in front of. But, similarly, I want to make sure that we are looking at the entirety of, there are tactics that are still super effective and actually play really well with more contemporary digital platforms that we shouldn't forget about.
Yeah, well, I wondered when you were not doing as much digital, I mean, how did that skew age-wise? I mean, I'm going to make an assumption that you were probably missing a lot of the younger audience when you were, kind of married, if you will, to more traditional channels by and large.
Yeah, no, I think you're totally right, Kathy. And that's, to the point I just made on how we use direct mail, that's still probably our older customer who likes to shop in a store and is not as like digitally savvy or focused. Over the pandemic, we've been increasing in, our integration with Facebook more and more, like I think all brands are. But knowing that I wanted to, again, specifically get in front of a younger demo, I, had the team really focus on Instagram only buys. And we, over 2019 to 2021, increased our millennial customer penetration by 5 points. So we were able to really see the payout of, okay, we're going to hyper focus on this, and it actually worked. And so you do have to kind of, again, marry your mix to make sure that you're covering your demographics. But yes, I think there are probably some demos that are aligned with certain platforms more than others. And that's where, again, like, I love getting as many inputs as possible. And I want to now go and dig in on some of the white papers and podcasts that you've been, referencing, because I think all sort of like, data points are useful in figuring out kind of directionally where you should be headed next.
Yeah. Well, great. Please check our stuff out. But I wondered if you could say anything about what you're seeing in terms of why people might go to, to the brick and mortar store and why they're shopping online. Like, what does that look like? What are the rationales for one versus the other? Or how does that hybrid activity work? Do people shop online and then want to try it on? And so, like, what are you seeing there in terms of trends?
And I think in our business, it's maybe a little bit more specific than, say, broad apparel, because again, we operate with a lot of tailored clothing in tailored categories. And so I think kind of like where you're going with this is someone going to buy a suit online? The answer is absolutely yes. But, I think what's actually great coming out of the pandemic and that sort of omni-channel view is that it really gives the customer the opportunity to choose how they want to do each part of that journey. So, if I look at our wedding business, our site is absolutely the first place that people go, because they can browse, they can see the looks, they can look at the color options, they can get inspired, and then they're most likely to then come into a store and get measured by one of our tailors, right? So like we offer, tutorials how to measure yourself through our website, but the experience of going into a Men's Warehouse or a Joseph A. Bank store and getting measured, was unparalleled. And so what I think is so great is that we can actually see that journey take place, whereby folks are deciding what they want to do online versus what they want to do in store. You can get measured in store, and then, by the way, we'll ship the the rental or the suit to you. So again, it's like this mix and match, but your marketing mix has to follow suit, right? And so I think one of the things that we've been really focused on with our partners is measurement for store traffic, has to be on pace with measurement for digital channels, right? You can't just say, yes, I'm only looking at people that go to the website, because your attribution is going to be probably pretty skewed, because at least through our business, what we're seeing is a lot of people still want to come into stores. And now, as we're still, coursing through COVID, some of that is related to level of comfort, to sort of what's happening in someone's area, so on and so forth. But I think people want to make some decisions in the store. They want to do things from the comfort of their home, and it's our job to really make sure that we're showing up holistically.
Yeah, well, it's such an interesting time. I mean, totally different category, but we did run an article about 6 months ago about grocery stores and this kind of hybrid shopping experience, and how the motive, this was before Omicron, but the motive had changed from safety to convenience. But then people would go to a store for kind of those things you don't want to do online, like if you want to talk to the butcher.
Sure.
That's not, he's not going to be DMing you, I don't think. We're not there yet. But it sounds like it kind of applies across categories, no matter what you do. So anyway.
Definitely. No, and that's where I think we just, again, as marketers in the retail space, just have to keep an eye on what is the expectation of us? What are those services and features and functions that we're going to continue to, and again, we do a lot of testing, but that we're going to test into and just see what the response is. And you're going to hypothesize on some things that aren't going to pan out the way that you thought they might, and customers just won't respond to them the way that you were hoping they were. But again, you've tried it, and you can keep evolving from there.
Yeah. Well, is there anything that surprised you in terms of this, this hybrid behavior, specifically, like where you said, this is really interesting and I did not see that coming?
That's interesting. I will say not about the hybrid, retail channel behavior per se, although I do have an example there. But something that really struck me last year was the movement towards polo shirts. And I think on Joseph A. Bank, like, I know you laugh, but our head of our e-com for Joseph A. Bank was started to report out every week. Okay, we're seeing this uptick in polo shirt sales. And it's like, well, of course that makes sense, because yes, I'm in a collared shirt and a jacket today, but most people, they just, you want to look nice. And so a polo shirt is a great way to represent that on your Zoom. And so, our performance channels like really dove in to help, like, how do we really get market share there? And we saw just huge year-over-year increases in polo shirt sales. And that for me was like that one of those like moments where you're like, you just synthesize the data that's in front of you and kind of like see that hint of, okay, here's where we could take this. And so I would say that was kind of, for me, one of our like kind of like retail, like, shining stars during the pandemic. I think in terms of, omni-channel behavior and what's been surprising, I kind of alluded to it earlier, but it is that, yes, I'm going to do part of this online, but there are certain things I just really want to have that kind of like physical, like, assistance through. And that's great, because it means that there's still certainly a reason for being for our retail footprint. And again, where we sit, we offer unparalleled service. Like, we have tailors in every store, associates. We keep getting these stories as weddings, there's this backlog of weddings. It's everybody's trying to get married, and we have store managers driving tuxedos to a church to make sure that it gets to the groom on time. And I think that level of service that we at Taylor Brands provide is something that, again, people want. And so you can't get all of that through the website, which makes it so great, because again, we can really connect the dots in terms of, here are the things we're going to let you do online, which is still quite a lot, but we're always going to be here to service you as you need in our stores.
Yeah. So are you seeing upticks in, sort of interest in dressing up? Are we there yet? Please say yes, even if it's not true.
Party of one, yes. I've been there for a long time. I'm ready to dress up. But yes, no, I think people do want to dress up. And, it's, again, interesting, like looking at some of the insights that we get. And through our wedding business, we have a close partnership with the Knot, right, where couples are going to get registered. And I think they were calling it sort of like maximalists. Like, people want to like just go over the top now, because we're in this place, hopefully, that, you can go out to an event with the proper protocols in place, of course. But, you can go out to an event and you can see friends, and you can go to dinner, you can go to a wedding. And so I think people are definitely like going back into that mode of, okay, I need to like refresh my wardrobe, and I really want to, again, look great, feel great, and sort of everything that comes along with that. So I would say, yes, we're definitely seeing that, which is exciting. And I think as, just culturally, everybody's ready for that sort of celebratory moment.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's interesting just based on the last conversation and talking about, the metaverse and personally, I'm like, no, I want to go to a party where there are actual people and wear something nice,
Right.
So, so very basic question. What is your definition of effectiveness right now? How are you defining that?
That's a good question.
Thanks.
But it's not a basic question. I think it has a lot of complexity to it. I think, there's so many factors that you have to look at when you say if something's effective. And if you, again, kind of go through, the retail journey, when we do kind of like weekly, business reporting every week, one of the places that I'm always kind of pushing on the team is the quality of visits. And so, we'll say, hey, we just got 1 million, impressions on this, or 2 million people came to the site. And it's like, well, great, how qualified were they? So going back to something I mentioned earlier, to me, the effectiveness of your targeting is paramount. Like if we're not getting in front of the right people, like that then really starts to get into media waste, but it's also just not a good use of kind of like our time. It also starts to create, I think, poor brand perception. I know if I get targeted by a brand that I have no interest in ever engaging with, I start to feel differently about them. And so I think effectiveness really starts with, okay, like who's your target? Who are you going after? And what are the right ways to get in front of them? And then it just starts to like move on from there. And so like, how do you get those people to actually engage with your brand and your content and your advertising? How do you then get them further to consider you for, a purchase or a service or wherever you kind of sit in the industry? And then obviously finally conversion. And so I think effectiveness, that's why I said it's complex, takes on many forms, but to me, it really starts with targeting and like, are you showing up and getting in front of, who your core customer either is today or who you want it to be?
Yeah. Well, you're right. It is a complicated question. So you did very well with that. So we do have a couple of questions from the audience. So I'm just going to touch base briefly on those. One is just what the difference is in consumer targeting between Men's Warehouse and Joseph A. Bank.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was interesting when I joined the company, it was surprising to me to see how little overlap there was between customers. And so I think, part of that is just based on geography. Joseph A. Bank was started in Maryland, has like a big customer base in, sort of like mid-Atlantic in the South. Men's Warehouse was more sort of like West, South kind of like, customer base. And so, and they have different kind of like vibes and aesthetics. And, also one of them is a vertical retailer. Joseph A. Bank is all our own product. Men's Warehouse is a house of brands, if you will. And I share all of that because I think, we do look at the targeting slightly differently. There are definitely age differences. I think there's like, event and moment differences. Joseph A. Bank has a larger sportswear penetration at the moment. And again, I think that was just based on how the brand was built, whereas Men's Warehouse really is like predominantly like that's across the portfolio where we do our wedding and our rental business. And so I think through those differences just in the mix, we definitely have targeting differences between the brands.
Yeah, I mean, does one skew older than the other, or does there, can you be a little more
Joseph A.
specific
Bank
about?
tends to skew older. And again, that's just going back to like effectiveness of marketing. We have to be aware of that as we kind of start mapping out the journey just to know who we're getting in front of. But yeah, so there's, interesting the overlap that does exist or doesn't exist. But then I think from a targeting standpoint, yes, there's age demo, there's HHI, there's geography, and a number of other factors that we always take into account.
Yeah, thank you. So this week, we kind of answered this, or you did, but I'm just going to give you this question
Sure.
Again, if you have more to say, just about the omnichannel media mix. How do you define and measure success for these new channels, especially knowing some channels don't look great in terms of platform attribution or last click analytics? That's the part that I was like, yeah, let's talk about that.
Touche. So true. I think, well, and if any of our partners from Google are listening right now, I would say they've been side by side with us on figuring out, again, like I mentioned earlier, what is that sort of store traffic attribution to make sure that we're tracking exposure to the marketing to, getting someone into one of our stores. And that is a continuous journey and challenging journey, but one that I think, we're definitely on. And so, yes, that becomes really important. To talk about like last click, yes, I think that's always going to be like, we're always re-looking at what is the right attribution window. And it is somewhat specific to channel, right? And the expectation out of how someone's going to engage with, what they're seeing and where they're at. Specifically on the wedding business, where people get engaged 9 to 12 months before their wedding, it's very different than sort of direct response retail advertising, right? Because again, there's like a life cycle to that. And so we've been really spending a lot of time figuring out, okay, what is the right attribution window there? So I unfortunately don't think that I have, sort of the quick and easy answer on it, just to say that it is something that, we've been doing a lot of work on, again, like with partners like Google on, okay, how do they help us just solidify the attribution for store traffic and the revenue attribution there. But then I think that sort of like attribution window is always something that we're assessing and looking at and refining.
Well, if you did have the answer, you'd be a billionaire right now.
Right. True.
Anyway, I'm just.
But it's always good to like hear what other people are doing, right? And maybe it'll inform the way you approach it. So
how are you adjusting to everybody's favorite topic, the demise of the cookie?
I think it's something that we are all just keeping a close eye on. And, obviously we've been tracking sort of like the impact it's had, as of late. And I think it's also looking at what are platforms, Pinterest being one of them, like what are platforms that aren't, as reliant upon, cookies, and how do we, just find new ways to, again, look at our total attribution and our reporting. So again, it's one, I don't think there's a crystal ball by any means. We're definitely seeing a little bit of an impact, but it's also, again, what are the other platforms that we can look at? How do we make, again, our analysis whole to like take into account the fact that, that is now just sort of the reality that we're as marketers all facing.
Yeah. And, obviously some platforms like Facebook, can continue to leverage them. But I guess, what we found is there's probably like 100 different potential solutions, and there's not going to be a winner here. It's just going to be a bunch of solutions that make sense for individual marketers. So anyway, have fun, everybody. So anything else in terms of change of how you pivoted to work from home? We talked about the polo shirts, but someone was asking for a little bit more elaboration on that.
Sure. I mean, I think from a product standpoint, yes, it's like, let's figure out where we can really lean in and win based on a shift in consumer behavior. So again, it definitely was increasing our sportswear penetration because that's what people were needing and wanting. And then through that, what are the right channels and what are the right ways that we're messaging and showing up to talk about those things? And so, whereby our site or our email campaigns would maybe have, hey, here's this one module about polo shirts, it just became a more predominant part of our messaging. And so I think that there were a number of things that, and again, I give our entire team a lot of credit for the agility that I think we all had to sort of undergo during the past couple of years. And it was about finding those bright spots. So yes, polo shirts was one, but I think it was just, again, more casual attire in general. How do you remind people and inspire them, right? And so it's like, what is the editorial imagery that we would, shoot into and really show to customers to say, hey, like, this is what this could look like. And I think one surprising thing was people still did want to dress up. It was maybe like a backyard family reunion, or it was a 5-person wedding instead of a 500-person wedding. But I think it's still important for people to feel the confidence that comes with, dressing up for those life moments. And we didn't see that going away. And so we wanted to make sure that we were still sharing with folks that we offered, everything that they wanted, regardless of the event, or sort of regardless of, it looking differently than maybe they thought it might.
Yeah. So what are your predictions for 2022? Do you have a crystal ball there, like off to the right? You can bring it out.
I wish. I know, like you said, but I think we all benefit from that. I think 2022, maybe kind of like global logistics challenges that a lot of retailers are facing aside, I'm hopeful for, again, what consumers are going to want out of retail, how they're going to acquire it. Again, the Deloitte study that I referenced earlier was talking about, again, I know, so timely, was talking about, just this this uptick of people being willing to buy and invest in the things that they want. And so I'm hopeful that we're all going to kind of like reap the other side of that. Just like, again, Jennifer from LVMH was closing out talking about the lipstick is back. I think, again, like weddings, we certainly know we're back and people are going to dress up for those. And you're probably going to have multiple weddings and you're probably going to buy multiple suits. And so I think that's what I'm really hopeful for, is that, again, we see this kind of return towards, yes, like we want to engage in our day-to-day lives. We want to see the people that we love. We want to have those, special moments and really celebrate them. And, fingers crossed, we see 2022 paying that out.
Yeah, well, one thing that's interesting too, I think, about people's behavior is of course we think this is over and then it's not, but how we predict to those different parts of the cycle is fairly predictable right now. That like, we're gonna go back to doing more online shopping for a while,
Sure.
but then we'll come back out, and it's relatively predictable even as we like make our way through it. Anyway, what opportunities do you see for 2022? Biggest opportunity? More weddings?
More weddings. Yeah. Again, I think we're anticipating that we're going to see, a huge number of weddings. I think all the industry surveys say there's going to be more weddings this year than since 1984. So we're here, we're prepped, we're excited. Prom is back. So, I think those are two kind of like very, two predictions specific to our business. And then I think, generally like what I'm also just like really excited for is continuing to play in different marketing channels and trying out new things. And like, that always gets me so excited because it's, sort of, again, you get those learnings on the other side, whether it worked exactly as you thought it was going to or not, that you then, start to apply to sort of like how you plan the next thing. And so I'm really excited to see some of the plans we're putting in place for spring 22 and like just, what they're going to net for us and what that means, for how we plan our marketing investment for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm very excited to know about what happens with the Twitch activation, to the extent that you can share that.
Me too. I'll report back.
So we do have that, everybody. And do you have any last challenge? Do you see any big, I mean, of course there are always challenges. Is there one challenge that you're particularly concerned about right now?
Yeah, I think, again, it's just making sure that we, again, have the product that customers are coming in to look for, that we're communicating it to them effectively. And, I think, again, every day there's like something new that we're all facing as we kind of like, again, go through this pandemic together. And so I think it's just staying agile, staying on our toes, and making sure that we can, service the customers to the best of our ability. So it's going to be, I think, a continuing challenge, certainly through 2022. And we'll just have to, again, kind of like, bob and weave and pivot with what gets tossed our way.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It was great to hear your thoughts. And in terms of bobbing and weaving and pivoting, just know you're not alone. So
I take solace in that. No, thank you too, Kathy. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Matt and Kathy. It was such a great conversation. Really enjoyed listening and learning more about Jose Bank. And thank you again for taking the time to be here and chat with us today. We hope to see you again soon.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks a lot.
Take care. Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Chow, and I'm one of the content and community leads here at Brand Innovators. I will be helping MC the rest of today's retail summit. And next up on our stage, we have Ian DeWar, Global Director, Consumer Analytics from VF Corp. And moderating this chat will be Emily Mazzini, Deployment Consultant from Imperity. Hello, welcome.
Hi, Jamie. Thanks so much for having us join today. Hi, everyone. As Jamie mentioned, my name is Emily Mazzini, and I lead our deployment consulting team at Imperity. So for those on this panel or webinar that don't know who Imperity is, we are the leading customer data platform for consumer brands. We help brands accelerate growth by using machine learning to help you build comprehensive and accurate customer profiles. And my team's role specifically is to help brands understand how we can deploy all of those capabilities across their organization to drive ROI in marketing, analytics, and IT, and really to be a partner to our customers throughout their relationship with Imperity. And as Jamie also mentioned, I'm really excited to be here with Ian DeWar today. Ian is the global leader of consumer analytics and enablement for VF Corporation, which owns major brands including The North Face, Vans, Timberland, and Dickies. And Ian is responsible for delivering and enhancing consumer analytics to help increase brand loyalty across the portfolios. And we had a ton of fun preparing for this session together. I've already learned so much from Ian. I'm very excited to chat with you today. Ian, it's great to see you. How are you?
Yeah, thank you, Emily. Yeah, I'm great. I'm in a hotel room in New York City instead of in the World Trade Center in New York City. But I'm happy to be here digitally as well as physically today. So thank you.
Awesome. Well, I'm also in New York City, but in my apartment in Brooklyn, so we are not too far from one another. So Ian, today we're here to talk about how a customer C360 view can drive insights that help shape customer loyalty and their behavior and engagement with your brand. So to set the stage, could you share a little bit about the role that having a good C360 view plays in helping VF Corporation understand and shape customer behavior?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that has always been important to VF, even when we started 120 years ago, but even as we transitioned to the brands we own today, 10 and 15 years ago, was understanding who our customers are and ultimately how they use the product. And as we've evolved to be a lot more digitally focused, that's become increasingly important, and data has become increasingly available. One of the things I like to say a lot is that what our customers do with our product is actually more important than what they bought from us. And by that, we're a very deliberate company. You think of the North Face, we make hiking shoes, backpacks designed for carrying laptops to school, ski jackets for off-piste backcountry adventures. We make tents, we make sleeping bags, we make insulated jackets that have very specific, not requirements, but very specific intended usage, whether that is hiking above the tree line in the backcountry or walking to work in New York City. I mean, I just walked up Fifth Avenue today. We have a store at 43rd Street, and I saw a lot of North Face jackets out on the city. And that's exactly, people are wearing those jackets exactly what they're designed for. So as we start to kind of better understand our customers, we really want to know how they're using the product that we've made. And Timberland is a good example of that with respect to Yellow Boot. Yellow Boot can be worn by a construction worker. It can be worn by a hip hop artist. It can be worn by someone at their cabin chopping wood. And as we think about kind of what we want to encourage our customers to do, when we think about the next best product for them or the next best activity for us to recommend, knowing how they're using the product is super, super important to us. So behavioral data, when we think about Customer 360, behavioral data has always been sort of a big sort of source of information for us, and always been something that we've been looking for. When I was directly involved in the launch of the North Face loyalty program 9 years ago, it was called VIP Rewards at the time. Now it's called Explore Pass, but same idea. We always included activity-based rewards and consumer events in the loyalty program because it gave us so much rich data. If a customer came to a rock climbing film festival with us, or a customer joined us for a run from one of our stores, it was so much more directional than the fact that they bought a windbreaker or a raincoat from us. And so that actually participation in that in real life participation has always been super important to us. It's just now we've got so many more ways that we can say both acquire that data and also ask the customers to self-identify and tell us what they like doing.
Awesome. So it sounds like you spend quite a bit of time and effort getting that behavioral data to really understand how a customer is using it, what behaviors surround the products. Can you tell me a little bit about how you use that? Also, not just to understand what the customers are doing, but to shape it and the way that they're interacting with your brands?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for us, like our marketing at VF, at the VF brands, Vans, North Face, Timberland, Dickies, Smartwool, even down to the smaller brands like JanSport backpacks, has always been very emotional, very experiential and very emotional. And we aspire to tell stories to encourage our customers to do more. North Face's brand ethos is never stop exploring. At Vans is directly focused on encouraging originality and sort of customer unique behaviors. It doesn't say we want every customer at Vans to skateboard, we want every customer at Vans to surf, but we want every customer at Vans to feel like they can express their own individuality through creativity. At Timberland, we want our customers to feel a real connection to the environment. I mean, we've made a big effort in using sustainable materials, recycled leather, circular economy. We want our customers to kind of understand the ethos and the utilization of the product. So when we think about where does this data come to life, we want to tell the stories that are most relevant for our customers to encourage them to, in North Face's case, go explore more. And that exploration might be climbing a mountain. It might be going to a museum. It might be taking a photography class. But all of these things, as we let to know our customers better, we feel like we show them activities and opportunities that are in line with the behaviors that they're interested in. They're way more likely to use the product, and they're way more likely to come back and buy something more for us. I mean, I certainly like to say, if we can get someone out hiking, we absolutely believe they will enjoy it, and they will want to hike more, and they will eventually come back and buy additional product for hiking.
I'm hearing you talk a lot about the experiential aspects of your products and the emotions and the way that people interact with VF brands. And I imagine, as a bit of an understatement, that's changed quite a bit over the last 2 years. And as somebody who is continually looking at customer insights and behavior, I'm curious, how have you seen customer behavior change across your portfolio in the last 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have been positioned in a unique position with respect to the pandemic situation, that a majority of our brands make products that actually are on the uptick because of COVID. We don't make suits. I sat through the Jose Bank guy's presentation, and I imagine 2 years ago, right now, he was very frustrated. So we don't make suits. We make casual shoes. Something like Vans had a massive increase in interest, especially in the first year of pandemic, because people stopped buying dress shoes, right? You don't need dress shoes if you don't have to go to work. You don't need dress shoes if you don't go to a wedding. But a pair of Vans to walk around the neighborhood with, or to hang out in, that's a lot more comfortable. And then the direct product, like the outdoor products, that ultra trail running shoes, North Face, hiking, camping, Smart Wool, Icebreaker, etc. Those are the activities that people gravitated to. We saw a huge uptick in running, camping, hiking, especially when gyms closed, almost 2 years ago. And we've been able to carry that forward. We've been able to really carry that over. The other piece that actually was a nice surprise is that Kpis has seen a big jump in people buying workwear for home improvement. Again, like if you've been to Home Depot in the last 2 years, it is packed with people thinking about fixing up their houses, and a lot of them buy Kpis pants and shirts to do it in. So, I think we've been in a really good position with respect to making the right product. But we've also really tried to, navigate that with product shortfalls, with dealing with supply chain issues, and also with providing people with that education when they come in and buy a running shoe from us, and we never knew they ran before. Now there's an opportunity for us to really showcase the rest of the running product line to them.
It sounds like customers are purchasing your products more and more, particularly as people are doing home improvement or spending more time outdoors with gym closures, et cetera. But I would imagine with store closures and things like that, the way that they have to buy your products and the way that they have to go find them either online or in the store has changed quite a bit in the last 2 years. Could you share a bit about the way that customers are purchasing these items and any trends that you've seen?
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, I don't think it's a secret. Like there was a mass migration to .com, and like probably everyone else who talked today, our stores were closed initially for 2 to 3 months, and then again about 14 months ago, again, kind of heading into November. I don't even know what year it is, 2020, it feels like. And so in November 2020, a number of our stores, especially Vans stores in California, reclosed. But what we've seen is that one, customers still like the store experience, but they're a lot more educated on the product than they used to be. And I'm not saying our customers didn't used to be smart and now they're smart. Really what I'm saying is that our customers know what to expect. And this migration to .com out of necessity at first, and then out of familiarity, has now prompted people to start their journey online almost 100% of the time. We used to see, between 50 and 60% of our retail shopping journeys, if we talked to our customers, they said they did some research before they came to the store. That number is in the low 90s now. And customers come in not only with an expectation of what they're looking for, but also with availability. They've looked at inventory. We've really accelerated the opportunity for customers to shop how they want: buy online, pick up in store, get delivered to curbside, shipped from store, shipped to store, all of these different opportunities to get the customer their product as quickly as they can. But we've also seen, in terms of customers who do like the shopping experience and come into the stores, they're way better educated on what they're looking for, and they have a better sense of what their first choice, second choice, and third choice is, and they've already checked our inventory, and that is great, actually, and it's made a big difference. We're, like probably a lot of people, we're still suffering from traffic slowdown. Like I said, I walked up Fifth Avenue today. There are definitely not as many people on Fifth Avenue shopping today as there normally would have been, and as there were last time I was in New York 2 years ago. But what we're also seeing is a pretty substantial increase in conversion, and that increase in conversion actually continued through the summer. So thinking last summer when traffic was up, Omicron wasn't an issue. We were seeing people who really knew what they wanted when they came in, and that's caused us to really start to think about, one, how do we do a better job with retail specific marketing when we identify customers who like to shop in stores? How do we make sure that we are highlighting product that's available in that store? And then secondly, how do we make the stores kind of a more conducive shopping experience for people that want to start that process at home? One of the big things, if you go to any of our stores, especially North Face and Timberland today, you'll see a much larger depth of product where we have more colors, more sizes, more options, as opposed to trying to create this massive breadth of everything we make. And that's been very deliberate. We want to make sure when a customer does look for something in the store and we know it's a product we sell in the store, that as much as possible we have it available when they come in.
What I'm hearing you talk a lot about is there is this initial shift in the way people behaved out of necessity. And over the last 2 years, it's really evolved into changed expectations that are really going to stick with people in the way that they shop and they look for products. How is VF responding to those changes? What types of investments are you making for the future? You mentioned the short-term challenges like supply chain, but it sounds like these types of expectations are going to be with us for the long haul.
Yeah, I think our bigger investments are around customer understanding. How are we, being deliberate about customer data collection? We have loyalty programs at our biggest brands. How do we continue to accelerate those loyalty programs, and how do we make them as experiential and emotional as possible? We've recognized that we don't have to compete exclusively on price to drive people to our stores. What we can compete on is product that enhances people's lives and fills a need, a need. You don't necessarily need to go hiking, but if you like hiking, and we have the product that you need for it. So we've really recognized that the more we know about a customer, the more relevant we can make our messaging, and the more we can help that customer discover additional products, things they didn't know about the North Face or didn't know about Timberland. Give you a great example. Running is a great example for North Face. Prior to pandemic, running maybe made up 5 to 7% of North Face's sales, but we knew 40 to 50% of our customers ran on a regular basis for exercise or did running races, and another 10 to 15% ran for sort of occasional exercise. So we had a huge penetration in runners. They just weren't buying that running product from us. This is now opening up this opportunity for us to help sort of our customers better understand, and the more data we have on our customers, but the more deliberate we are in asking our customers to tell us what they're interested in, because we've had to accelerate some of these direct marketing tools and customer understanding tools. Now we can go back and actually be more deliberate in our communication up front, say to our customers, tell us what you want, and we will do our best to fulfill that. We'll show you more of the content, product, experiences that you're looking for, because now we have those tools to do that.
That feels very much back to the yellow boot example that you shared at the beginning of this session where, you can buy one product and people can use it for a lot of different things. And it sounds like you're just seeing that across more and more categories now, where you have the one product, but there's a lot of information and other products surrounding that informs what the customer is actually looking for.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I mean, I think on the product side of things, we're also doing a better job now of understanding, if you think about 3 or 4 different types of behaviors, what not only the next best product for that customer is, but also by talking with the customers, we're understanding what kind of gaps we have in our product line. And by using consumer data and what consumers tell us they're interested in and what they're interested in sort of buying and using, helps us also identify kind of where we need to heavy up some of our product assortment going forward.
When we think about kind of this new world of a blended experience between e-commerce and retail, you spoke a lot about the initial upfront information gathering online, how that shapes what people are looking for in the store. What do you think is on the horizons for brands seeking to do that blended experience really well?
I think the evolution of how customers identify themselves in stores is going to be something that brands continue. I mean, I know we're talking about it, brands are going to continue to do. And I think I would say, so I was supposed to be at NRF this week. I didn't go because I was concerned about how many people were at it. But one of the things I remember from previous years, say 3-4 years ago, there was a lot of talk about app to clienteling integration, and a number of vendors were proposing, hey, if your customer has the app, when they walk in the store, we can ping an associate and put their photo on the iPad and they won't even know that it happened. And all of a sudden your team will have all these pictures. And I think the level of sort of opt-in exposure that customers are willing to accept now, they don't want someone walking up to them with a picture of them on an iPad and going, are you John? Because it just pinged my iPad with your name. What they actually want is to be able to identify themselves when they go in a store and get a unique experience. I think about loyalty from a perspective and where the retail industry is versus the hospitality industry. If you book an airline ticket, they know your status the moment you book that ticket. 60 days before you go on your, no one books 60 days, 45 days before you go on your flight, they know if you're gold, platinum, super elite. Hotels, same thing. At retail stores, we still ask the customer, are you a member of our loyalty program, at the very last moment, like literally after we ring up their products sometimes. So they come up, they put all their stuff on the cash register, you zap it with the gun, and then we say, are you in our loyalty program? And then it pops on, we go, oh, you're one of our best customers. And so as we think about ways for customers to self-identify earlier, and we encourage them, and I think this idea of inventory everywhere, endless cart, helping the customer find what they're looking for, all of that helps the customer have a better shopping experience. And I think about kind of not only what we're trying to do, but as we think about this kind of buy anywhere, get delivered anywhere, pick up anywhere mentality, we've got to do a better job of encouraging the customer to tell us who they are when they come in the door and not at the very last moment of purchase.
Well, I think hearing you speak about what a good shopping experience and how to deliver that is, each individual is unique, and that might be a little bit different for everybody depending on who they are, how frequently they shop with you. When you're making those investments, how do you think about making sure that you're targeting the right people and investing in experiences that will really drive value for your best customers?
I think that's somewhere where CDP is super powerful, and the ability to really micro segment out both targeted messaging, targeted content delivery, as well as analyzing your shopping behavior, really helps to create kind of a clear understanding of who your customers are. But also, as you think about kind of the goals of the brand and where the consumer insight work meets the consumer analytics work, that's really that sweet spot of understanding who are we targeting, how are they responding, what is the halo effect of that targeting work, and who's ultimately buying our product. And I'm not saying that we would ever say, no, we don't want someone to buy the product. But as we craft out specific messaging and specific products for a group of customers, we really want to be able to target that group look for people who behave like that group, and then evaluate the results. And that's where something like CDP is super powerful, that if we're targeting women 25 to 35 with sort of an outdoor fast hike product, we want to be able to track how well it's working, who's actually buying that, whether they're using the product, whether they're telling us that it's increased their kind of interest in hiking through our loyalty behavioral data, and whether they're coming back and buying more product. And that's where that ability to create some of these micro segments for outbound and for analytics is super important to us.
So you've been talking a lot about in the CDP, right? It's very important to have not just who the individual is, but a lot of information around who they are, what they bought, and particularly for you, why they bought it. Because the product can be used many different ways. And to get really that holistic view of the customer, that's a pretty high bar. And you mentioned for consumer experience in particular, that exposure to opt status is really important to start collecting more and more. I'm curious, when you think about your CDP and that holistic customer profile, what's the next frontier or the next kind of set of data that you want to prioritize together that will help you further a lot of the initiatives that VF is investing in?
I mean, I think it's the continuation of the behavior. You know, one of the gaps that we identify at VF is that we only have one segment of what the customer needs. If you think about North Face skiing, we don't sell skis, we don't sell boots, we don't sell helmets. We did a collab with Smiths. We do sell goggles, but very few of them. Camping, the same thing. If you're going to go camping, yes, we can sell you a tent. Yes, we can sell you a sleeping bag. Certainly, we can outfit you in all the clothing, footwear you need, but we don't sell pots and pans and stoves and mattresses and food and all those other things. So customers need to go elsewhere. We think about the same thing with respect to the other brands. So trying to fill in that utilization gap of getting customers and actually engaging with them in real life. It's a big part of our initiative going forward. We have, again, looking forward to coming out of COVID restrictions. We have a big event plan across multiple brands to go out to where our customers are. And not just wait for them to come to us, and not just have events around stores, but to actually have events in places that people want to go to, whether that is surf contests, skate contests, for snowboard contests for Vans, outdoor rock climbing events for North Face, or environmental events for Timberland. We really want to be out there, and we want to meet our customers as much as possible and give them that opportunity to come and engage with us or with some of our partners in a way to ultimately use the product we make. And so filling that gap is probably the biggest hurdle for us, because we don't have the full breadth of shopping data that we would have if we were an REI or a Macy's or something like that.
I think you're hitting on a really important point about the breadth of things that you could do with the CDP, and all the different actions that you can take from the insights that you pull from that. I think when you think about CDPs in the market, a lot of the classic use cases are around what we've been talking about. So understanding your customers, targeting them in the right channel. But I'm hearing you talk about kind of this whole other set of things, like how do we know geographically where to go for an event? Who are we attracting there? What partners are we bringing to the table? Curious to hear a little bit more about that insights process and how those decisions are made.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we identified a few years ago, and this is going to sound logical to everyone, but is that people in different parts of the country buy different products. People in New York like grays and blacks, and people in San Francisco buy yellows and reds. What is considered cold in Dallas is different from what is considered cold in Minneapolis. And there's different styles in different regions. And as we start to kind of have better access to our sell-through data, both at wholesale and of course through our e-commerce and our retail network, we're starting to realize how important regionalized product assortment, regionalized messaging, regionalized sort of activity opportunities really is. And we want to treat our customers more in line with what kind of is available to them. Yes, of course, localization of events makes sense. That I think we're all beyond the idea of sending an email out and saying, hey, we have a running race in San Francisco. Oh, we're going to tell everyone in the whole country to come to our running race next weekend. But going beyond that, we also want to be able to stay in front of regional trends as much as possible and kind of regional seasonality. I mean, one of the most interesting things we found, and this is relevant for North Face, but also JanSport, Kipling, Vans, is that schools start up in vastly different time periods across the United States. The earliest schools go back is first week of August across the Southeast. And the latest they go back is Labor Day weekend. And so all of a sudden you have a 4 to 5 week gap between when kids start school and universities start over the course of about a 4-week gap. And that translates directly to when parents and sort of young adults are out buying things to go back to school, whether that's hooded sweatshirts, Vans, backpacks, especially. And so if you think about, a national campaign to promote backpack sales, do you start that, 2 weeks before the first schools go back, or do you start that 2 weeks before New York schools go back? You have to be able to deliver that at a regional level, and that's what customers are expecting. They expect you, if they provide information to you, they give you their email address, they give you their SMS number, they expect you to at least deliver some relevance back to them. Otherwise, poof. I mean, the penalty now is not necessarily a complaint or an opt-out. It's simply they're going to ignore you, and that's potentially even worse.
Right. Customers expect to get value from the information that they're getting back. And when it's not the two-way street, I'm sure you'll very quickly find that you're getting a lot less self-volunteered information.
Yes.
And I guess as a side note, I would have loved a pair of Vans shoes in middle school. That was like the dream for me. Sounds like that's still in play for kids today.
That is still that is still a very popular middle school accessory right there. Absolutely true.
Some things never change. But I think you're hitting on another important point, right? It's one thing to know all of those regional differences and be able to explain those through what you see in the customer data. It's another thing entirely to help communicate that to the other parts of your org and the brands who are actually executing that messaging and making that come to life. Could you share a little bit about how you approach that?
Yeah, for sure. So we meet with so at the VF level, we really focus on the enablement of data for the individual brands, and we meet on a quarterly basis with all the brands with their sort of heads of e-com, heads of analytics, and really help understand what they want to know about their customers and also kind of what they want to do about that. So thinking about it's so here's what happened. So what does that mean? What's next? How are we going to take that and do something with it? And we've really evolved our reporting to be more around how do we learn from what happened and how do we adjust that, whether that is next week, next month, next quarter, or next year, but also how are we constantly thinking about how we become more relevant. Something like CDP, because of the ability to do so much filtering, whether that's just for, you said CDPs aren't just for targeting. Absolutely. I mean, one of the things we really like about it is the ability to create kind of very, very quick and easy reporting in terms of being able to look at audience size, location, changes in behavior, reaction to outside influences. I was talking about schools, but another dramatic outside influence is weather, and that affects not just the North Face, affects a lot of our brands, and thinking about kind of how do we take advantage of weather either upfront before it happens or immediately after it. The ability to turn around and send an email message or create a campaign specific to a zip code that recently experienced a snowstorm and highlight, gloves and hats is a great tool that we could turn around and do that in 24 hours, whereas weeks, years ago, it would take us a week to do that. And so being able to combine both, direct consumer data and other readily available data is really a nice addition there. And using that, whether that's for reporting, kind of evangelizing what our customers are doing across the organization, or going back to the various marketing tactical owners and talk about targeting. Both of those are available when we have more access to data and we're able to combine more data sources in one location.
That's fantastic. I think you're hitting on another important point too. there's a lot, you build a CDP, it's a great asset to have in your organization, but to get the best value, it's really about evolving it over time and continuing to add data. When you see things like targeting after a storm are really effective, and you've measured that, and you've seen that it's something that you want to do again, you're always growing and evolving that view of the customer and the data you have about where they lived. Keep doing more and more things like that.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I really do think that the evolution of consumer data is going to be very opt-in oriented, very deliberate, and brands that win in this space are going to be the ones that are most upfront with their customers. They get the most data from their customers because the customers trust them to give it to them. And there's a fair exchange, but that fair exchange is customer tells you a little bit more about him or herself. Then the brand uses that to better understand and present product or stories or opportunities to the customer that are directly in line with what that customer is looking for. And that's really that opportunity to take behavioral data, directional data, shopping data, maybe even third-party data, but also that first-party data, or whether you want to call it zero-party data coming directly from the customer. That is by far the most powerful piece of information we can get. And like I said, 5 minutes ago, if we don't act on that, the penalty is the customer loses interest. The penalty is irrelevance. And so the onus is on us and on brands to get to know our customers better, but also respond to what they're asking us for.
Yeah, I love that term, the fair exchange of information. I think it's so important as we now have the tools to know a lot about customers and store their information. That trust between a customer and a brand is so important. And you mentioned earlier, particularly for the companies in the VF portfolio, that emotional connection and the experience is so important. And trust seems, like a very logical part of that as well.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's been the sort of ethos of the marketing from the VF brands, even before VF bought a number of them. And I would imagine that was even part of the decision process in buying some of these brands, was because they have such a clear sense of purpose. That's very important. And it's very important for us. And I feel like we have some level of responsibility as the stewards of this data to not, sort of abuse it and create sort of unnecessary data collection or unnecessary targeting, when our goal is really to help the customer find product to make them enjoy their life better. And I say this, I don't want to sound too altruistic, but like, you're not going to see a message from a North Face, from a VF brand that says, oh, you bought this product last year, get the newest one in this season's hot new color, burnt orange. Like, that's not our way of messaging. Our messaging is very much around, we believe you're using this product for this use. Here's some other ways that you can enjoy what we think you're doing.
Great.
Although burnt orange is apparently a big part of our thing. I was just at our store. There's a lot of burnt orange in there this year, so apparently it's cool. But the point is very much like we're trying to be very deliberate in how we grow, and we're trying to be deliberate in how we grow by presenting product that our customers can absolutely use, and encouraging them to learn how to use it if they don't know that.
That's great. Well, I will say I have seen a lot of burnt orange out there this season, so you're right on the money with that one.
Apparently it is the hot new color.
So Ian, as somebody who spends a lot of time on data, looking at customer trends, enabling the organization, what do you think is next for customer behavior in 2022?
I mean, I think customers will continue to have more control over kind of what they buy, where they buy it. I think the opportunity for customers to start their customer shopping journey anywhere they want, and less friction sort of in that shopping process. And I see that retailers are already moving towards that. If you're in a store and product isn't available, there's a myriad of ways to get it. They can ship it from another store. They can ship it to your house. They can check the e-com inventory. They can pre-order it for you. They can reserve it for you when it comes in 2 weeks. And I think continuing to say to the customer, your your satisfaction and your convenience is more important than our convenience as the seller of the product or as the merchant. And I think that's really important. And I think this continuation of exchange of information for relevance and for personalization is going to continue. And I think personalization will get better. But I also think the brands that will be really good at it are the ones that are the most deliberate and upfront and honest about it, and I think that's really this, we have the opportunity to help sort of guide the discovery for new products. Of course, we would like our customers to buy product from us, but we would also like them to really use it. And that piece is super important. And with so much information available, loyalty in terms of brand loyalty, and I don't mean loyalty program membership, I mean real brand loyalty is going to start with trust. And customers are going to trust the brand to make product that works. They're going to trust the brand to fix mistakes that happen, and they're going to trust the brands to treat them and have a conversation with them like you would with someone you knew. Because as customers provide that information, they expect brands to actually know them, and not just kind of funnel that into some sort of, logic derivative computer that spits out, dear insert name here, we think you will like product A, B, and C.
Personalization is something that I think almost every consumer brand wants to do, but in practice, it's really difficult to execute, even if you have all of the right insights. And you brought up a point that I thought was great. It's being deliberate really is the key to being successful at that. So I was wondering if you can share more. When you say be deliberate about personalization, how have you seen that show up in VF, and what does it look like when it's effective?
Where we're having the most success with personalization is actually in product categories and not in individual products. Again, because of the emotional sort of messaging behind how we communicate with our customers, I don't imagine you'd ever see an email that had like a 9x9 Brady Bunch box of products that says, buy one of these 9 things, you'll love them. But what we're realizing is that if we focus more on the category of product that the customer is looking for, they're not going to penalize us if we show them, someone's interested in hiking, we show them a boot, a backpack, and a jacket. If they don't need a backpack, they're not going to penalize us for showing them that. But if we show them something completely irrelevant that they're not interested in, and so for us, starting to think about kind of what is the right collection of products and how do we make those product recommendations, it's not down to the individual jacket, it's more to the category of jacket. And that's been a lot more powerful for us. I think that's allowed us to get customers into the right category and even discover categories that they didn't necessarily know we made before.
Well, it sounds like, you need to figure that out through testing and learning what's actually the right product hierarchy to personalize with. And the data and what you have in the CDP, even picking when I do analytics or create audiences, what's the right approach is so important.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I see we have our moderator back on, so I think we're running out of time. But the other thing I would say, that maybe the last thing I would say is that we also believe and want to test into more of this, that the more we know a customer, the more we can actually get outside of product recommendations and focus more of our personalization around content delivery and experience delivery, knowing that if we show people who are interested in skiing more ski videos, more ski photos, they're more likely to come back and look for skiing product on their own. We don't have to put the product in front of them. And I think the better we know a customer, actually, the less product we have to promote to them.
Oh, I think we have one. Oh, no, a comment. Very interesting. All right. Yes, I definitely agree. It was super fascinating learning more about the analytics. But yes, thank you so much, Ian and Emily, for taking the time to be here. We hope you enjoyed yourself and hope to see you soon.
Okay, super. Well, thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ian.
Have a great day.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right, up next in our session today, we have Olga Azminkina Jones, SVP of Global Category Officer Intimate Wellness from Reckitt. And moderating that session will be Jay Dennis, Head of Industries and Advertiser Clients from Nelson. Hello, welcome.
Hello, wonderful to see you. Hey Jay, good to see you.
Glad that we made the transition to the live cast successfully. So it's good to see you.
Great, I'll let you guys take it away.
Thank you, Jamie.
Sure, absolutely. So exciting conversation in store for us today. Exciting to be here as a part of this event. Thank you very much for that. As the head of advertisers and industries here at Nielsen, my job is to make sure that we have strong offerings and relationships with brands of all sizes. So it's a real joy to be here with you, Olga, today to talk about the consumer, the dynamic world that we're in. Thank you for agreeing to be a part of this with us.
Of course, Jay, my pleasure. I'm looking forward to the conversation, and I'm looking forward to some exciting questions as well.
Me too. Me too. So, okay, well, let's dive in. For those who may not be as familiar with you, Olga, you've had an amazing journey, spanning many iconic, world-renowned global organizations, ultimately culminating in the role that you have today. Tell us about what drew you to Reckitt. How did they reel you in? What was it that sold you on this wonderful, thriving company?
Great question, Jay. And indeed, my journey with Reckitt started now roughly a bit over 1.5 years ago. Been very dynamic 1.5 years that I wouldn't change for anything, to be honest with you. And the reality is, if you look at my journey, you started with my journey. What has really been the, let's say, connective tissue or consistent description of that journey is me leading transformation and leading transformation for growth. Now, I've had experience doing it in different settings, in different contexts, as you have pointed out. And one learning I think that I took away is that true commitment, commitment to change, commitment to pain that sometimes come with it is absolutely critical for that to be successful. And that commitment comes from the top. Obviously, we are senior executives, and it's our privilege and prerogative to drive transformation, but the alignment has to be really cemented at the top of the organization. And I've joined Reckitt as a very unique company now. I can speak to the change in the CEO about 2.5 years ago, and knowing the CEO, and the individual is indeed very much committed to driving change, driving what the company of the future should look like, and most importantly, doing it through the lens of enhancing human lives and creating impact in the society that goes far beyond, let's say, revenue numbers.
I love how you said that, the commitment to change and the commitment to pain, which is so true. It is so true. I think change, transformation is one of the hardest things that organizations attempt. And to do successfully, you're right, you do have to be committed to a threshold for pain. For those in the audience who may not be as familiar with all of the family of brands in Reckitt, could you just give us kind of a lay of the land in terms of the types of brands that are in the family, and in particular, in your area, the intimate wellness brands?
Of course, no problem. Look, Reckitt is one of those companies that you may not know, but you don't even realize how much you know about the company. So Reckitt is a consumer goods company, one of the leading ones in the world. It is a UK headquartered company listed on UK stock exchange, and effectively is a multi-billion-dollar player whose brands, the brands of Reckitt, we all know. And those brands, particularly in the recent times, have really made a lot of impact, I think, on many of us. Think of Lysol, think of Mucinex, think of Finish, the brands that, again, you may not know it's Reckitt, but people have a lot of love and use those brands every day. Equally, in intimate wellness, Reckitt was the consumer goods global company that leaned into intimate wellness, what we used to call sexual well-being. Particularly, it happened with the acquisition of Durex initially. And again, I'm sure many of you know Durex as an iconic brand, still #1 worldwide, and is going to keep this position for many, many years to come, #1 in intimate wellness globally. So Durex, KY, since recently we have welcomed Queen V, which is an insurgent brand, into our portfolio within a big global CPG. And, the journey is just beginning. So I'm sure there is going to be many more interesting brands to talk about in the months and years to come.
Quite an exciting, hot space that you're in, Olga. And I think
very hot, very hot.
Very hot. I think you told me that you spend 12 hours of your day talking about sex and intimate wellness, and so that must be a lot of fun. If you need an intern, I would be at your disposal.
Yes, we can talk about it, Jay, separately, absolutely. But I would love to welcome you in some of those conversations. Why not?
Wonderful, wonderful. So much of what we were going to discuss today, with the context that we've just set, the brands, your background, owning, transforming, and creating consumer-oriented brands, I think, where it might be helpful to start for the audience is just around the topic of disruption. We hear so much about disruption. So much is changing in the world today. How do you stay focused? How do you keep your teams focused? And, what do you do to successfully manage the disruptive forces that are seemingly afoot everywhere we turn?
Yeah, another great question from you today, Jay.
I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
Listen, I think, and I hope we can all agree, if there is one thing in this world that is a constant, that would be change. And particularly with all of the innovation and technology in what digital tools have brought into all of our lives, the speed of that change is only accelerating. And as a result, I think disruption is becoming a constant. Now, what's interesting, and it was a great question, what about focus in a world that is constantly changing? I think that focus, that anchoring point, if you will, happens from a place of real human understanding. Who are we trying to serve? Why are we trying to serve those people, those individuals? And actually, what is serving them looking like? Not to be for us, not to be about us, but to be intrinsically about them. And I speak a lot to my team about this concept of how do we become not a vitamin in someone's life, but a painkiller. Because I think as humans, we can all relate when we have pain, we need the painkiller. It's not optional, it's top of mind. We need to get it. Vitamins, we all know how good they are for us, but maybe, let's say, the commitment of following through with the routine of taking them every day is not always that acute and that consistent, because it's less of a necessity, right? So in other terms, how do you become a brand before a product, a brand that is inherently a necessity in people's lives, in people who we're trying to serve? And if that is the focus, if that's the ultimate goal, then I think being able to not just screen for disruptions that are happening, but being even able to engineer a disruption, engineer a reframe, a rethink how someone should engage with your category or a brand becomes the ultimate North Star.
I love that. So, and this is very similar to what we see in our business as well. This there will be an unending parade of new technologies, of new forms of reaching a consumer or a customer. This is progress, and part of what we have to do is accept that, embrace it. And what I think I hear you saying is that the way to manage that the most successfully is to understand who your consumer is and to find a way to meet their needs so deeply that they have a long and enduring relationship with the brand or the product. Did I summarize that well?
I think that's right, Jay. And I actually would underscore again, it is about the brand, not just the product.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can all relate, or at least a lot of the industries can relate to the fact that the cost of entry into an industry, cost of being able to do business has been significantly reduced. And as a result, and I definitely see it in my category, as a result, the proliferation of competition, of product competition, is at all-time high, never seen before. The speed of that proliferation is at all-time high. So when we start competing just on function, when we just compete on product, the differentiation, that connection, that commitment of an individual is much different versus when someone is emotionally connected to a brand. And there is a lot of debate about how, it's not so much about big brands anymore. It is about small brands, and hence the brand value is not the strongest. I would argue that not to be the case. It's the combination of two. It's how do you have the trust? How do you have emotional value, emotional connection to the people you are serving? But you are able to be so current and present as any insurgent could. And this is where this whole transformation where you started, Jay, why Reckitt? How are you leveraging the scale of a company? How are you leveraging the muscle to actually power your ability to be an insurgent? Or in other words, insurgent at scale, how I would call it.
Love it. Love it. I think you said something there that was really powerful about the idea that brand, there's a relationship between the strongness of the brand and the protective mode it provides against product by product by product enhancement or innovation coming from competition. And so that's a really powerful insight. I want to come back to something that you said earlier, though, because it's so similar to what we're trying to accomplish here at Nielsen. And we have a similar North Star, and that is that we believe the audience is the most important thing when it comes to how we support the industry. And so, much has been made of data, big data, streaming sources of data from every potential device, every potential touch point, Internet of Things, et cetera. And those are all great. And we're embracing and adopting and have done a lot to advance the use of data and big data in our industry. But we really do believe that people are at the center of all of this. And it's analogous to what you were saying before. When we do our job well and we focus on the individual consumers of media and represent them fairly and accurately, no matter who they are, we know that we're doing a better service to the creators of content, to the creators of campaigns, and allowing for ultimately the consumer to be better served. And so this is very much in how we think about it as well. Olga, we may have to do some workshops together to learn, better how to focus on that from you. But this is at the center of everything we do. The audience is everything for us, which is another way of saying the consumer is everything for us. And so, so aligned to what you're saying. What strikes me as interesting about the brands that you're focused on is it's like you're trying to do two things at the same time, equally challenging. One is you're growing a category, I happened to visit a number of retail establishments near me in the last week, just to take a look down the intimate wellness aisle. And I was.
Oh, I hope you made some purchases. Just saying.
I will send you my receipts if you'd like to see them, but I'm sure I'm probably showing up in somebody's first party data. It's all research, people. At any rate, the amount of linear footage that has been allocated to the category is compared to perhaps what I recall from even just 2 years ago is significant and stark, and the array of products and offerings that are available is significantly increased. So like you're growing a category here, right? And in the midst of growing a category, you're doing it while commerce itself is under transformation. So how consumers interact with brands, how they purchase, what's the path to purchase is all under transformation. So like, tell us about the most challenging areas of this for you. Like you've got a growing category and you've got a changing dynamic world of commerce. Like how do you think about the challenges there? I know many of the attendees here are struggling with the same problems.
Yeah, I love this conversation really, Jay, because to me, over the years, and I can thank my alma mater. I grew up at Procter & Gamble, and I'm still calling it my school in many ways. But that whole philosophy, it's that it's not marketing or sales. It's not marketing and sales. We are building business through the intrinsic power of brands. That has always been at the core of how I saw, my role, of the role of any, brand builder in an organization. It's almost like a business owner who envisions where we're taking the business, and it really only makes sense when commerce is integrated. And here we are, today where omni-channel, everybody speaks about, at the end of the day, commerce experience for people who engage with our brands. And what I also, I have to say, notice quite a bit is, unfortunately, often we succumb to the use of buzzwords without understanding what do we really mean by the use of those terms or different types of concepts, and why are they important, right? And talking about Omni, obviously, all of this evolution is powered by the power of digital and technology. Talking about, how commerce is now transforming to a point, and what's powering it. What is interesting is that, like never before, again, the brand building happens across the whole spectrum or end-to-end consumer experience. And all of the tools that are at our disposal now, giving us an opportunity to actually translate any touch point that we have with consumer, whether it's owned, earned, paid, translate it into actual demand generation point, one way or the other. Some more direct than others, for sure. The whole nature of earned versus owned leads to it. But we are, like never before in history, able to think of brand building, not product selling, but brand building and category development as a part of, as the goal of it, actually, because for many categories, we're able to think of it through the end-to-end consumer journey. And to me, physical retail is very much alive, is very much present, but the way it can come to life today is probably shifting, right? In some of the categories, missions are not the same. The shopper missions are not the same as in others. And as a result, the role that physical retail needs to play to be able to entice, consumers to buy the category. In the case of intimate wellness, we have a massive still headroom in terms of penetration growth. You said that yourself, Jay. Just a few years back, there was what I used to call an illegal drug, right? It's was a kind of stigmatized stigmatized space. You didn't talk about it. It was a lot of shame attached to it. And all of a sudden today, through the power of culture, through the power of lots of macro trend tailwinds, we're talking about this category much more as a beauty category, and much more as a lifestyle enhancement category. And as a result, the willingness of consumer to engage in different shopper missions depending on the subcategory within the space, right? Condoms connecting to the young boy, going out on a nightclub is a very different conversation than talking to a mature, sophisticated, successful woman who just happens to be single in this moment of her life. But understanding the needs, understanding the psychographic, in our case, psychographics, everything, psychographic subsegments, and being able to then distill to, okay, so what is the consumer journey? When they are interacting with the, retail touch points, what mission are they on? And as a result, how do we help our partners? I'm talking about customers. How do we help our partners to create spaces in the retail environment and an e-com environment that actually funnel that consumer journey in the right way to end up in closing the sale, to end up in growing sustainably penetration, and eventually growing the regimen or trade across within the category. So that destination thinking, shopper mission-driven thinking is critical, and servicing it in the right way, whether it's position in the store, type of a position you talked about, footing. It's not always the same, right? If you're servicing a mission of impulse purchase, it's not about a big shelf. It is actually about disrupting in a quick trip, or maybe the cashier in a physical space, to be able to service that mission. And just to conclude, I think, again, what you hear me say, it is all about coming back to what pain points we're solving for and how do we enhance human lives of the people we're connecting with.
That is so well stated. And so you can tell as you're talking about that, Olga, the amount of discipline and thinking that you have and your team have placed on understanding who is the customer, what mission are they on, how are they different one from another. I wonder, just sort of stay in the how-to portion of this discussion, like this knowledge that you have of your consumer, how is it changing your thoughts on how you reach or educate the consumer? How are you thinking about media channels? How are you thinking about reach ultimately in terms of where you find and educate your consumers?
Yeah, absolutely. As a type of a question, I have to be honest with you, we don't have all of the answers naturally. It's a going journey. It's a constant learning journey, and it's constant testing and learning journey to be then able to learn what we should do, and equally what we probably should stay away from, to be able to connect with our audiences. And look, to be fair, I think there's also a nuance to intimate wellness, because even though it is destigmatizing and normalizing, and it's much more present in culture and everyday lives, as I said before, there is still a massive headroom. And as a result, of the past, people are still, particularly certain audiences, certain segments, are still shy from expressing themselves openly when asked how do they consume information, how do they seek out different brands and products. And this is where, digital channels, this is where performance marketing and implying this whole test and learn mentality and applying it in the day-to-day allows us actually to overcome, if you will, that disconnect between claimed and actual behavior, right? So media planning increasingly for us is moving away from, okay, today is March, I'm in a planning cycle, I'm going to have an integrated comms plan for 18 months from now, deploy it to the market, and off we go, we're ready for many months to come. And it's moving much more to the fit for purpose approach. How do we actually go into the year with clear objectives as to that are set by understanding of people we're connecting with, whether it is educating them on certain need or benefit delivered through a product or a service that we know as a huge pain point and we know is needed. And then if that's the objective, what is our day in, day out evergreen approach to be able to actually real time learn? If we test this message, if we test this touch point for this audience, right, our target audience, which ones are more successful, and hence continuously optimize the mix through this virtuous cycle of data feeding, media choices, feeding message choices, because it's not just about paid. Very much, I'm a huge believer of pull and earned media if you got the right proposition. And it's a huge change, Jay. And again, we are still very much on a journey, and it's going to take a moment to fully get there. But talking about pain, imagine when everything was planned, when the system was in place, everyone was very comfortable with the process, and all of a sudden you are self-disrupting the way of working, because it's critically important to be able to deliver what you're trying to do. We don't know what is the right media buy today. We don't know potentially what out of 5 messages is the right message to stick with, but we will know. And actually, what we will know won't be theoretical, but it would be real life proven result that eventually what can happen is all of a sudden, bottom up, you are scaling the learnings and making them bigger and more mass in reach. But it starts at more micro subsegments and gets proven, if you will, at a more micro level at different touch points before it scales up. If you think of how we used to do things, it was all about big mass, and then maybe we will adapt it, as time goes on. Very different. It's like almost flipped on its head approach, and requires different way of working, very importantly.
I love that. And this is so consistent with what we hear from our clients across all brands in terms of their challenges that they're facing, how they are adapting their approach. You just talked about like sort of an old school way, and the new school way is almost the exact verse. But equally data informed, if not more than the old way, because you're learning as you go. Nielsen, as you would know, and many of the folks in the audience would know, has a long history and expertise in the audience outcomes measurement game. Maybe we could pivot a little bit to talk a little bit about data and analytics and measurement, because it's a perfect segue from where you were. Most of the clients that I'm working with, Olga, they're struggling with the balance of what you just described, the strategic planning and reporting, and the day-to-day in-flight optimization. So could you maybe just share a little bit in terms of how you think about that? What type of KPIs or metrics are you looking at to sort of inform those decisions as you're making them on a day-to-day basis, part A, and then part B? How do you rationalize that into sort of more of a strategic view over a longer period of time?
Look, I think, I definitely don't have right or wrong answer, right? As I've mentioned before, I think we're all on this journey of learning and trying and adapting, because it's not just about what we do, right? It's about how we do it. And I think, if I understand correctly, Jay, your question, the biggest challenge often is in the how, which I absolutely, understand and get. And it stems from a fact of how much change is required in the mindset and the way of doing things to be able to operate, right, with this new context, new ways of doing things. To go back to the core of your question on the KPIs and how do we measure success, I think, again, there is no one size fits all or set scenario that is like a template applied to each and every effort that we're doing. It very much, again, starts from, okay, who are we connecting with and what impact do we need to create to achieve our ultimate goals? And ultimate goals, of course, we always have macro ultimate goals. We want to grow, we want to create impact. Okay, what does it mean with this consumer audience growing? Does it mean, attracting them in the category? Does it mean, making them more engaged with different offerings of product and service within the category? Or does it mean even getting them interested to even consider this category, right? So penetration grows. So that getting them to care what it really means will differ. And then ultimately, equally, why they would care, how you do it will differ. Because again, a young boy who is open and curious from Williamsburg will have very different, and I love that Williamsburg boy. My global VP of Durex is laughing probably right now because he knows that boy already intimately. but that boy will have very different ways of consuming data, but also the type of messages he will be interested in than a successful woman executive from a top metropolitan city. And knowing the what and knowing the how of the ultimate objectives, ultimate goals, right? That start on a macro level, but then really unpacked concretely, specifically, what does success look like? Then allows us to set the KPIs. And it's a constant exercise. And one other thing to highlight in this equation is that I became over years a huge believer of the leading and lagging KPIs, right? A lot of times, at least in my experience, what you see business owners or brand builders do, just focus on the lagging KPI. Well, did I get the share? Well, did I get the awareness? And sort of forgetting that, well, what did we do to even be able to get that? What was important to do? How do we not leave it to chance or luck? And that's where the leading KPIs came in, right? Again, understanding the person, understanding what we're trying to achieve. What are the steps that we must execute against to even have a chance of delivering those lagging awareness KPIs, share KPIs? So what distribution do we need to build? What is the share of conversation we need to reach? What are the things that we're actually doing with our hands that we need to do up front to be able to have a shot at some macro big measures that we are putting in place, right? So penetration, yes, you can have a metric on penetration, but unless you know what are the leading levers you need to push and pull for people to reconsider and get into the category, your penetration number will likely never materialize.
This is, again, so affirming. This is what we hear and see from our client engagements, just a diversity of leading and lagging KPIs that go into the design of a measurement and analytics program. And you guys are a real leader in that space. So thank you for sharing a little bit about that. I think we're approaching Q&A time. So why don't we pivot to that? But then just maybe each of us could answer this one. What are you most excited about this year? It's a 2022. We're off to a new year. So what's got you really excited, whether that's anything in your personal or professional life, Olga?
Apart from pandemic turning endemic, right? I mean,
Oh, that
finally
was
be the person.
yes.
Apart from that, I think that we're probably all excited about or hoping for. Look, my answer, Jay, actually will probably be not as exciting as one might think, but definitely very exciting for me and my team. And I'm most excited about staying the course. Okay, so you talked about focus, you talked about, disruption being there, helping us to power different ways of doing things and being, more value added, more impact generating in the community, society and culture. That is all great, but we have our focus, we know what we want to do, and I'm most excited to stay the course and, start materializing our broader agenda.
I love that. It's very similar to what I was going to say. I mean, other than getting out of this same, four walls that I've been in for what feels like 2 years, like we're on a journey, not dissimilar to the one you're on. Our part of Nielsen is focused on growing, increasing penetration, and improving our product offering, our brand offering to our clients. And so I'm really excited in 2022 to build off of the progress that we made last year. So I think it's going to be a wonderful year. And so I wish you all the best. And so let's now move. I think I see 2 questions in the queue, one that looks like it's perfect for you, Olga, and one that might be that I could take the lead on and you could comment to. So let me start with this one. This is actually a really good one. I was wondering about this over the weekend. So are there any interesting impacts or trends that you saw during COVID in the intimate wellness segment?
Oh, definitely. And I would say I look at COVID and our industry of intimate wellness as a massive accelerator. So like a silver lining, if you will, for normalization and growth of penetration of this category. And it's funny because we have come full circle, if you will. If you go back to the 20th century and, Spanish flu. And after the Spanish flu, there were roaring 20s. And actually, we are in the 20s, just in a different century. And we are expecting this 20s to be roaring, whole different level of roaring. But we are starting to be in a context for intimate wellness where, as I've already mentioned before, the category is truly accepted for what it is, which is a life-enhancing business that is good for physical health and also critically important for mental health. And being able to accept what this category is all about for what it is and start innovating both from product and from service standpoint to drive this adoption and acceptance across different audiences is what I think COVID accelerated big time, because all of a sudden people were faced with needing to take care of themselves in a much more often on their own, right? So we clearly saw solo occasions going up naturally, but also educate themselves much more about the importance of intimate wellness and the role it plays in the holistic health and holistic well-being. And as a result, we absolutely see intimate wellness becoming a part of a day-to-day self-care routine.
So next time we're together, you'll have to do a report card, the global state of intimate health, sexual health for like, because I think that the points that you make are so poignant. The relevance to mental, the relevance to physical health, the relevance to just the fullness of being, it's critical. And I think this has been a very challenging time for every one of us the last 2 years. So hopefully the global report card will continue to improve with your help, Olga.
Well, that's the commitment. And look, believe it or not, two-thirds of individuals globally are dissatisfied with their intimate lives. So look how much of an opportunity we have to impact people positively.
I love it. I love it. There is another question. I see we have our MCs back on the line. So let me just quickly get at this one. It's the measurement ecosystem seems to be constantly evolving. How do you see these changes impacting brands in 2022? We covered this a little bit, I think, in some of your comments. I think the one thing I would just add is that from a Nielsen point of view, we really believe that now more than ever, with the proliferation of all of the forms of media, all the forms of inventory, that accurate, representative, cross-media reach and frequency is critical to have in order for brands to achieve their goals while respecting consumers, not overloading them, and ultimately managing your investments more wisely. So this is I don't think I'm saying anything new or shocking. This is the focus of many industry efforts, and it's certainly something we're focused on with Nielsen One, our mainstream product. But I do think that there's a context that has to be laid against what you've just walked us through, which is really what is that internal first-party KPI. There is a significant amount of investment that brands are making in first-party CDP. I think the session that preceded us was on this topic, and so there needs to be a reckoning, if you will, of the external and the internal metric setting, and I think those would be the challenges that brands are focused on in 2022. I don't know if you would agree or add to that.
Makes a lot of sense, Jane. I think in the world of often information obesity, right, and overload, the quality of the message and quality being the, let's say, the function of what we're trying to achieve, as we spoke earlier today, is everything, right? Because no matter how big your reach and frequency, if the message is irrelevant or it's not really serving what you're trying to achieve, at the end of the day, the output won't be there.
Right.
Right. Thank you both so much. I'm so sorry to cut you off. I love that we're continuing to go. We just have our next speakers logging on super soon, but we'd love to continue this conversation at another point in time. But I really appreciate both of your times, and thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Of course.
Everyone, stay safe. Yes, bye.
Stay safe. All right. Up next, we have Karina Ertl, the Chief Marketing Officer from Tourneau, and that conversation is going to be moderated by Harry Kargman, founder and CEO of Cargo. So, hi, Karina. I see you're online.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Good. Not sure I like my background. I may actually kill it, but thank you for having us.
Of course. Thank you both for being here. So, Harry, I'll throw it over to you, if that works.
Perfect. So, Karina, it's great seeing you again. I'm glad that we're connecting on this, and that there's a great opportunity to sort of talk about what you guys are doing, some of the learnings from some of the major investments that you've made to date. And I think you were very interested in sort of sharing some of the challenges that you were immediately had the opportunity to sort of address, roll up your sleeves, and get in front of, given sort of some of the change that you were seeing with your business and in your industry. Specifically, I think when we talked, you were talking about how you had the exciting challenge of rebranding your brand from the ground up and doing it with very limited resources, et cetera. So maybe just start out, give a little background on who you are, what you've been working on, how long you've been there, and sort of the what you're working on today that's been exciting and could share with the Brand Innovators audience. Thank you so much, Harry. Thank you so much.
And great to be here. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, the amazing team of brand innovators that always manages, pandemic or not, to bring everyone together and have exciting conversations. I think it's so important that we have this community. So thank you so much. I wanted to talk a little bit about like a case that we lived through the last 2 years. Like literally we started 2 years ago. I have my own consulting company, CDL Global Ventures, and I'm also working with Tourneau and now Buchra for all their challenges in terms of the opportunities for brand marketing and digital. So we came in and we basically were facing that challenge that Tourneau was being purchased by Buchra, who is like the biggest European retailer for luxury watches. And Tourneau is the biggest retailer for luxury watches in the United States. And in 2018, Buchra purchased Tourneau. And then there was a little bit like that kind of pandemic halt, but always the question, so now if Buchra now has purchased Tourneau, what does that mean for the brand? Obviously, there are a lot of opportunities for Tourneau in general, but also do we want to change the brand? Do we want to go into rebranding or rather not? What this shouldn't look like and has never been is some sort of like post-merger or hostile takeover. It's really about like having a strong partnership now much more globally as the biggest retailer for luxury watches and fine jewelry. So when we were tasked with that challenge, the first thing actually we did, and I've seen this a lot, I worked with Swarovski for a very long time and we also rebranded, but there was sometimes we rebranded, I don't want to say for the wrong reason, but it was like to give a brand refresh, right? To do a brand update, to maybe change something on the naming or change like the colors and look and feel, which is also very important. Sometimes you have a takeover where you really want to completely eliminate the old brand and do this overnight. Or one of my favorite cases is Saint Laurent, where you just like literally put a ton of money and kind of rebrand all the stores and all your communication overnight. We knew that we wouldn't have like a lot of money behind that, but we also really didn't know if it was the right thing to do because we heard a lot of voices. Everyone has their opinion. And what we did, and I think that's so crucial, not just for rebranding, but for any major change that you want to do in your business, we talked directly to our clients. So we did a massive consumer study. We talked to them over VIP dinners. We had like focus groups. We also had obviously a quantitative survey, but we really went like face to face. That was literally the last months pre-pandemic. So we were like right there with our clients and asked them, should we rebrand? Does that make sense? And the answers were very interesting. Just to give you a quick summary, like we heard from a lot of people how important Tourneau as a brand was for them. Also the challenges that they might have had with the brands and the opportunities. But we heard great stories like, you know, I brought this watch, or my dad bought me this watch at Tourneau, and now I'm actually buying a watch for my child who's graduating college. So there's so much like heritage, and Tourneau has been around since 1900 and Buchra since 1888. And so we started to talk a little bit more about Buchra, about their heritage, about some of their core brand values. And through that conversation, we literally gave them, you know, like a press release and asked them to mark what they found stood out. And what really stood out was the heritage of Buchra, the fact that Buchra originally comes from Lucerne, from Switzerland, which obviously in the watch industry is a very, very big deal because that's the heart and soul of watches and watchmaking, and their story in general. So for us, that were a lot of like really great assets that we then also were able to incorporate into the creative discussion and the creative for the campaign. But for me, one key takeaway is really to ask your customers. We also ask about, and we will get a little bit into this, Harry, the experience, in-store experience, like what really is that, what the end consumer wants in an in-store experience, not just what we think it should look like, but really what people value when they come and shop for luxury items. And the same, obviously, also super important than the digital experience, right? What the clients expect and want from a digital experience. So with that, we actually embarked on a journey last year in August. It's really fresh. We started something called the hybrid phase. So because we didn't want to change the brand overnight, we wanted to give us the opportunity to tell the story of Tourneau becoming Buchra. We wanted to give our store teams, our teams, the opportunity to really tell that story. We wanted to make sure that our clients have the opportunity to adjust and not are just suddenly in front of a store that's no longer Tourneau and Buchra, and now you have like your, you know, your service or your gift card or something and it doesn't work. So we really decided for a hybrid phase. So with August, we rolled out both names in like the same logo. So we have now a Tourneau and Buchra logo for the next approximately 12 to 14 months. And we have changed that on all the assets. I mean, don't underestimate a rebranding, because you literally go from your napkins to your glassware in store to your desktop screen, like to everything, right? To your invoices. You obviously look at all that material and you change that brand. So we're now in a hybrid phase, and that also gives us the opportunity to now market locally. So that means when a store changes over to Buchra and to that new brand and gets a revamp or is being completely rebuilt, then that store is obviously reopened and we can retarget the local community. So I don't have to invest like into a national budget, but I can do really, really targeted campaigns, mostly with a strong digital focus. So that helps me obviously tremendously on the marketing side.
We want to show the video that you guys put together. I think Brand Innovators has that video queued up.
Yeah, that's our basically our kind of commercial. That's our video that we played over YouTube. Advertising, we obviously sliced and diced it, especially for social, but it's also in store. And it's really showing that like two brands coming together in the essence of time.
And here's the joint logo.
Yeah.
That last screen. I can actually pull it up here. Maybe I'll share the
I think
screen
I
on my
also
screen.
sent that over.
Yeah. You can see that sort of that combination of brand. Is
Like
that showing up for you?
These two worlds coming together, very iconic. So really like the Matterhorn in Switzerland, you can't be more like iconic than that. And then obviously representing for the United States, but in this case, because the flagship is in New York, Manhattan, the Statue of Liberty. And we had a teaser campaign with the Empire State Building. So it's really about those two worlds coming together. And also because we are retailers, so I cannot advertise with actual product because I have a lot of different beautiful brands. So that was our key creative. And we ran the campaign for approximately 6 weeks with a strong, again, geo-targeted effort in Manhattan. We didn't have any budgets that had a plural S behind them. So we really had to focus, but we were able to like manage to even be on Times Square, and we had a complete city takeover. And the results were pretty impressive. So we had over 200 million in impression. I've earned media of like over 500 million, an increasement in engagement 60%, and obviously because we need to track it back to sales, strong increase in sales and traffic in the store, and not just like 50%, but even higher.
So, I mean, those are amazing results. Maybe you can share, just sort of looking back, what were the elements of this, you know, given that you said you had such a limited budget, and it really went into, when we spoke, it really went into changing the experience for the customer. Maybe you can talk a little bit about what are the elements that you employed to get what you were trying to achieve done. given the limited budget that you were operating under, like where did you decide, to put those resources, and sort of how are you able to achieve the results that you were, given sort of the challenges that you faced? I think taking people through an understanding of like your decision making and the trade-offs that you had to make, what worked really well, and what would you have would you have done differently?
I mean, I want to give credit to an incredible team that I have, and an incredible marketing director. And we were really, one thing is really being like local and ideally from a digital perspective, geo-targeted, but also like really focused local. It would not have made sense to try and spend that money in a broader nationwide campaign, but really focus on Manhattan in terms of out of home. Then obviously we have, because we are a strong advertiser with our brand partners, so we were also able to really, we have strong relationships. We were able to really get great slots and negotiate very well, but which we do in-house, not with agency support. And what for me is always key is like the digital assets. This was the first time for Tourneau where we really also had we had this video, we had strong digital assets. So we were really able to put a lot into paid social, and that turned out really, really well for us. Also, media, PR. So we really worked with an agency for PR and had a lot of these editors, a lot of our partners come also to the store, because what also comes with this is just one part, right? That's kind of the awareness part. But then where it really goes into conversion is to get people into the store and then the experience in the store. And for us, this whole rebranding was an incredible opportunity to challenge the status quo for Tourneau in both ways, especially like the retail experience. And now what we are currently working on is a full digital roadmap to also now bring that upgraded experience online and into from a digital perspective.
Do you find that, one of the things when you were talking to me, you talked about for the in-store experience, you said that you wanted to make it less prohibitive, meaning that it was more embracing, more comfortable, less stodgy, less with an attitude, just much more easy and casual, and it would sort of encourage people to step in and come in and spend time in the store versus intimidate people, and because they're like, they don't want me in the store, they're scared of me, like I'm below who they're looking for. I hate to
say it, but it is, we always said we obviously want to be best in class in our world, in that luxury watches and jewelry world, but we really want to see like best in class general retail hospitality in that luxury space. So it doesn't even need to be in luxury space, can be like any premium consumer goods. But what some of the feedback really is that, I went to the Tourneau store and I felt underdressed. So we don't want you to not be thinking that you can step in because you're not wearing your 3-piece suit, right? So that's totally passé, but that was such a weird lingering feeling for whatever reason, right? So what we really wanted is like an open environment, and we have worked with amazing architects and really heavily driven from very strong innovation also from Switzerland, where and I really encourage you, not because I want to sell a watch, no, but because I really want you to experience it yourself, to come to 47's, our new flagship store. It's 3 levels. We have 3 bars there. We have constant programming. We work with an art curation. We have obviously the most beautiful watches and timepieces and jewelry, but we just really try to make that an environment where you can experience, where you can come and just hang out, where you don't need to be Beyonce to like sit in your corner and drink champagne and be presented the watches or the jewelry that you are interested in. So I think that's like really, and you also see that in the space. It's like a hybrid design. So it's no longer that classic watch retail where you have this brand and then brand B and then brand C, but it's really open. That's what we call the hybrid design. And it's no longer like there is a watch case and there's one person standing behind it and you're on the other side. You're really invited to just like lounge there or be in one of the bars and just literally just hang out and then get into a conversation, because we want to have a conversation with you.
It's great. And I think that embrace of the fact that people will feel intimidated and making it that much more, I guess, available to people, I think that's a really powerful, probably, change just in terms of getting people to want to walk into the store. Plus, free coffee is always a draw. So, you started this rebranding process by reinventing the customer experience in store. Sort of like, what's next? I mean, you touched upon digital and making digital really the next pillar. How do you see yourself sort of doing that and driving that so that it has that same availability potentially as what your store experience is?
For me, it's really one of the most exciting projects, and especially, and that's what I always say this, like, be mindful, because this is really like classic heritage brick and mortar retail, right? And I've seen this also through my consultancy, like with so many other brands, especially when you have a strong heritage, you grew up in brick and mortar, there's still so much to do in terms of the digital transition, right? I hate that word, but it's still a thing. And I'm sometimes amused when you literally work with a brand and they have a challenge to actually facilitate a return in store, right? So there's no full omni-channel integration yet, but then yet we are talking about like, okay, what does metaverse mean and what kind of opportunities are there for us? So it's really about creating a step-by-step plan and a digital roadmap that really enables us to upgrade that experience. And for me, I always saw the pandemic in a weird way, not that the pandemic was good by no means, but there is a little bit of like a huge acceleration, right? Where every brand now really needed during the pandemic completely reinvent the digital game, or at least starting the digital game or rethinking the digital game. And that's the same for us. I mean, the first thing when we headed into the pandemic was, okay, what are we doing now? All the stores are closed. So basically it comes back to text commerce, right? You start like really engaging with your clients through email, or even better, through text or WhatsApp. And you start thinking, not that we had like at that point in time an official tool or like a software solution behind it, but you go into that concierge function, right? You're now enabling your brand ambassadors, your sales associates in the store to really provide a concierge service, obviously backed by operations and HQ, to really bring the watches in front of their clients without the clients coming ever to the store because they are closed. And I think that's really now implementing that in a much more professional way. I think that's what's crucial for us in that industry, not for everyone, but that's one really, really crucial step.
So broadening it, because I know we have only a few more minutes, I would love you to share sort of your takeaway. I mean, this was a super interesting project, and obviously is probably a project that everybody across Brand Innovators faces at one point or other in their career. Many of them probably doing it through the pandemic, others, probably going into it this year or next year. Walk me through, like, when you have these kinds of major projects, like, how do you figure out, what's the most important thing to get done, how to think about, the role that you need to play in terms of shepherding one of these projects through, walk me through sort of like how you make some of those decisions.
For me, it's always like starting with a vision, like kind of what, in an ideal world, if you had all the resources and all the budgets, what would that look like? And then really breaking it down. And then for me, a big part is like process and project management. It sounds so boring, but it's really so important to break it down in pieces that are actually manageable to implement, and also constantly. And this is more about like organizational and a little bit leadership, because you have so many stakeholders, right? So you constantly need to be sure that you get everyone on board. So we had like steering committees, we constantly had presentations. We really, really were super disciplined in taking a step-by-step approach. So starting with the big vision, we're doing this also now for the digital roadmap, like really, okay, what would we love to do? And then how do we break it down? and not like try and buy everything at once or do everything at once, but like really break it down and doing a phased approach, and usually also start with, you know, my first MVP, like, or prototype, and always make sure that you have, because digital is a lot about the connection also in retail, like with the store. So I never want to make a decision on a solution if I don't have the actual salesperson or someone who's then working with it on a day-to-day basis involved. Also for the rebranding, right? We also went to the stores and said, do you think this makes sense? Do you think you can work with this hybrid solution? And here's how you answer the client. So just to really start big and then narrow it down.
That makes sense. And like in this particular project, what was that first like case of like what you needed to get done first? And then sort of where did you want to end up when you think about it that way?
Just on the rebranding or everything?
On the rebranding, but then leading to everything that you're doing there.
Get my stakeholders convinced. I mean, again, for me, the rebranding, what really helped us like get it started without having too many discussions around should we not, how does this look, was really like asking your clients, like asking these, making that effort and making that investment to go out and do that field research. I think that was, you know, that was a huge step and was really the right thing to do, because we also were like, why would we do this? We can just like go ahead and rebrand or not rebrand. Why would we ask them? Because obviously you have like a hypothesis already in your head. But I think that was absolutely crucial. And then the vision obviously is always getting bigger, right? That doesn't stop, because there's like, especially when you look at digital, I mean, every month, every day, there's a new product, there's a new opportunity. So I think that's more being really disciplined and making sure you're committing yourself and then going with a roadmap and then looking at it again.
Makes sense. And so it sounds like getting buy-in from the stakeholders, getting them to buy into what you're doing, getting them behind it, having them understand what the goals are. That seems like that's mission critical number one thing, so that you have the resources and the people behind you, and they're not second guessing many of the moves that you're making. So that sounds like that's like the big takeaway in terms of how you see this.
Yeah, but also being, I think so, yes, but also like the excitement, right? For us, really, the rebranding was an opportunity to challenge the status quo. And that's something that got everyone excited. Like, and then like really developing a vision and helping people understand what that could look like. You know, it's like similar when you do like for a software solution, you have a demo, like you show your clients what that could look like and what that could actually do. And I think that's key. That's
great. If people have questions, by the way, please use the Q&A widget to ask the questions, and I can save that for the end. So one of the next questions, since you're a consultant as well, and that's part of sort of what you do, and you consult for a number of brands, CDL Ventures, walk me through how you see the role of CMO evolving, you know, both pre-pandemic, where we are today. You know, what is the role as you see it? Like, how do you modernize that role given the challenges, I think, faced in the pandemic from your own experience? And what would be the advice that you would give in terms of people listening in as they think about their own skill sets and what they should be focused on?
I think there hasn't been a more exciting like role in, especially I think the past 5 or 10 years, than the CMO, because like marketing is just, you know, and I still had that. And sometimes, again, I work with a lot of these heritage brands, and sometimes it's like, oh yeah, you're printing flyers and you're doing billboards, and that's kind of marketing. No, it's not. And I just think that's something that is almost like the part where, you know, it's easy. What's really challenging is the digital. And I today would not go personally, I would not take on a CMO role without being responsible for digital as well. because I think you really want to not just like have a CRM under like the CMO function, but you also want the P&L, because that gives you certain strengths if you actually have that P&L responsibility. Plus you then also kind of own that channel. And by that, I don't mean like the money part or something, but like really in terms of like, this is your number one source of data and of information. And for every marketing job today, that's where you need to come from to make those decisions. You need the data points to make those decisions. You need to understand your clients to make those decisions. And that's why, again, I'm always coming back. I love that we have the actual real life conversation with clients, because that was for me so much more meaningful than the data points. But we also, because you get so many different opinions and you cluster it, and then you obviously want to go back to your actual database just to see if that aligns, because you also want to kind of stress test it. But that's for me absolute key. So like really the combination of marketing, digital, however you want to call it, MarTech, whatever, I don't care, but making sure you have that combined. And then also for me, I, for example, also have the opportunity to run customer service, because it's so crucial, again, in our industry, in the retail space, to think about that experience constantly, right? To make sure that the experience that we provide in store is also like the same experience that you have when you call us, right? And then again, by customer service, because it's also like the first source to talk to someone, the first person who gets information from the clients. If I have no idea what the clients tell my customer service rep, not good.
No. And how do you get that information fed back to you so you actually know what's going on?
We have reports. So we have reports, and then especially, obviously, that has changed a lot because we are monitoring like Yelp, Google, all those reviews. So community management is super crucial. And that's obviously also, I think people are much more honest, good or bad, if they can write it anonymous on a social channel instead of like on the phone. So I think that's definitely gives you a lot of insight, right? And that's then also, and that's so important, is then cross-functional, right? You cannot, no one is like an island. You cannot, even if you have all these opportunities, you cannot work by yourself. So it's always cross-functional, like some KPIs from the stores inform marketing and vice versa, right? If community management is a KPI that also informs the store, right? If there's a store that constantly gets negative reviews, then that's a problem. And the same is for us. We have an amazing HR person, and she is very, like, she is the crucial part of the experience in store.
And the HR person is the crucial part of it?
I know, it's very unique. It's very unique, I know, but that's because she has that amazing skill set. And so we partner a lot on that experience.
That's super interesting. You know, from where you sit and what you've seen, how has the pandemic changed how you do business? Like, how does it affect brand discovery and marketing? Like, what are you doing fundamentally different now that you weren't doing before?
I think that comes back to your world a lot, like that digital discovery, right? So we really want to make sure, and I'm not saying we're doing that today, but there's a lot of opportunity for digital discovery. Even pre-pandemic, we know that like 80% of our clients, even if they heard from a friend that they bought their watch at Tourneau, what is the first thing that that person does? If they are interested, they go online. So I think that is really that's really super crucial to ensure that you have that. Sorry, now I lost my thread for a second. So understanding that everyone who is at some point in touch with your brand has an online touch point and has a digital touch point. That was pre-pandemic 80%. It's now like over 90, close to 90. So it's like really, really crucial to get that digital piece and the online presence right.
And that's the thing that you're going to be investing in primarily going forward.
Right. So that we don't just have like a great in-store experience, but also a great digital experience. And that's obviously connected, right? Here I'm talking also about like clienteling, you know, like CRM upgrades, but also so that it's also all the data comes back into the store and vice versa.
giving advice to other marketers, on how they should be thinking about the future, what advice would you give them, in terms of the things that they should really lean into, for the future in terms of both capabilities, skill sets, as well as, how to position themselves for success?
I think it's a balance. I think definitely like invest and really understand digital, and also like be constantly on your toes, because that changes so much. So whatever advice I would have, or if I would have done like a digital transition 5 years ago, I cannot copy paste that today. Like that's something you really want to be very cautious, and also be like, you can't do it all yourself, but have someone maybe on your team to really make sure you're also constantly in touch with the right vendors, understand new products, and really know that market. And then it's a balance. I also think we, for example, make a lot of sales, but if there's a VIP client event, right? If there's a client event, someone comes to the store, they feel special, there's a special presentation or something that feels unique and special, not everyone has access to, that's also absolutely crucial. So I think it's definitely a balance, but you want to make sure you think through all these touch points. We talked like years ago, like I'm still 360, but I still like sometimes when I'm challenging myself, I'm still going in like the circle and try to understand if this, whatever activation or whatever I'm trying to do is really hitting all the points. Makes
sense. There's a good question that just came in from Brian, since we only have a couple more minutes and we're at Q&A, but I love his question. We can even end on this question. There are a lot of discussions around collapsing the funnel, merging branding and performance marketing into one media practice. Do you agree with this shift, at least for some parts of the market, but specifically, would you agree with this perspective for luxury?
No, I mean, for example, every day we have a digital meeting. So I look at where I'm investing almost on a daily basis. So I think you can't just have like a common statement. You need to do it campaign after campaign, and you need to see where does it make most sense to invest. I usually, and also on the maturity of your business, right? So we last year invested so much like just on conversion, then second half or last part of the year, really brand awareness, right? So with this new campaign, it's all about like generating brand awareness that doesn't necessarily go fully into conversion. It did in that case, but that's not always the case. So I think there is no right answer that you can just like, you can't do this on autopilot.
And so, is it different for luxury versus other parts of the market? Do you feel like theoretically, if you're selling CPG, stuff on supermarket shelves, you could do branding, but then have every single one of those ads, be one click away from a checkout, in a cart of the prospective retailer, versus luxury, which has to be potentially more aspirational?
So I said I was reading the Q&As as well, because I wanted to make sure I get it right.
So the question is there anything special about luxury that's different from that of, let's say, less costly or more mass market products?
I think you have, you want to invest in lifetime value, because obviously it's not like I'm not buying like the t-shirt like 12 times a year. I'm buying this probably one time a year. But you would be surprised how many people are actually 6 months later already looking at their next watch purchase. So I think we just have like one chance to get it right? And then hopefully get that person for a lifetime. So our conversion rates, or not our conversion, sorry, our ticket items are obviously much higher, but I don't have, unless you're really into watches and you want to like read everything about it and you want to read all our emails about it, but then usually I don't get you like every day, right?
And everybody else, you're getting them once a week from an opportunity perspective. Makes a ton of sense. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. This was so great. I'm glad that that you got to share sort of what you're working on and how that's transformative, especially with the challenge of actually bringing two brands together and doing so in a way that has to sort of maintain the authenticity as well as the recognition of Tourneau, knowing that, you know, within some period of time, it's all going to be Boucher, you know, as that launches and becomes a well-known name in the United States. So thank you for sharing that experience as well as the transformation that you're trying to sort of create, and looking forward to seeing it in action over the next six months to a year as you go through your transition plan and rebrand.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Conversation was awesome. Have a great rest of your night.
Thanks so much. Bye. See you tonight.
All right. So for the last speaker of our day, we have Maggie Malek, the CEO of MMI Agency, coming to speak with us, with moderator Kpis, the CEO of Spaceback. So hi, Maggie. I see you're already on and ready to go.
Hi. Yeah. One of the things I learned in the Army is you got to be 5 minutes late, 5 minutes early, or you're late.
Love that. Honestly, should apply it more in my life. Hi, Casey. All right.
Hi, sorry, I'm just late. Sorry.
just plain old late. No, you're perfect. All right. So I will throw it over to you and you guys can go from there.
Cool. Thanks, Sydney. And Maggie, great to see you again. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you too.
Good. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this. So yeah, quickly to introduce myself, my name is Kpis, and I'm the co-founder and CEO at Spaceback. I've been in programmatic space and ad technology space most of my career, and started Spaceback really just seeing brands are doing a lot of great content in social media, and a lot of times their banner ads and display ads are just kind of an afterthought compared to the quality of content going into social. So our company helps brands recreate social experiences in paid media environments, and there's a lot of cost efficiency in creating them. It's a lot cheaper and easier to create them, and they perform a lot better and really effective at combating banner blindness. But yeah, when Maggie and I first connected, we talked a lot about how we both see kind of silos of organizations changing, and this, you know, social and paid media are not always being so separate. But we'll get more into that later. You know, for starters, Maggie, maybe you can start out by introducing yourself and your role at MMI.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So I'm Maggie. I'm the CEO of what I call the Dream Team over at MMI Agency. So we are a 36-year-old agency this year. I joined 12 years ago as an account executive. Prior to joining MMI, though, you know, I was in the military. I was a wedding planner. I worked in technology startup world. And one of the things that was really appealing to me about MMI was, Casey, just something that you were just mentioning, is, you know, our agency was founded as an integrated agency. Our agency has always been tenaciously focused on consumers and path to purchase connections and how do you make a holistic journey. So I was hired to start our social practice. You know, 12 years later, I was promoted to CEO 3 years ago. And it's been an amazing ride. I think getting promoted right before COVID, I think probably we could all write a book on the last 2 years, but leading people and brands through what has been a difficult time has honestly been the honor of my lifetime, making sure our team's okay and everybody's good, but just getting to do some really cool stuff in the midst of all of that. It's just been really special. So that's what I do today. You know, MMI, we talk a lot about how we are the connection between performance and possibility. So we're really focused on, you know, what does our consumer look like, and not just what does a persona on a piece of paper look like, but what is she stressed out about right now? What is she thinking? What is she feeling? You know, not just what she puts in social, but what is she typing in Google when she's up at late and she can't sleep, right? And then we think about what creative speaks to her, what influencers would actually help make her life better. And that's how we create really connected programs between comms, media, and creative for our clients.
Yeah, so 12 years ago when you first started, and with your focus being on social, I assume back then like social wasn't even something a lot of agencies did. So it's crazy that your focus started there, and you're now CEO of the agency. Does that reflect kind of shift of importance of social within the group from being like kind of what did social look like when you started, and what does social look like now at MMI?
Gosh, when I first started, we were managing people's Facebook pages. It was when it all kind of first started. Facebook launched pages.
That was before Facebook even sold ads, right?
Yeah, so it was before Facebook sold ads, and then we always joke about we were doing paid search and social together before it was cool, because we were trying to work with our brands to figure out, gosh, the first campaign I ever worked on, this is actually perfect for this topic, and I don't know why I didn't tell you about it prior, but we worked with a major mall in Houston. It was a long-time client, and we were trying to figure out how to drive more people into retail. And so we hosted a lot of events in the mall, and we would promote them aggressively via search and social. It was something that had never really been done at the time. But one of our first events, it was a Halloween pet costume contest. And we went from having like just a few people signed up to running paid social ads to then having 100 pets signed up to walk their, in-person retail runway. So from there, we were able to show different clients how digital could work for them. And I think, to your point, social's changed a lot, digital's changed a lot. And for me, I think what really helped in my career has always been staying curious for what's new and what's different, and not being afraid of those changes. We all were around during this crazy 2 years when you saw a bunch of brands turning off their Facebook ads. If you are a Facebook only solution to brands, that was probably a really difficult time. But if you are, just like you said, not thinking about silos, you're able to react, you can serve up different solutions so that if something like that ever happens again, your brands still see you as true partners in their ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. And for the brands that you're working with now, is social a component of all of your partnerships, or?
Social is a very big component of all of our partnerships. So we, where we really specialize is performance media, influencer, and then performance creative. So social plays a huge role, and we test social out in a lot of different ways. So we test branded content on social, we test influencer content on social. But what we really try to do with our brands, and what I think brands appreciate about MMI, is while social is great, social is not the only place that brands need to be. It needs to be balanced out with things like programmatic, things like search. If you've got a healthy social campaign going, but you don't have any search, your competitors are going to cannibalize your brand in search, because when people go to the search box and they're seeing all these amazing social ads and they look for more information, your competitor is going to have bought out your terms. So, while social is a piece, and it's an important piece for us, it's definitely not the end all be all of how we drive people to purchase or foot traffic or any of those things.
Yep. Yeah, I think one of the things that's most exciting about social is just how quickly it's changing and how there's all kinds of new opportunities. And, I think I see that it's kind of scary for marketers. I mean, even just seeing TikTok come from, I think beginning of pandemic, I don't know if I even had heard of TikTok, and now it's like a part of all these kind of conversations and how they're changing, the future of influencers and all of that. So, but tell me a little bit more about just how, like, some of the new trends in social that you're excited about, and how marketers should be thinking about, testing new waters in social.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things, and this is, I guess, shocking to me in the year of our Lord 2022, but brands, when you think about social, it's really important that the asset you are driving people to, your website, whether you're trying to get people in store to retail or you're driving a sale online, your website has to be mobile friendly. And so this is not a trend. This is like the anti-trend. We still see so many brands, like major big brands, that have websites that are not at all digitally friendly. So even if you're going into this amazing, trend seeking, future forward direction, but your foundation isn't in order, that's kind of where things can break. One of the things I'm really excited about though in the future of selling is the future of social selling and how you can connect influencer live selling to driving, traffic to sales and websites and all of that. The interesting thing about social selling, and I'm not talking about ads in your Instagram feed, I'm talking about an influencer kind of doing like a HGTV live demo. So in Asia, social selling has really, really taken off. Consumers understand that when an influencer goes live, they click on it, they watch it, they interact with it, they purchase. What we're seeing in the US is that we're a little bit behind Asia in terms of consumer adoption to these channels. So what we've been doing at MMI is we've been encouraging our brands to test the waters. So try out social selling, try out a live stream with an influencer. One of the things we've seen from our tests is that that live selling, it doesn't work for every single brand. Just like so many other things we talk about in marketing, it's not a one size fits all solution. So things that need an educational element and take a little bit longer to explain and can take users on a journey, for example, those are the things that fit really well in the social selling landscape. One of the things we're working with a client on is it's a nutrition brand. And so do we host live streamed workouts with influencers where during key moments in the workout, they're also talking about what supplements they're taking. They're delivering a unique promo code to encourage people to purchase in real time. But again, I think that's something that is going to really, really take off in the later part of this year and beyond, as you see the trends related to consumers still are really hungering for authentic experiences and connecting with real humans. Influencers and social selling can really provide that if done right in an authentic way.
Yep. Yeah. And that takes authenticity to an entirely new level when influencers can say whatever they want, live. And I think brands have even less control if they're not just approving, a post in advance, but they're kind of letting them talk to their audiences in real time. Do you think there's any is it brands just kind of gotta dive in and that's always going to be kind of a concern and the trade-off is more authenticity? Or how do you think about, what would you tell marketers who are worried about those risks?
I think it's really important when you're delving in the influencer space. It's very similar to PR in that you have to give a reporter a really compelling framework to tell a story, but they're going to do it in their own voice. So it's important to make sure you're researching the right influencers that are brand safe, who have demonstrated they're not going to say something crazy on the internet, but then also empowering those influencers with a really strong brief that they can use with, what's unique about a product and what differentiators are there and why is it better than another product. That helps them tell their story in their own voice. So while it's scary, we are very much advocates of let the influencer tell the story, just like you would let a journalist tell the story for you. They know their audience better than you do. They live, sleep, and breathe their audience and their audience's desires. So giving them that freedom and a framework is hugely important. One of the other phenomena, though, with this is the rise of virtual influencers. Lil Michaela, she has so many followers on Instagram. She's a digital influencer. I think, Casey, you and I were laughing about this before. I don't know that my mom would realize she's not a real person. But these digital influencers are starting to get bigger and bigger. And they have a very unique voice. They have a unique story. So it's not like they're just brand machines, right? But if a brand is especially paranoid and wants to partner, there's this whole world of virtual influencers now that you can work with. I mean, the woman I was mentioning, the bot, Lil Michaela that I was mentioning, I mean, I think it was Time Magazine's one of the top 25 most influential people. And this is a person on the internet, like a not real person. So it's just fascinating. And she's been around since 2016. So like she's got this weird coming of age story too, where think it was 2020, she realized she was a bot. Anyway, but it's a fascinating place that it's on the rise. And I feel like one of the other trends you and I were talking about too is like this idea of the metaverse and gaming. And,
well, and real quick, Maggie, before we get into that, I just want to so the whole digital influencer, basically it's a bot, or it's not an actual person behind it. Do you think that these are going to be more prominent in also kind of the live selling too, or is there a possibility for?
I definitely do, because I think that there's that element of control. You can script it, right? And when we talk about little Michaela being a bot, if you follow her, there's an ad agency that works behind her machine. Like, it is a whole complex ecosystem. So depending on the brand, like, she's done launches for Gucci, she's walked digital runways at New York Fashion Week, things like that. Like, this is not just a like little avatar character. This is a fully realized kind of person. But yeah, I definitely think that is going to be an area that brands should experiment more. And there are so many more influencers like that, virtual influencers popping up that have these really strong ecosystems behind them.
Yep. And I definitely want to get into the metaverse stuff. One other question on this, because this is all super fascinating to me and not stuff I get to talk about every day. So if brands are looking into this kind of live selling concept, are there influencers that are specific to live selling, or would you recommend like influencers that brands are already working on? This is like a kind of a new concept. They could work with those influencers, or do you think there's kind of a separate skill set almost where brands should seek out separate influencers, or even explore like digital influencers rather than kind of their existing network?
I think one of the most important things, especially when we think about retail brands and their connection with influencers, and this is something that, MMI was doing influencers kind of similar to social before it was like necessarily called influencer, and it was this like buzzwordy thing. So for us, we've always tried to be really influencer agnostic. Like, forget your roster of perfect influencers. Who are you trying to talk to? And from there, that's where you decide what channels you're going to be on, what influencers you should hire. I mean, Casey, for retail, there's a whole world of just coupon influencers, and we have deployed them. If there's a special going in a certain region for the United States, for example, you can hire influencers from Arizona who follow all the deals in Arizona, and they're going to post about all of those deals and collect it all. So like, that's one way to go, especially again, thinking about the connection of influencers to retail. For live selling, I do think there are influencers that are really, really good at it. And there are other influencers who, are learning and dabbling in it. Again, I think in Asia, many influencers are very well equipped doing it. Here, I think we're still testing and learning, but just like any influencer campaign, I would say if we're going to create a live selling experience, we need to find influencers who are really good at it. And typically all of the pilots that we're running right now, they're on YouTube. YouTube is the best place to launch those kinds of things right now. I know TikTok is working on it. Instagram is as well. But the other thing that we like about the YouTube element is, so you create this live selling experience. It goes live on a YouTube channel, and it lives there and it stays there. So you can optimize that video for search. You can put keywords in the description. So then you're also not one and done. You've got this asset that lives out there that you can use in a variety of different ways. But that's a great question. I don't think I truly believe influencer, especially in this space, you've got to find the right person who's really good, and even then working on it in co-creation with them. How do you do this together? Because they might have really awesome ideas to take to your brand as well.
Yep. And for kind of new things like this, where I think obviously there's a lot of potential, but really this is getting in on the ground floor and accelerating learnings in an area that I think is just it's harder to calculate ROI than like running a display ad or something. How should brands be thinking about success early on? Should it be competitive with their Facebook CPAs, or what should they see to know that it's working?
Thank you for asking that. I feel like that is, I think I was saying this to you earlier, the struggle with it, and I'm not going to say this the exact perfect way, so everyone forgive me, but the struggle in all of this, in every channel kind of mixing, is exactly what you just said, is brands will take an influencer campaign or something like this, and they want to compare it apples to apples to a Facebook buy, or really to any media buy. What we have been trying to re-educate brands on, kind of flipping this on the head a little bit, is what would you pay to have a 45-minute spot on HGTV or something like that? And that's more of how we've been trying to equate the ROI, because it's never going to be exactly the same as a Facebook ad buy ever. Like, it's just not. And if a brand ever says, like, I have $1 to spend, I'm always going to say, well, you should use that whole dollar on your website first before you use it anywhere else.
Well,
yeah, but like on the,
especially if it's not mobile optimized, right?
Yes, totally. But on the influencer space, and it's such a, I'm not answering it as eloquently as I would usually like, but it's such a difficult conversation, because I feel so strongly that things like brand awareness, PR, influencer, every brand knows it's important. We've never been able to perfectly measure it. And so now, race here, what I've seen brands make the mistake of is, say that you spend $10,000 on a campaign, you drive $100,000 in sales. That doesn't seem like a lot in that moment in time. But then if you put media behind that asset, and then over the next week, you drive $500,000 in sales, you have to think about that as like more of a blended ROI. And it's just such a new thing. And exactly like we were talking on the upfront, because everything's still so siloed, you still have this issue of the influencer agencies are saying influencer is the solution. The media agencies saying, well, no, you should spend your money in media because cost per click is better. Where I believe it's really a balance between thinking about awareness and then thinking about conversion.
Yep. And you make a really good point too, that brands are spending so much money on content creation, that this isn't just a media activation. It's a new content asset that can live its own life even after the live selling or something.
Totally.
Yeah, cool. I would love to check in a few months and see what you're learning about this, because it's a trend that hasn't been on my radar much before. I think TikTok is the first time I've started getting exposed to more live streams where they're just kind of naturally in the feed. And I think Instagram and Facebook are doing some more stuff like that too.
I think that your example with TikTok is so great, again, because if we think about like, it's been adopted much faster other places, but then now here it's taken off. And I think there was a recent study that said TikTok had more traffic than Google. So that's where I think that this trend of social selling, social influencer, how it looks is going to accelerate. I just am not exactly sure when.
Yep. No, I definitely agree with you, and couldn't agree with you more about looking at, I mean, I think Facebook has done a great job getting the industry hooked on kind of their CPA metrics, and that being kind of what they should think of as their baseline for performance for all other media activations. And I think that's just completely not the right approach for brands, both from a scale perspective, like that gets more expensive as brands are growing and need to reach larger and larger audiences, but also just in terms of like that, how much would you pay for that HGTV asset, where we're like thinking of these things as content creation and brand presence and PR, not just a media activation with an ROI calculation. All right, sorry, let's get into metaverse. Now, what is the metaverse, Maggie?
I mean, depending on who you ask, the metaverse has very different definitions. For me, the way I think about the metaverse is it's a digital realization of my physical life. It can take place in a lot of different environments. I think that things like Animal Crossing are part of the metaverse. You have an avatar who's building things, creating things. And then you have, the metaverse is huge in a lot of other gaming communities as well. So that's how I define the metaverse for now. Eventually, it's going to be crazy, but I think brands who are seeing it as a content platform and testing the waters now, but also seeing it as, again, that authentic extension of what they're doing in the rest of their marketing world will be the brands that are most successful. I think that, you and I talked about this a little bit, but kids, they spend a lot of time in the metaverse already in places like Fortnite. They're talking to other teenagers, they're playing games with each other. You see brands sponsoring outfits and all of these other things in game. I think that's going to continue to grow. One of the things I've been most excited by in the metaverse that I've seen, recently is Nike has their new campaign launching. Everybody is an athletic body, and you would think, oh gosh, Nike, if they're doing stuff in the metaverse, isn't that encouraging people to just like sit behind their
couch and do nothing?
Totally. But what Nike's doing is really cool, and I think that this also goes to brands' global responsibility to not break the metaverse, which is another existential conversation we can have much later. But I think that Nike is taking their responsibility serious to not just encourage people to sit on their couch all day. So in Nike world, when you do real world activities, whether it's running or playing basketball or walking or playing with your dog or whatever, you get in-game points to purchase your Jordans or whatever it is that you're going to purchase in your digital life. So that's a really good example of a brand that I feel like is taking that definition of what is my in-person life look like and extending it into the digital world. I think there's going to be so many opportunities for self-expression in different ways than they've been before. So many different opportunities for education. But yeah, the metaverse to me it's just taking off, and it's another place to connect with consumers, to create connected content, and make sure that it matches up with your whole kind of goal brand story. I think brands that are doing the metaverse just to be cool and do the metaverse, just like we're talking about live selling, they're probably going to spend a lot of money on something. They're not going to see a fast enough ROI, and then they're going to stop.
Yep. And what's crazy is like, this didn't really click for me before talking to you about it, but that, kids playing Fortnite was your example, where they're already in the metaverse, they're already buying virtual goods and building their virtual identity and interacting with other people's virtual character. So, in theory, they're going to be a lot more comfortable for it. How do you see e-commerce? And I guess some of the things we were talking about earlier with live selling, how do you see that stuff coming or matching up with the metaverse?
I think that is all kind of a world left to be explored. It's not something that I'm not on Fortnite buying and doing stuff. So I don't know my level of comfort necessarily buying a real good on the metaverse, like how that all works. My kind of inspiration for learning a lot of this has been a woman named Shannon Pruitt. She's the chief content officer for Stagwell, and she has kids. And so she was the one who kind of opened my mind to how fast it is coming, and also though, like how much it's already here. Yeah. So that is something I think would be really interesting to explore. The brand I was telling you about earlier that I think has done an interesting job of bringing together retail and gaming was KFC. So Kentucky Fried Chicken took the digital into in person, and then you're kind of adding experiential into this as well, right? But they turned 5,000 of their restaurants in Asia to in-game battlegrounds where users could collect different things. They could use it in online game, this online game they came up with. But it was cool because, again, they're thinking of the whole ecosystem. How do we get people into our store to buy a meal, buy food, and then interact and fall in love with the brand? It wasn't just a metaverse thing just to do something cool in the metaverse. They brought it into real life. And that kind of leaves, open for the last trend is, I think things like people still want experiences. we've been cooped up for a really long time. So how do you connect the dots between this digital influencer and the metaverse and then in-person experiential events? It sounds crazy, right? Like that's not that far away from where we are now.
Yep. No, I get overwhelmed just hearing you talk about how fast this is coming and how much it's like, I mean, when the metaverse as a buzzword first started popping up, it sounded like something, 10 years in the future, but just that it's already happening. And it seems like as marketers, we need to start learning how we can, use these channels to help our brands have the best possible presence. What are some of the brands that you're seeing that are, I mean, you mentioned KFC, and Nike, what are some of the other brands that we can look to as having really strong social presences and you see as kind of intelligent ways of testing these new channels?
I mean, one of the brands that has frankly gotten me the most excited just in the last several months, and this is not necessarily because of what they're doing in metaverse or, influencer live selling, but I really loved what Patagonia has done in terms of taking all of the money that they made from Black Friday, donating it back to the environment. Something we haven't really talked about today is this: brands have a responsibility to do good in the world, whether or not they want to admit it. And I feel like, our generation and younger generations feel very, very strongly about that. And from a retail perspective, I know that I'm doing research on where are things made? Is it sustainable? What happens when you return things? Like, I've never done that before. So the brands that I'm most excited about too are ones like that, that are exploring how to give back. J. Crew now has a program where if you send your jeans back in, they recycle. That makes me want to buy J. Crew more. And I think they're all doing a really good job, those brands like that, of connecting that into their paid social efforts. They're partnering with influencers like Patagonia, the brand. There is an influencer named Patagonia, and she is a drag queen and she is amazing. She goes on hikes in her fabulous clothes, and her whole mission is to make the outdoors more accessible to everybody. So RAI and Patagonia have partnered with her because they believe that that's an important part of their mission too. And so those brands that incorporate their mission into what they're doing, I believe also are going to drive a ton of retail sales in the future as well.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. And I also have so much respect for brands like Patagonia, where it seems like, or I was in a coffee shop the other day and I saw a $4 bottle of water, and it was like, buy this bottle of water and we'll donate 50 cents to some cause. And it felt more like a commission to Mother Nature than like their identity. It was like, you buy this overpriced water and we'll donate something, versus this kind of purpose approach where it's more about the brand's identity and they're supporting this, either way. And then it's kind of your purchase is an invitation to support that also, more than it kind of rubbed me the wrong way when I saw it more as kind of a commission. But yeah, I think brands are definitely doing that more or better. And it does seem like younger shoppers care a lot more about that. I think you were telling me some stats before about how much millennials prefer brands that they like identify with the purpose.
Yeah, and I think millennials were the first ones kind of like paving the way, but I definitely think that Gen Z, it's even more important to them. I mean, now I can't remember the exact stat I shared with you, but I'm sure we can post it on LinkedIn and everybody can find it later. But it's definitely growing. And I see a lot of the brands that we work with in the CPG space, especially, they're getting a lot of questions around sustainability and plastic and what are you doing in your factories and all of those things. The other thing with that trend too is, Lush Cosmetics is another interesting example brand to watch. I mean, they are not doing any social at all anymore, any social selling, because they've decided that it is, their purpose is empowering people and comfort in their bodies and relaxation. Instagram and the chase for likes is the exact opposite of that. So that's a brand I'm very interested in watching right now, because I wonder, with millennials and Gen Z being so tapped into their phone, how do they continue to reach brands like that? So that's the next frontier a little bit. Okay, so the next trend is going to be, how do we get in front of brands who aren't going to do social anymore?
Yep. And I think that, like we were talking about earlier, of that, Facebook kind of CPA metric that is kind of, I think, the curse of every other channel, is kind of having that hanging over their head. Brands like Lush, I think it's almost, they're free from that, or they have the opportunity to, I think, look at new channels in more holistic ways versus just the bottom line. And at the same time, it is going to be challenging, because we do know that Facebook is a very scalable channel that, there's a reason, all D2C brands kind of grow up there and, start out on Facebook, is it can really work.
Oh, it's like the best launching ground. But then I think there's so many challenges around the fact that they're a walled garden and viewability. And again, as a retail, whether you've got a brick and mortar or a website, the fact that Facebook isn't very transparent about their data that they're going to give you, I feel like a lot of the startup brands that we have worked with have really struggled with that. So like exactly your point is, what is my true north in measurement? Like I'm hearing in store, this is what's going on sales. Here's what Google's telling me, but then Facebook is claiming all the credit. So how do you think about all of those things together so it's all balanced and you're not just chasing one metric?
Yep. It's amazing that we've gotten almost through this conversation without, I don't think I've said the word pandemic or COVID or anything, which is awesome. But one of the things I respect a lot about your leadership is just, how your team has managed to use this time and you take advantage of being able to build relationships in different ways. Can you just share a few leadership insights, throughout the pandemic, challenges and ways that your team has been able to overcome them?
I think my biggest thing, probably as a woman, that advice I would give to everyone is, don't have imposter syndrome. You were invited to the conversation and your voice matters because you have amazing things to say. And I don't care if you are an account coordinator or an AE or a CEO, speak up for what you care about and what you're passionate and curious about. That's the best way to grow. I think for us, we have had to embrace very different ways of working. We've had to figure out how to be an integrated collaborative agency from California to New York City and beyond. How do we do that? I think we're a very people first organization. That's the most important thing. So making sure that we're flexible for parents who are dealing with the craziness of the last 2 years, just everything going on, right? So I think just the advice that I would give is, speak up for what you need in your day-to-day. That's what we talk to the team about a lot, is like, don't be stressed out alone in your house. If you need help, if you have a question, there are 130 of us that can help answer those questions. But also, I think it requires work to build culture in a hybrid environment. So we do town halls where anyone who wants to come can come ask me questions. I run a session in our onboardings now. So every new employee gets to meet me. I talk to them about our principal stack, which is people, process, and profit. How do those things work together for the benefit of our people? But just being super transparent, I think, has helped us a lot. Like, when is business awesome? When are we having a ton of opportunities? Then, okay, now phase 2 of the pandemic has started. How do we continue to take care of each other and be there for our brands and all of that? So I just think communication is key. Being generous with each other is important. But also just like staying curious and being excited about this weird profession we have all chosen to be in is just really important.
Yep. And because we can't high five each other in the office and stuff when things do go well, how do you celebrate wins without being in person?
So we have what's called applause pause. And so we have our monthly all hands meeting, and during all hands, the last 20 minutes is reserved for everyone to give a shout out to whomever they want. And that could be someone on the finance team who helps get billing out overnight. It could be somebody on the creative team who knocks something out of the park. It could be, somebody who taught you something new. And so that has helped us both give love to employees, but also it really helps employees get to know each other. We also launched, like I was talking about brands being afraid of giving freedom away. We also launched an all agency chat. As a CEO with HR things to worry about, I'm sure that you can imagine why sometimes that might be a little stressful for me. But what we've seen in the last 3 months since that's launched is people are giving shout outs to each other. People are celebrating births, husbands' graduations, new puppies. And I feel like that's really, really helped us come together as well. We do fun games on it, like, hey, it's Monday afternoon, it's a Monday, hooray, everyone do your favorite GIF that describes how you're feeling today. So just little things like that, that I feel like just allows people to connect with each other.
Nice. I think Sydney's here because we're out of time, but Sydney, please book Maggie and I again for this like a couple months from now.
Yes,
This
Casey's
was awesome.
fantastic. And we didn't even get to talk about Casey and all his brilliance in startup world.
Oh my gosh, we have to do it again. No, this was awesome. And I loved listening in. So thank you both so much. I hope you both have an awesome rest of your day, and we'll definitely get this going again.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Right,
Thanks,
thank you
everybody.
both. Okay. So that is it. That's the end of our day. So thank you so much to everyone for joining us and tuning in. Big shout out to all of our speakers, our sponsors, and our audience. Be sure to check the Brand Innovators website to learn about our upcoming events. And